Chapter 2541, Dismantle. From the depths of the Holy Land of Taichu, another horrific aura permeated. An extreme icy aura covered the boundless space, quickly lowering the temperature of the entire Holy Land of Taichu. At the same time, a terrifying roar was heard. In that direction, glacial divine swords surged with an extremely terrifying impact, moving toward where Futian was. Obviously, the other man knew that Futian was the leader of this battle, as he led his people here to the Holy Land of Taichu to destroy them. Without Futian, today's battle would not have occurred. Therefore, he wanted to kill Futian directly. Buzz. A powerful aura erupted behind Futian as Emperor she stepped forward. A massive phantom of Xuanwu, the black turtle, appeared above the firmament. It blocked out everything in the sky, bearing the weight of that terrifying attack. Emperor she moved forward, preparing to slay the opponent, and locked onto him. Not many of them came this time, but they were all top combatants. All of them were at least peak Renhuang level cultivators. Cultivators with lower cultivation would only be a burden in a battle like this and unable to do much good. In different directions, terrible battles were breaking out. The entire Holy Land of Taichu was exploding frantically. Loud booming sounds blasted in everyone's mind continuously. The devastating storm of the Great Path made them feel suffocated and desperate. It was simply madness. They never thought that someone would lead a legion to attack the Holy Land of Taichu. But they saw it today. Not only did they come, but they were also extremely powerful and aggressive. Everyone raised their head to look at the white-haired man, who continued to move forward. This man was the legendary figure from original realm Futian. Futian continued moving forward, and the devastating storm of the Great Path around him seemed not to have the slightest impact on him. He led his people inside the Holy Land of Taichu, glanced at the battlefield, and said, "Anyone who participates in the fight will be killed." A cold light flashed across his eyes. Once, the forces of the Divine Prefecture formed an alliance against the Ziwei Segmentum, and the Holy Land of Taichu was one of them. Regardless of any other grievances of the past, just for this offense alone, they must destroy the Holy Land of Taichu. If they didn't, those same people would invade and attack the Ziwei Segmentum in the future. His divine consciousness covered the entire Holy Land of Taichu, and many of its cultivation courts. Except for Taichu Saint Emperor, who had survived the second divine tribulation of the Great Path, 2 others had survived the first divine tribulation. They were now fighting with Murong Yu and Emperor Shi. In the past, there was another one, Sword Master of Taichu Sparring Grounds, who had been slain by him using the divine body of the Shunjia the Great Emperor, so that there was one less peak character in the Holy Land of Taichu. In addition to the 3 great cultivators in the Tribulation Plane, there were 7 or 8 more Renhuang with a perfect Great Path in the Holy Land of Taichu. This was considered a very powerful lineup because this was, after all, the Holy Land of Taichu domain. But this kind of lineup was not enough to contend with the opponents facing them. Futian didn't make any moves himself. He wanted to monitor the entire battlefield to ensure that the cultivators on his side would not suffer any injuries. Although their side was currently at an advantage, they should not take their enemies lightly. "Form the matrix," said a voice in the distance. Those cultivators from the Holy Land of Taichu gathered in panic and began to form the matrix. In the Taichu Sparring Grounds, countless swordsmen now levitated into the sky at the same time, suspended high above the sky. All of their bodies were filled with a frightening sword will. The sword will flowed and circulated, attracting the divine light of the Great Path between heaven and earth. Sword aurora appeared with extreme radiance. It seemed as if they could split open this world. Above the firmament, a phantom, like that of a sword god, appeared. Then, millions of divine swords were unleashed toward Futian and his people, like a sword light of total destruction. Hua Jiyu took a step forward, straddling the space, floating beneath the sword matrix. She lifted her beautiful eyes and glanced at the sword matrix, and a dull sound was heard between heaven and earth. A suffocating pressure of might soon followed as time and space seemed to come to a stop. The speed of those swords falling suddenly slowed. It seemed as if they were about to stop. Boom! Hua Jiyu took another step, and all the divine swords in the sky were still. At this moment, Chen Yi moved. The cleansing divine light bloomed to turn his body into a light, rushing towards those swordsmen. At this time, those swordsmen felt a sting in their spiritual energy, as if their bodies were not under their own control, nor could they control their own swords. Their expressions quickly changed to one with shock, and they attempted to gather their sword will for a final attack, but the light was faster than they were. Puh, puh, puh. The sword of light shuttled past, and everyone was pierced through their throat. From the sky above, those swordsmen who were inside the matrix fell to their deaths at the same time. When the cultivators from the Holy Land of Taichu beheld this scene, their hearts trembled violently as they watched all these people perish in front of their eyes. Yi Futian and the others continued moving forward. Countless cauldrons were floating high above the sky, containing terrible power. When these cauldrons were spinning, the golden divine light threatened to shatter the space. Its force was beyond horrific. Kill. Although these cultivators had seen the sorry ending of those swordsmen, they did not back down. Tens of thousands of cauldrons covered this corner of the sky, and slamming down for the kill at the same time with extremely aggressive force. This time, Yi Futian walked forward and stepped into the space below those destructive cauldrons. He stood in the center of that destructive divine light. Rays of divine light spilled down and blasted on him. The cultivators of the Holy Land of Taichu showed a coldness in their eyes, but they were shocked to find that Yi Futian freely bathed in the divine light of destruction. He not only did not move but was allowing that divine light to wash over his flesh. This sight made them feel a little hopeless. Was Yi Futian really just a Ren Huang in the ninth realm? How could his physical body be this strong? The divine body of Shenjia the great emperor had been destroyed, and all he had now was his own physical body. Still, it was terrifying. Kill. Their expressions were chilling as hundreds and thousands of divine cauldrons spun, and countless rays of divine lightning struck down for the kill. At the same time, those cauldrons also blasted down, trying to overpower Yi Futian. Yi Futian's aura of the great path enveloped this space. He raised his head and looked up. In an instant, all these cauldrons stopped and remained still, and the divine light dimmed. Above the sky, this scene was incredibly spectacular. Those cultivators from the Holy Land of Taichu stared at the cauldrons, trying to urge them again, but found that they couldn't. They looked down at Yi Futian, who was standing under those countless cauldrons. A little desperate now, they wondered, how can he be so strong? Yi Futian looked at those people with pity. They were all cultivators from the Holy Land of Taichu, and they really didn't do anything wrong. However, this was the cruel reality in the world of cultivation. If the situation was reversed, and these cultivators invaded the Ziwei segmentum, they would become the ones slaughtering those inside the Ziwei segmentum. The scenario would be completely different. Boom! At this time, the Millet Emperor descended with Wangshan Watchtower on his back and blasted directly into the crowd. In an instant, many cultivators fell from above, and many of them were killed on the spot. All that was happening in front of their eyes was like a dream. The cultivators of the Holy Land of Taichu perished one after the other. At this time, outside the Holy Land of Taichu, countless people had rushed here to observe the battlefield within. They saw the entire Holy Land of Taichu seemed to be shrouded in the light of the apocalypse. All of the Holy Land was filled with a suffocating destructive force. Many people stood high above the sky and watched. They saw many cultivators of the Holy Land perish. The Holy Land of Taichu was in the process of being destroyed. This day was like the end days for the Holy Land. Would the Holy Land of Taichu be destroyed in this battle? No one ever imagined that such a day was possible. They had heard of Yi Futian's name before, of course. He was the legendary premier genius talent in the original realm, a peerless enchanting figure who was the heir of Emperor Yi Qing. He was later forced to retreat to the Ziwei segmentum, locked himself in there, and cut off all interaction with the outside world. But in the impressions of many people, he was an extremely talented youngster. Who could have imagined that on this day, he would lead the cultivators from Ziwei Imperial Palace to come to Taichu for the express purpose of destroying the Holy Land of Taichu? Taichu Saint Emperor will not be defeated, right? He will definitely save the Holy Land of Taichu, someone whispered, placing their hopes on Taichu Saint Emperor. Well, Taichu Saint Emperor will definitely be able to beat back these invaders, some cultivators agreed. In the Taichu domain, the Holy Land of Taichu was believed in by many people, much like the Heavenly Mandate Academy in the Heavenly Mandate realm back then. Now that they saw Yi Futian was leading a strike team to invade them, naturally, they hoped that Taichu Saint Emperor could stop them. Just as Yi Futian thought, the struggle in the cultivation world was cruel, and there was no absolute right or wrong. If these people knew how the Holy Land of Taichu had dispatched those people into the original realm back then and how they had dealt with the Heavenly Mandate Academy, what would they think? On the battlefield, Yi Futian and the others kept moving forward, and they had reached deep inside the Holy Land of Taichu. The land underneath them lay in total ruin, littered with the bodies of many cultivators. They were all cultivators at the Renhuang level. But Yi Futian and the others did not kill indiscriminately, only those who resisted and lashed out against them were slain. Even so, bodies were everywhere. There were many cultivators in the Holy Land of Taichu with a lot of powerful ones. When they gathered into the matrix, hundreds of men moved to attack all at once. However, although the Holy Land of Taichu was powerful, it was still beaten by this group of invaders, as they drove deep into the heart of the Holy Land, and no one was able to stop them. Right now, there are really only 3 key areas on the battlefield that were of concern. The battlefield of the Tribulation Plain cultivators, especially the one occupied by Taichu Saint Emperor and Lord Chen, was the most critical. The two of them were already fighting at a high altitude and not affecting anyone else. Jiyu, Millet Emperor, go help Emperor Shi and Deputy Lord Murong, Yi Futian said, as Hua Jiyu and the Millet Emperor nodded. Both of them possessed combat effectiveness at the Tribulation Plane. 4 against 2, they would naturally have the absolute upper hand. As for Yi Futian, he was still moving forward. He looked at the battlefield ahead with Taichu Saint Emperor and Lord Chen. He wanted to help Lord Chen and keep Taichu Saint Emperor here, for he could not allow the man to leave here alive. In the crowd ahead, there were some of Yi Futian's old friends, Renhuang cultivators who had gone to the Heavenly Mandate realm on behalf of the Holy Land of Taichu to take over the Heavenly Mandate realm as their own. When they saw Yi Futian at this moment, it was like a dream. Once, they looked upon Yi Futian with carelessness. They only wanted to control him to control the Heavenly Mandate Academy, and they thought that Yi Futian didn't know what was good for him. However, in just a few years, Yi Futian was actually able to invade inside the Divine Prefecture and attack the Holy Land of Taichu. All of this was so surreal. Yi Futian seemed to have noticed some of their gazes and cast a glance at them. Then his finger pointed down in the air, and the infinite sword will came down and slew them across the space. Sizzling sounds continued as those people perished one after another. Chapter 2542, Slay the Tribulation Plain Cultivators. After a round of sweeping attacks, the battle matrix of the Holy Land of Taichu was completely dismantled, and many powerful Renhuang fell one by one as they were being killed off. Now, the only ones who could pose a threat were the remaining 3 Tribulation Plain cultivators. Chen Yi, keep an eye down below. If anyone makes a move, kill them without mercy, Yi Futian ordered Chen Yi, who was next to him. Chen Yi, who had inherited from the Bright Temple, was close to invincible in the realm of Renhuang. Even Ning Hua was not his equal. Although there were many top geniuses in the Renahung realm at the Holy Land of Taichu, it was impossible for any one of them to touch Chen Yi. Chen Yi's origin may have been extraordinary. Blind Chen said that he possessed illumining body of the Great Path, and was born to inherit the light, which he did. As the child of light, there were not many in the Divine Prefecture who could beat him. In the Holy Land of Taichu, there was no one in the realm of Renhuang who could contend with him. As for the remaining 3 cultivators in the Tribulation Plain, Yi Futian decided to go and help Lord Chen with Taichu Saint Emperor. This man's life and death were of the utmost importance because he was the master of the Holy Land of Taichu. If he escaped, it would pose a significant threat to them down the road. As for the other 2 battles, 4 against 2 was more than enough to ensure their victories. Even those who had survived the divine tribulation of the Great Path still needed to hone their combat skills in actual battle. This would be a very good opportunity to do exactly that. Furthermore, It was difficult for them to participate in the fight between those who had survived the second divine tribulation of the Great Path and might even endanger themselves. Therefore, Yi Futian's decision was the most appropriate. Hua Jiyu proceeded to assist Murong-yu and walked to the cultivator who was an expert at the suppressive power of the cauldron. The Millet Emperor, carrying Wangshan Watchtower behind him, had gone to join forces with Emperor Shi to deal with the cultivator who brandished the true will of ice and the glacier divine sword. Chen Yi and the rest were tasked with keeping an eye on those whose realms were below the tribulation plane. Above, there were 3 great battles taking place in 3 separate areas. Hua Jiyu entered Murong-yu's battle. Their opponent was one of the major figures of the Holy Land of Taichu, Lord Yuding. Lord was not an indication of the realm, but a title. Some had been conferred the title of Lord while still in the realm of Renhuang, and some had been made Lord after having survived the first divine tribulation of the Great Path. However, in the Western world, Lords were generally referred to as those who had survived the second Buddha's tribulation. Lord Yuding was a cultivator who had survived the first divine tribulation of the Great Path. He was an expert in attack with extremely powerful and awesome combat effectiveness. He was also the master of Tianyu Cultivation Court. At this time, the space where he was in seemed to have turned into a divine domain. Hundreds of thousands of divine cauldrons appeared in this space, infinite and without end. One glaze upward revealed that the heavens seemed to be full of them. Lord Yuding's life spirit was a cauldron. To further strengthen his life spirit, he had refined a cauldron that was completely in sync with his life spirit and merged it with his life spirit. With this, his offensive power was greatly magnified. Even Murong-yu, who was holding a treasure, did not have the slightest advantage over him. Lord Yuding was unfazed when he saw Hua Jiyu's entrance into the battle, and his expression remained as calm as ever. As his hands stretched out, suddenly above the firmament, horrible golden divine lights rained down from those golden divine cauldrons. They turned into countless golden lightning, containing incomparable destructive power, and blasting towards Murong-yu and Hua Jiyu. One more cultivator of the tribulation plane made no difference to him. He believed he could still deal with both of them. The group that came from Ziwei Segmentum may be strong, but they would pay a hefty price for initiating this invasion. Be careful. Murong-yu cautioned Hua Jiyu via voice transmission. This man's offensive power is extremely domineering, and his destructive force is astounding. With this many cauldrons suspending from the sky, heaven has a suffocating path of suppression, which is pressing down on this world. Yes. Hua Jiyu nodded. I will restrain him, so you can focus on breaking down his defenses and counterattack. Hua Jiyu specialized in assisting in combat situations, and she was an expert in restraining opponents. Especially in melees, she alone could restrain multiple powerful cultivators all at once. For her to face someone like Lord Yuding with Murong-yu, as 2 cultivators in the tribulation plane, they felt it was not a problem at all. No problem, Murong-yu replied. Just when they were communicating through voice transmissions, the golden lightning that bloomed from the divine cauldrons was already upon them, trying to split open the space. A starry light screen appeared around Murong-yu as if it was transformed into a starry body of the Great Path. With him as the center, starry divine light circulated as if creating a world of its own. Terrifying lightning continued to smash down, but it only succeeded in causing some fissures on the body without really breaking it. Ziwei Segmentum was once the world sealed by Ziwei the Great, and most of the cultivators who stood at the peak were the descendants of Ziwei and had inherited similar abilities as Ziwei the Great. Murong-yu was no exception. With a thought, centering on the starry divine body, a starry sky appeared in this vast space. As if everything was now moving in a starry world, countless divine cauldrons suspended in the sky, surrounded by stars. Both contending forces tried to overpower one another. Golden lightning struck down on Hua Jiyu's side. However, they suddenly stopped just when they came right above her head. The golden lightning contained incomparable destructive power but was blocked by an invisible barrier, making it difficult for them to land on their target. It was as if they were under the absolute control that Hua Jiyu had over this space. Buzz! A horrible power of telekinesis radiated outward and spread to this corner of the world. Hua Jiyu's black hair was dancing in the wind, and those deep black eyes of hers were shining with frightening divine light. Her majesty was imposing. It was as if she was possessed by the spirit of an empress. A wisp of imperial might could be felt as it diffused from her. These three top cultivators were all existences who had survived the divine tribulation of the Great Path. Their worlds seemed to overlap at this juncture, to see who could suppress the other. The world of the divine cauldron, the starry world, and the world of telekinesis. Lord Yuding's hands began to condense the seal. Suddenly in this world, 18,000 cauldrons moved simultaneously, spinning madly. As they were spinning, the golden lightning flooded this corner of the sky, threatening to destroy the entire world. Boom! Accompanied by the endless golden lightning as they slammed down, those 18,000 cauldrons also smacked toward Murong-yu and Hua-ji-yu below. An extraordinary will of the way was born between heaven and earth, as if there was an invisible divine cauldron presided in this space that tried to wipe out all existence. Stars burst and shattered. Those gigantic stars were directly smothered and extinguished, turning into dust and disappeared in smoke. The starry light screen around Murong-yu also cracked. This destructive force was way too terrifying. It was the true realization of a major attack. Hua-ji-yu's long hair flew in the wind, and it seemed that she was also under tremendous pressure. The transcendent will of the way that was contained in the divine cauldrons seemed to overpower even that invisible power of telekinesis currently moving between heaven and earth. This was a power of total extinction that could exterminate all existence. Do it, Hua-ji-yu transmitted her command to Murong-yu. And as soon as her voice fell, an unparalleled power appeared in this space world. Behind Hua-ji-yu, a divine phantom manifested. It was a phantom of her, but it was extremely sacred and majestic, releasing the divine glory of the great emperor's brilliance. At the same time, the world of this great path suddenly fell into a state of absolute stasis. As if this destructive space suddenly stopped moving, and the great path stopped circulating. The golden lightning stopped its destruction, and all 18,000 cauldrons stopped spinning. It was just an instant, but it seemed like an eternity. Only Murong-yu did not stop. This power seemed to have bypassed him and did not affect him in the least. Its precision was meticulous. Murong-yu also received Hua-ji-yu's voice transmission. His body moved and disappeared from where he was in a single step. With unmatched strength, he descended in front of Lord Yuding. A horrific rumbling sound came out, and Murong-yu at this moment seemed to have been blessed by more than his power, but also the powers from all the stars in the heavens. They were all at his back, and the entire world of space was trembling because of him. His fist blasted at Lord Yuding, who was right in front of him. When Lord Yuding was constrained, an extremely dazzling divine aurora shot out from his eyes, and a violent booming sound came out from his body. It broke all kinds of imprisonments as if his body had turned into a cauldron as well, with divine light flowing all around it. He stared at Murong-yu, who was coming at him fast. He knew it was already too late for him to avoid the blow. Clang! The terrifying fist blasted on him as a metal-like sound was heard upon that horrible impact. The power of that one punch contained the power of all the stars in the heavens, and it was incredibly heavy. This blow caused all the surrounding cauldrons to rupture and shatter. Lord Yuding's body also made a shattering sound as that cauldron split open. The fist aurora rushed into his body, pulverizing all of his internal organs, and his heart was pierced. Puh! He spit up blood. The body of Lord Yuding was the body of the cauldron. As the divine cauldron broke apart, so did his physical body. His eyes dimmed. He was a powerful man of his generation in Taichu domain, whose status was unparalleled. But today, he was killed here, like this. His heart was full of disbelief until the end. Indeed, the Holy Land of preaching should have never been involved in the strife of the outside world. Once it did, it was no longer pure and neutral, therefore, fighting and conflict were unavoidable. Now, because of a decision that no one cared about at the time, it was paid with the destruction of the entire Holy Land of Taichu today. What a lamentable ending this was. At this point, countless divine swords came in for the final kill, penetrating his body as well as his spiritual soul. The one who attacked this time was Hua-ji-yu. She was high above the sky. Her eyes swept indifferently towards Lord Yuding in front of her. There was neither mercy nor pity, and she made sure he would be no more trouble to them in the future. She was no longer the Hua Jiu she was once. After experiencing life and death in the 9 states, she knew the cruel reality of the cultivation world. For Yi Futian's sake, anyone who might threaten him should be killed off. She would never leave them alive to create problems for Yi Futian in the future. That would amount to nothing more than the benevolence of the ignorant. Murong glanced at Hua Jiu, and there was a slight disturbance in his heart. At that moment, even he hesitated for a second, but not Hua Jiu. She slew the other immediately, which confirmed what Murong had always known. As the palace lord's wife who had cultivated to the terrifying existence of the tribulation plane, there was no longer any bit of womanly tenderness or indecision within her. She had dealt the fatal blow that caused the final dispersion of Lord Yuding's spirit and soul. This was undoubtedly the right decision. It had already gotten to this stage. How could they possibly leave Lord Yuding alive? Especially when the other was a cultivator of the tribulation plane who would pose a considerable threat. As Lord Yuding fell, the great path in this space dissipated. After everything disappeared, another battle was about to end. Emperor Shi and the Millet Emperor joined forces and were able to suppress their opponent fully. Victory was but a matter of time, and without doubt. Hua Jiu took a step forward and headed there. If the two of them could not end that opponent of theirs, she would, with no hesitation. Chapter 2543. Why so confident? It didn't take long for the other battle to be over as well. With the joint efforts of Emperor Shi and the Millet Emperor, they finished off another tribulation plane cultivator in the Holy Land of Taichu. At this point, the Holy Land of Taichu had lost 2 more existences in the tribulation plane. The Holy Land of Taichu used to have 4 great tribulation plane cultivators, but one was killed by Yi Futian. Today, they had lost 2 more, and only Taichu Saint Emperor was left. The once prosperous Holy Land of Taichu seemed doomed to destruction. What they saw now stirred up great emotions in those who were still alive in the Holy Land of Taichu, as well as the outsiders who were watching. Could all this be real? Would the preaching Holy Land of Taichu domain perish on this day? Now, there was only one battle remaining, the ultimate battlefield where Taichu Saint Emperor was fighting at the moment. This battlefield was high above the sky, shrouded by the domain of the Great Path. It was a battle taking place within bounds, so those on the outside could only feel its supremely terrifying fluctuation but could not see anything that happened inside and had no idea the details of the actual fighting. It seemed that Taichu Saint Emperor was trying to protect the Holy Land of Taichu from being destroyed by the battle. Therefore, he chose to engage the battle high up above the sky. This ultimate battle was also the most critical battle. As long as Taichu Saint Emperor could manage to kill his opponents, the situation could still be reversed if he could eliminate all those who invaded. Could Taichu Saint Emperor save the entire Holy Land of Taichu? Countless cultivators in the Holy Land of Taichu were hoping for exactly that, and the same with those who were outside of the Holy Land of Taichu. This was their last hope. High above the sky, inside the bounds, there were more than just the 2 of them at this moment. In addition to Taichu Saint Emperor and Lord Chen, there was also a 3rd person standing within the bounds of the battlefield with them. He was standing in the area behind Lord Chen as if he was a mere spectator, as his long white robe fluttered in the wind. Who else could this be but Yi Futian? 2 top cultivators, both of whom had survived the second divine tribulation of the Great Path, were fighting here, and he dared to enter the bounds of such a battle and observe it. Inside of the battlefield was shrouded by an invisible aura containing a mighty destructive power. This aura was somewhat tumultuous, akin to the aura when the universe was first created and gave out a sense of supreme transcendence. Behind Taichu Saint Emperor, a gigantic pattern of the yin-yang 8 trigrams appeared. This pattern rotated slowly as countless divine lights began shooting out from it. Lord Chen's expression was quite solemn, holding the starry scepter in his hands. In this tumultuous atmosphere, stars populated the sky. The starry divine light fell on Lord Chen and became one with him so that the starlight became ever more brilliant and illuminated this space of chaos. Taichu Saint Emperor was indeed very strong. He had cultivated for more years than anyone could remember. Thousands of years ago, his talent was considered outstanding but not top-notch. However, by chance, he had gotten an excellent opportunity to cultivate the true will of Taichu, thus creating the Holy Land of Taichu. He became Taichu Saint Emperor, who preached in Taichu domain and was well respected by all. Later, as his cultivation deepened, along with the increase of his strength, his ambitions grew greater, wanting to preach to the entire world. He wanted to impact that last and final realm to seek a breakthrough to the realm to prove the methods of the great emperor. Therefore, when the gate to the original realm opened, he dispatched a group of people to preach in the original realm and took that first step forward. Later, in subsequent conflicts with the original realm, the Holy Land of Taichu was repeatedly frustrated. When the Swordmaster of Taichu was slain, Taichu Saint Emperor was forced to travel to the lower worlds and handle the matter personally. Still, he was driven out by the teacher from Four Corner Village unexpectedly. This series of events gave him an even stronger desire to ascend to the imperial realm. However, before this day could arrive, Futian had already grown to this level of strength, leading the cultivators from Ziwei Imperial Palace to attack here. He wanted to destroy the Holy Land of Taichu and kill Taichu Saint Emperor on his territory. Taichu Saint Emperor looked at the two of them with a decidedly chilling gaze. Then, with a wave of his hand, the yin-yang 8 trigrams behind him started to absorb the essence of heaven and earth. Instantly, that yin-yang 8 trigrams rotated and expanded until they merged into this space. The whole world they were in seemed to be transformed into this pattern of the yin-yang 8 trigrams. In this realm, countless smaller patterns of the yin-yang 8 trigrams appeared, from which an aura of destruction permeated. "After you die, I will destroy Ziwei," Taichu Saint Emperor announced as he looked at Futian and Lord Chen. As soon as he said that, his palms pressed downward, and countless thunder shot out from those yin-yang 8 trigrams with all the power of divine retribution to destroy all existence. This force had surpassed the ordinary great path of thunder. It was like the primordial force when the world was first created, with the true will of Taichu hidden within the thunder. Many stars began to show cracks, then exploded. Lord Chen had a grave expression on his face as he extended his scepter. Suddenly an unparalleled imperial glory dazzled and shrouded the stars in the heavens, making them immortal so that despite the blasting from the thunder, they were unmoved. Taichu Saint Emperor's expression remained unchanged. Divine swords manifested from these yin-yang 8 trigrams, as if they were the divine swords of Taichu, with awesome power. Millions of them now dropped down at the same time, intending to immolate this corner of the sky. Futian appeared next to Lord Chen. This kind of devastating attack was extremely threatening. Countless divine swords flooded this entire world, and those Taichu divine swords pierced on the stars, causing cracks to appear on them, demonstrating just how terrifying was their attack. At this moment, all the stars in the heavens now lit up with the starry divine light at the same time. These infinite starry divine light shone upon Lord Chen and turned into the immortal stars. He proceeded to walk forward in the direction of the Taichu Saint Emperor. Boom, boom, boom. Those divine swords kept blasting on those stars but failed to break through those immortal stars. Taichu Saint Emperor's expression was cold and domineering as all the divine light from the heavens now gathered upon him. Both of his fists blasted forward, his fist aurora penetrated heaven and earth, punching through the void like the fists of the gods. More violent roaring sounds were heard and made it impossible for Lord Chen to move forward. Cracks began to show on the immortal stars, but Lord Chen still held on to the scepter. All the stars in the heavens revolved around him as the center, and as he waved the scepter in his hand, suddenly, all the stars blasted in the direction of Taichu Saint Emperor. The attacks of the two collided directly, and the resulting force was astounding. The great path boomed and roared as if the entire world they were in was on the verge of collapse and destruction. The sight was beyond horrifying. Futian was protected by the immortal stars, still being guarded by Lord Chen. He did not directly participate in the battle, as if he was just watching this earth-shattering battle on the sideline. Infinite stars attacked without ceasing but could not shake Taichu Saint Emperor, whose infinite divine sword and divine fist possessed extremely terrifying power. Boom! A boundless heavy force manifested as heaven and earth suddenly became leaden. Infinite starry divine light gathered together as the scepter in Lord Chen's hand seemed to merge into the starlight and turned into a starry divine sword. Emperor Chen looked on with a chilling expression on his face. Taichu divine light that was projected from the yin-yang 8 trigrams above the sky gathered together, as infinite thunder, lightning, and sword will gathered to turn into a real thunder sword of tribulation. This was a purple divine sword that contained the true will of Taichu, which illuminated the entire space. It was full of unparalleled destructive power. In the midst of the turbulent waves of destruction, the starry divine sword and the purple divine sword met and collided. In an instant, the entire space seemed to be torn apart, as the infinite great path of divine might flowed into both of their bodies, then surged into the swords they weld, as they swung their weapons at each other for the kill. Yi Futian, as he watched the battle, was forced to acknowledge the fact that Taichu Saint Emperor, who had dominated the Taichu domain for countless years, was indeed much stronger than Lord Chen. If it weren't for Lord Chen's use of the scepter, he might have been overpowered already. Moreover, Taichu Saint Emperor was extremely confident in his own attack that he did not resort to divine arms. Perhaps in his realm, other than imperial arms, any other divine implement no longer had any significance to him. His Taichu force alone was more powerful than any divine arms or weaponry of any kind. Even the eyes of Taichu Saint Emperor had turned into a purple color as the divine light shot at his opponent. Lord Chen's eyes collided with his opponent's as if both of them were releasing their utmost strength in the hopes of destroying the other. Pest, pest. A sharp sound came out, and the two divine swords collided and shattered at the same time, but both men were still moving towards each other. Terrible, destructive power raged within their bodies, but neither took a step back. Buzz. The starry divine light around Lord Chen turned into a star and continued to rush forward. Taichu Saint Emperor morphed into a god of war. While his body was expanding, both of his fists blasted out at the same time and banged on that massive star. The terrifying power swept everything in its vicinity. Yi Futian appeared in the distance but still did not take action, merely watching the battle. He thought that this battle was an excellent trial for Lord Chen because the confrontations between top cultivators were very rare. He had never witnessed a battle of this caliber. The two of them attacked and collided again and again, and their aura became unsteady and shallow as both of them were subjected to powerful attacks. Gradually, they started taking on injuries. But neither gave up and still engaged in the crazy and violent battle, wanting to obliterate the other. Finally, another attack came down as countless stars crushing the void to blast towards Taichu Saint Emperor again. At the same time, the infinite thunder divine sword came down to slay Lord Chen. They did not use the weapon on each other but used themselves to attack their opponent. Rumble. Both Taichu Saint Emperor and Lord Chen suffered violent attacks from the other. When the dust settled, it was obvious that both of their auras were fairly shallow, as they had weakened considerably, and both suffered severe injuries. Continuing to fight would only spell doom to them both. It's time for this to be over, Yi Futian said to himself. He looked at Taichu Saint Emperor and asked, "Do you have any last words?" Taichu Saint Emperor had been dominating Taichu domain for many years. The death of such a remarkable character would be mourned, even by his opponents. Before he died, Yi Futian wondered if there was anything he wanted to say. Last words. Taichu Saint Emperor glanced at Yi Futian and said coldly, "Where did you get that kind of confidence?" As soon as he spoke, Taichu divine sword slammed down toward Yi Futian. If it had not been for Lord Chen's protection, he would have already attacked Yi Futian. However, just when the attack came down, there were wisps of powerful aura that surrounded Yi Futian. With him as the center, this space seemed to be under his absolute control, and the space seemed to enter into a state of stasis. Taichu divine swords were not able to slam down on him. What he saw stunned Taichu Saint Emperor, and he, too, felt the transformation of Yi Futian's aura. It carried the momentum of a cultivator in the tribulation plane and was even stronger than cultivators who had survived the first divine tribulation of the Great Path. He did kill Zhong Miao under his power without resorting to outside objects or forces. Taichu Saint Emperor remembered this, and his heart trembled. Yi Futian's strength was enough to slay someone who had survived the first divine tribulation of the Great Path. Chapter 2544, Requiem of the Holy Land. So that's why. Taichu Saint Emperor stared at Yi Futian. Everyone had greatly underestimated Yi Futian's strength. The people in the divine prefecture only thought that he had great potential, cultivated Buddha's celerity, and could escape cultivators who had survived the second divine tribulation of the Great Path. However, all of them had underestimated Yi Futian's actual combat effectiveness. He was able to kill Zhong Miao with his own strength alone, which meant that his combat effectiveness might have already surpassed that of a cultivator who had survived the first divine tribulation of the Great Path. There was no way to compensate for the gap between cultivators in the tribulation plane and Ren Huang. So, how did Yi Futian do it? The look in Taichu Saint Emperor's eyes changed, but then a cold light flashed across. Even so, what could he do now? Even if Yi Futian was a peerless genius talent, here today, he would be slaughtered. Even if he could slay Zhong Miao on his own, but it was him now that Yi Futian was facing. Kill. As soon as the word was said, the horrific power of Taichu enveloped the boundless space. The divine swords continued to fall, aiming squarely at Yi Futian, intending to kill him on the spot. But at the same time, just as he was making his move, Lord Chen attacked again, as if not allowing him the slightest chance to breathe. On the other side, Yi Futian put his hands together, and a golden light gleamed. The sound of Buddha from the heavens lingered as his body turned into a golden frame. However, a golden divine sword, which contained unparalleled power, appeared. The golden divine sword slew towards the sky above. A roar was heard as it collided with the Taichu divine swords that came down. It was able to demolish the Taichu divine swords and dissipate together with it. Taichu Saint Emperor looked at what just took place. Although his physical condition was not the greatest at the moment, as he was wounded, he was a giant who had survived the second divine tribulation of the Great Path. His attack power was still unparalleled, and Yi Futian was able to block his attack. He didn't have time to maul it over, however. Lord Chen's attacks persisted so that Taichu Saint Emperor could not be distracted to deal with Yi Futian. His divine consciousness moved slightly, and suddenly, countless swords of Taichu fell down in this space, not only aiming at Lord Chen but also at Yi Futian. In this world, the sound of Buddha lingered, resounding throughout this space. Buddhas now appeared all over the sky as they surrounded Yi Futian, with him as the center. There was now a realm of Buddhism. As soon as the hands of the Buddhas moved to gesture the sword technique, the sword of Buddha was unleashed and collided with the Taichu swords. The purpose was not to attack but to defend. Although Yi Futian's realm was still some ways away, he had no problem protecting himself when his opponent was constrained by Lord Chen. The Taichu swords could not break apart the Buddhist domain that he created. At the same time, Yi Futian was suspended in midair. His eyes never left the battlefield, as if he was waiting for an opportunity. The divine light was lingering in the space where Yi Futian was, and the Great Path was one with him and seemed to achieve some kind of resonance with the divine light, which in turn, resonated with his divine body. An incomparable divine light bloomed from him as if he was surrounded by infinite runes, coupled with an incomparable aura of swordsmanship and rule. This did not seem to belong to any kind of way, just pure and undeniable power. When Yi Futian broke the shackles and entered the ninth realm, he realized some fundamental principles about cultivation. What was known as the way and rules were nothing more than man-made notions. When one's power was strong enough to a certain extent, it was itself the rules and the way. There was no such thing as the way in the world. Any cultivator who wished to pursue the ultimate must formulate their own rules and their own way. Buzz. The divine light was dazzling and blinding, as the heavens resonated. Yi Futian's divine body seemed to have turned into a sword body, like that of an invincible and indestructible sword. At this moment, Taichu Saint Emperor felt a strong sense of danger and faintly felt that something was very wrong. It was just like that ominous premonition he had when he was cultivating before. Boom! But how could Lord Chen let go of such a great opportunity? He collided with Taichu Saint Emperor again, which shook the earth. Even the realm they were in was trembling violently as if it was about to collapse. Clearly, he had also felt the dazzling divine light released from Yi Futian and that incomparable power. Almost at the same instant, Yi Futian was on the move. The brilliant sword light was a little blinding and disappeared in a flash. Taichu Saint Emperor shouted as if he had sensed that Yi Futian would unleash this blow. Taichu divine swords were released madly, attempting to block this blow from Yi Futian. However, that light penetrated right through, and all the Taichu divine swords could not stop this sword of path obliteration. When the divine sword passed through, the void seemed to be standing still. Buzz! The sword made contact with Taichu Saint Emperor but failed to penetrate his body. The destructive force raged inside his body like mad, and Taichu Saint Emperor let out a great roar. Get away! The roar shook heaven and earth, and the void seemed to explode because of it. Lord Chen's starry divine sword continued forward, and with a loud bang, the body of Taichu Saint Emperor was rocked violently, as if all his internal organs were about to be shattered. The sword that had stuck into his body went a bit further. Behind this sword, many of the swords of Taichu were annihilated and turned into dust. Puh! Another sword pierced his body. Lord Chen's starry divine sword made its way inside Taichu Saint Emperor. Seeing the two swords stuck into him, Taichu Saint Emperor lowered his head, and suddenly a sense of sadness washed over him. Both of his hands stretched out as he grabbed onto the two swords at the same time and raised his head to look in front of him. I have presided over a domain, and I never expected I would be falling here, like this, today. He sighed and looked up into the sky. Too bad, I won't be seeing what the Imperial realm is like. As soon as his voice fell, the sword light that was formed by Yi Futian pierced through, and a figure appeared there. It was Yi Futian. By this time, the body of Taichu Saint Emperor was shattering with madness, and he was almost gone. I'll see it for you. Yi Futian, whose back was facing Taichu Saint Emperor, now turned to speak to him. Taichu Saint Emperor laughed when he heard this, ignoring the physical pain he was enduring. He turned his head to look at Yi Futian with some difficulty and said, I don't know if it's for good or ill that Donghuang the Great did not kill you. Perhaps the great emperor was too lonely and wanted to see the birth of another great emperor in the divine prefecture. Yi Futian, the future will be yours. I know, Yi Futian responded as he looked at Taichu Saint Emperor. When Taichu Saint Emperor heard those confident and arrogant words, he kept smiling. Then his body exploded as his physical body collapsed. He did not resist anymore, and the phantom of his spiritual soul disappeared little by little. After I die, let the other cultivators in the holy land of Taichu live. With your talent, you don't need to worry about them. Taichu Saint Emperor's voice trailed off in the void as if this was his last will and testament. After today, Taichu would be no more. Very well, Yi Futian agreed. As soon as he said that, the phantom of Taichu Saint Emperor nodded slightly, then disappeared into smoke, and everything turned to dust. This was the end of the giant who had presided over Taichu domain, one of the topmost cultivators of the divine prefecture, Taichu Saint Emperor. In the holy land of Taichu and the outside world, countless people were still looking at the battlefield that was high above the sky. At this moment, they saw that the realm was disappearing, and the aura of the great path was dissipating as well. Many became nervous and unsure as their eyes glued to the place high in the sky. Was this great battle finally over? Had Taichu Saint Emperor been able to vanquish his opponents? Two blurry figures appeared, and soon they saw the two men clearly. One of them, with his white garment and his white hair, stood majestically in the void. The other, holding a scepter, was mighty authoritative. At this moment, countless eyes froze, and the vast space fell into a dead silence. There were no signs of Taichu Saint Emperor, only Yi Futian and Lord Chen. The cultivators from the holy land of Taichu had held on to that last glimmer of hope, but at this moment, there was only endless despair in their eyes, true desperation. Saint Emperor had fallen. The strongest man in all of the holy land of Taichu, the master of Taichu, had perished in this battle. From this day forward, the holy land of Taichu would be something that only existed in history. Likewise, in the outside world, countless many sighed and mourned. A holy land with thousands of years of history that had not crumbled even in times of extreme chaos, and had been preaching in Taichu domain all this time, would disappear on this day? Yi Futian led a powerful group of people here and destroyed it. High above the sky, Yi Futian surveyed the space below. He saw the hatred in their eyes, as well as the despair and various other emotions. But none of this affected Yi Futian. This was the case in the world of cultivation. Once upon a time, Heavenly Mandate Academy was in a similarly desperate position. At the time, the Holy Land of Taichu, as far as Heavenly Mandate Academy was concerned, was an insurmountable foe. They wanted to take over Heavenly Mandate Academy and had participated in the battle that aimed to destroy him. These were all part of that indelible history. Therefore, was the Holy Land of Taichu innocent? Of course not. But the Holy Land of Taichu was the Holy Land of preaching in Taichu domain. He came with his people to destroy it, so it was natural that he would be hated by some. He didn't explain anything, he didn't even want to say anything more. Other cultivators gathered and returned to Yi Futian's side. All 3 great cultivators in the Tribulation Plain were killed. No one in the Holy Land of Taichu would resist them now. With the death of Taichu Saint Emperor, everything was over. Palace Lord, do you want to? Murongyu looked at Yi Futian, then glanced at the cultivators below, causing countless people to tremble. Their lives and deaths were now in the hands of the others. Would Yi Futian slaughter those cultivators in the Holy Land of Taichu? One order from him, and everyone in the Holy Land of Taichu would lose their lives. Let's go back, said Yi Futian. He then turned around to leave this place, with other cultivators in tow. Murongyu understood what he meant, and looked down at the space below before he, too, turned to leave with the rest. Many of them breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a little fortunate. Watching those disappearing figures in the distance and the Holy Land of Taichu that was left in ruins, they were filled with great emotions. This was the end of an era. Chapter 2545, Making a Complaint. Taichu Domain, Domain Chief's Manor. In front of a great hall, Domain Chief of Taichu stood there. In front and below him, a group of men was also standing there, bowing to salute him. What is it? The Domain Chief of Taichu asked. As the Domain Chief's manor in Taichu Domain, its strength was frightening indeed, and the chief was no different. He was an extremely powerful man who was disturbed during his cultivation, but he was not angry. He knew that if they had to disturb him during his cultivation, something serious must have happened. Chief, we just got the news that the Holy Land of Taichu has been destroyed, a man bowed and said. Even as the chief of Taichu Domain, his heart skipped a beat, and a terrifying divine ray came out of his eyes. The Holy Land of Taichu, annihilated? What happened? He looked squarely forward, and an invisible aura permeated from him. As the chief of Taichu Domain, he knew the strength of the Holy Land of Taichu better than anyone. How could it actually be destroyed by someone? For a while, even he couldn't quite believe it and didn't react fast enough. Yi Futian led the cultivators from Ziwei Segmentum and went to the Holy Land of Taichu for the express purpose of annihilating it. All 3 great cultivators in the Tribulation Plain in the Holy Land of Taichu were slain. Taichu Saint Emperor was also killed by the Supreme Elder of the Ziwei Imperial Palace. The man responded, and it was a reply that made the chief's heart trembled violently. Yi Futian, Ziwei Imperial Palace. Did Ziwei Imperial Palace, under Yi Futian's rule, now possessed the terrifying power to destroy the Holy Land of Taichu? As far as he knew, the Supreme Elder of the Ziwei Imperial Palace was a cultivator who had survived the first divine tribulation of the Great Path. Since he was able to kill Taichu Saint Emperor, he must have had a breakthrough in realm. First, Yi Futian and the West Imperial Palace joined forces to excavate the inheritance of the ancient emperor. Then he started making the elixirs according to the inheritance. After that, the Supreme Elder of Ziwei Imperial Palace had a breakthrough, paving the way for Yi Futian and those from the Imperial Palace to destroy Taichu. It seemed that he had produced some extraordinary elixirs. It was very likely that it was on the level of the sub-divine elixirs. Now, there are forces in the Divine Prefecture who wanted to ally to vanquish and destroy the Ziwei Segmentum. It seems that it will not be easy, the Domain Chief of Taichu said in a low voice after he got over the initial shock. Previously, Yi Futian single-handedly plowed through the Domain Chief's manor in the West Sea Domain, and his assassinations of those within the manor had completely overpowered Chief Shihai. Now, he simply led his cultivators into Taichu and annihilated it. Yi Futian was using the Holy Land of Taichu to instill fear in everyone else in the Divine Prefecture. The reason why he didn't choose the domain chief's manor was probably due to some considerations regarding Donghuang Imperial Palace. After all, the domain chief's manor was directly under the command of the Imperial Palace. Otherwise, how could the likes of Donghua domain chief's manor continue to live to this day? Divine Prefecture is going to be an exciting place to be, he muttered to himself, then turned to leave. First was the chaos in the original realm, then Yi Futian's campaigns of aggressions inside the Divine Prefecture. This storm was just intensifying, and no one knew what the future held. But the prelude of a new era seemed to have started already, and it would most likely involve multiple worlds. Who would become the main players in these troubled times? Because Taichu Domain Chief's manor was located in Taichung Domain, it was the first to receive news. Soon, the news spread to all domains within the Divine Prefecture. Every top principality gradually learned of the destruction of the Holy Land of Taichu and the fall of Taichu Saint Emperor. For a while, everyone was shocked beyond belief. At the same time, many principalities were greatly alarmed. Those that wanted to form an alliance to crusade against the Ziwei Segmentum were worried, especially those forces that had a history of long-standing grudges with Yi Futian feared that Yi Futian would target them next. After all, in the land of Divine Prefecture, there were not many forces who could claim to be much stronger than the Holy Land of Taichu. If Yi Futian could take his people and destroy Taichu, it meant that he could probably destroy most of the forces in the Divine Prefecture. After Yi Futian destroyed the Holy Land of Taichu, he returned to the Ziwei Segmentum. Although everyone knew that the passage connecting the Divine Prefecture and Ziwei Segmentum was located on the Four-Corner Continent, no one dared to go there and try anything unseemly. In Four-Corner Village on the Four-Corner Continent was a mysterious existence. This existence may be an ancient emperor-level figure, so who was bold enough to provoke him? After Yi Futian and the others returned to the Ziwei Segmentum, they were very satisfied with the outcome of the battle. After they slew the 3 Tribulation Plain cultivators in the Holy Land of Taichu, it effectively no longer existed. This battle also served as a deterrent to a certain degree, enough to make those forces that wanted to make a move on the Ziwei Segmentum think twice. In the Starry Cultivation Court, Yi Futian was counting the relics left behind by Taichu Saint Emperor and found many precious items, especially one of the crystals. When his divine consciousness invaded into it, he seemed to have entered a tumultuous world of space. Strands of invisible air currents flowed about. It was as if it was the beginning, when heaven and earth were first created. What was even more astounding was that a group of words appeared in this invisible air current as a sound came into his ears. The way of heaven is to take from what has in excess to make good what is deficient, the voice said, and it was precisely what was written by those words. They turned into a voice and floated into his mind. Taichu. The beginning, Yi Futian murmured. This was the true will of Taichung, and it was a part of an inheritance. According to legends in the Divine Prefecture, Taichu Saint Emperor was not a stunning figure of genius talent years ago. Yet, he managed to stand at the top of the Divine Prefecture and became a giant figurehead. It seemed that it had something to do with this item and that he did not achieve his comprehension by himself but with the assistance of a treasure. Yi Futian continued to feel within the atmosphere and didn't come out until after quite some time. He watched the purple crystal floating in front of him, and a strange brilliance flashed across his eyes. This was probably the greatest gain of the trip. The way of heaven is to take from what has in excess to make good what is deficient. Yi Futian muttered to himself. Taichu meant the beginning. He did not expect that he would obtain this unexpected gift after slaying Taichu Saint Emperor. This could be considered a significant gain. The heavenly path was imperfect. What would happen if one was to cultivate Taichu, the beginning? When his thought turned to this, Yi Futian immediately summoned many cultivators like Lord Taixian, Sky River Great Elder, Emperor Nan, Xiao Dingtian, and other cultivators who once reigned in the original realm. Currently, these people belonged to Heavenly Mandate Palace. Although they were not the strongest, they were Yi Futian's day ones. After all, they had been through everything with Yi Futian from the original realm until today. After so many battles of life and death, emotionally, they surpassed the cultivators from Four Corner Village in importance. However, Yi Futian was not concerned about emotions but cultivation. Yi Futian looked at Lord Taishian, who was once the college chief of Heavenly Mandate Academy and the head of this particular group. He looked solemnly at Lord Taishian and said, "This purple crystal is extraordinary and is a divine object, obtained by me after the slaying of Taichu Saint Emperor. Take it and cultivate with it, and everyone present here may use it to cultivate as well, but do not pass it to the outside. To pass on an item like this to the outside may cause the covetousness of the outsiders. Even within Ziwei Imperial Palace itself, some people might become askew in their perception of things." Understood, Lord Taishian nodded and felt the importance in which Yi Futian held this item. He knew that this item must be extraordinarily precious, so that Yi Futian was so serious. The cultivation of this method can be supplemented by medicinal elixirs. Perhaps there is an opportunity to reshape your cultivation, so try it first, Yi Futian said. Everyone was quite surprised when they heard it, reshaping the cultivation. After the arrangements were made, Yi Futian summoned the others to distribute all the treasures he had received, and all of it was rewarded to the cultivators from the 3 halls. He did not keep anything for himself, and none of his protectors like Chen Yi or Blind Tai received anything from the lot. But these protectors were his closest confidants and were considered those in his innermost circle, so they wouldn't care about things like that. After the distribution, Yi Futian sat cross-legged and took out a mirror. Then, he saw a beautiful image appeared in the mirror. "You actually destroyed the holy land of Taichu?" Shi Qiao's beautiful eyes were full of amazement. She was extremely shocked after she received the news. Yi Futian had led people to destroy the holy land of Taichu so quickly. This was not indicative of his growth alone. Still, the entire Ziwei Imperial Palace was also rapidly growing stronger and could deter major principalities within the Divine Prefecture. "Why do you ask if you already knew?" Yi Futian asked instead. Shi Kaiyaro smiled and staring at Yi Futian through the mirror, "You have given the Divine Prefecture a really big surprise. Now, I am afraid many people won't have a good night's sleep because of it. I heard that the chief of Donghua Domain left the Domain Chief's manor immediately after he got the news and was joined by Chief Shahai and the others as they embarked to Donghuang Imperial Palace." "Go to the Imperial Palace?" Yi Futian looked surprised. Shi Kaiyaro nodded. "You had just destroyed a giant-level principality in the Divine Prefecture. I think you have to go to the Imperial Palace to inform them. If the Imperial Palace gave the word, then there would be no holding back in acting against Ziwei Segmentum. Even just a warning from the Imperial Palace would be enough for you to behave yourself. After all, the chief of Donghua Domain doesn't want to end up like Taichu Saint Emperor." Yi Futian looked unconvinced. Would this work? The top figure in the world of cultivation, the chief of Domain Chief's Palace, had actually gone to Donghuang Imperial Palace to make a complaint. However, from this, Yi Futian could see the fear that some people and some principalities had towards him. After the holy land of Taichu was destroyed, presumably, these principalities must have felt threatened, hence, they visited Donghuang Imperial Palace to make a complaint about him. In addition, now that you caused this ruckus, the alliance will no longer be on the outside but in the dark. So, you may find that the threats seem to have weakened on the outside, but the tides are actually moving where you can't see them, and that's even more dangerous. You have to be really careful, Shi Kaiyaro reminded him. The total destruction of the holy land of Taichu was a warning to everyone. They would not dare to form an alliance on the surface because they were concerned about Yi Futian's retribution. However, underneath, things might be even more frightening. Given the opportunity, these people would definitely not let them live. Be especially careful with Tianyang City. As far as I know, some principalities had been wanting to push Tianyang City forward as a leader. Ziwei Segmentum may be strong, but it would not be able to shake Tianyang City, which won't end up like the holy land of Taichu. Once Tianyang City agrees to take action against Ziwei Segmentum, things would become very thorny, said Shi Kaiyao. All right, Yi Futian nodded with a grave expression on his face. The moment he became known as the heir of Emperor Yi Qing, he instantly became the common enemy of the Divine Prefecture, with an unknown number of people wanting to move and destroy him. Even in Ziwei Segmentum, this danger was ever present, and he dared not discount any possibilities or threats. Yi Futian knew that what he should focus on the most right now was to cultivate even harder and break through to the tribulations plane as soon as possible. He needed to become an existence that transcended Renhuang. If he could break through the ninth realm, he was sure he would be able to deal with the vast majority of cultivators in the divine prefecture, including those giant figures whose names awed the world. However, such goals in cultivation could not be achieved overnight. It hadn't been long since he had his breakthrough. He still needed time. Chapter 2546 Grand Occasion in Tianyang City. Yi Futian was cultivating in the starry cultivation court when old Ma came to him. "Uncle Ma, what's up?" Yi Futian asked. "Cultivators from the Dark Court and the Empty Divine Realm have come to the Ziwei Imperial Palace, asking to see you," old Ma replied to Yi Futian. In the land of the original realm, the cultivators of all the major worlds had always been there, not just those forces from the divine prefecture. For a while before this, when Yi Futian was fighting with the powers in the divine prefecture, the Dark Court and the Empty Divine Realm were watching quietly on the side. But now, they were here as well. By now, the Ziwei segmentum had been opened up, so it was not surprising that the others could come here. Moreover, the Dark World and Empty Divine Realm dared to send emissaries here, which was a bold move. After all, the grievances between them were deep and well publicized. In the Ziwei segmentum, it was not difficult if Yi Futian wanted to do away with them. Little junior brother. At this time, someone else was here. It was Zhuge Mingyu. Zhuge Mingyu's cultivation was not high, but now she was the deputy lord of Tianyu Palace, managing many things. Even in Ziwei Imperial Palace, there were things that she was busy handling. "I know that you had deep conflicts with the Dark Court in the past, and you are determined to destroy those who were involved back then. But we are in an extremely precarious situation now, and I think it would be good for you to receive them." Zhuge Mingyu said to Yi Futian, "Even if they are our enemies, you can use them. Now, we are facing pressures from the divine prefecture. It might be uncomfortable to entreat with the Dark Court and the Empty Divine Realm, but at Donghuang Imperial Palace will take notice." Old Ma nodded and said, "That's right. The great forces of Divine Prefecture, Dark Court, and Empty Divine Realm are destined to stand opposite each other. Ziwei segmentum is unique because we do not belong to any one of these forces in the original realm. Under this circumstance, if we make too many enemies or angered any force, we might be wiped out. Ziwei segmentum may be powerful, but those god-level forces could destroy them without a second thought. It was just a question of whether or not they wanted to go through the trouble. Back then, you had dealt with two god-level forces on behalf of the divine prefecture and created even more frictions between you and the Dark World. Despite that, they still wanted to win you over only because the enemy of my enemy is my friend. You are the heir of Emperor Yi Qing, the sworn enemy of Donghuang the Great, and that's why they are willing to let go of their previous grievances." Zhuge Mingyu continued to persuade Yi Futian. "Under this condition, you are already a public enemy of all of Divine Prefecture. If you further alienate the Dark World and the Empty Divine Realm, never mind all these other principalities in the Divine Prefecture, just these two powers alone could annihilate Ziwei segmentum if they were antagonized. On the other hand, if you care to deal with the Dark Court and the Empty Divine Realms diplomatically, we don't form an alliance, but neither do we refuse them. It might be enough to keep Donghuang Imperial Palace at bay. If the Imperial Palace wants to make a move on us, it must consider first whether it would propel us to join either the Dark Court or the Empty Divine Realm." Zhuge Mingyu was someone who knew Yi Futian best. He despised evil and dishonesty more than anything in the world, and there was no room for any wrongdoings or injustice in his eyes. However, her careful analysis of their current situation facing the Ziwei segmentum was convincing. Though Ziwei segmentum seemed to be booming, in reality, dangers were lurking all around, and they stood to lose everything with the slightest indiscretion and carelessness. After all, Ziwei Imperial Palace did not belong to any forces among the many god-level forces, so it was really trying to survive between the cracks. That was why she had been reasoning with Yi Futian, worried that he would act impulsively. Yi Futian understood what Zhuge Mingyu was saying. It seemed that his second senior sister had been thinking a lot about the current situation as it stood. Now that they were on the right track and became stronger with each step, One wrong step could send them to the abyss that awaited them. Yi Futian understood as well that if those imperial-level forces really wanted to move against Ziwei Segmentum, there was no existence that they could not destroy. Little junior brother, you need time, Ziwei Segmentum needs time, and Yusheng also needs time. Zhuge Mingyu said, if it puts you in an uncomfortable position, I can ask the Supreme Elder and other lords to meet with them. For them, time was the most precious currency. Their potential was not inconsiderable. In the distant devil world, Yusheng was also working hard on becoming greater and stronger. I'll go, Yi Futian said. Ziwei Segmentum was not his alone. As the king of Ziwei Segmentum, he needed to be responsible to everyone within it. Prepare a banquet to entertain the emissaries from the Dark Court and the empty divine realm, Yi Futian said. He tried to suppress the disgust he felt. If it were before, he would only want to kill these people from the Dark Court. However, now he was willing to compromise and deal with them. Very good, I will arrange it now, Zhuge Mingyu said with a small smile, then turned to leave. Yi Futian took a deep breath and looked at the many cultivators in the starry sky. All these familiar faces meant serious responsibilities and a long way to go, and he still needed to work harder for their sake. Those who came to the Dark Court and the empty divine realm this time were all very distinguished individuals. At the Ziwei Imperial Palace banquet, Yi Futian hosted a feast to welcome the cultivators from these two major principalities. We heard that Ren Huangyi had returned from the Western world and slayed the cultivators of the Tribulation Plane in the Western Sea Domain Chief's manor, as well as the breakthrough in realm by the Supreme Elder of Ziwei Imperial Palace. Many congratulations to Palace Lord Yi, the cultivator from the Dark Court said with a smile. You are too polite, Yi Futian replied. I don't know what we can do for you to take this trip here. We want to work with Ren Huangyi, a cultivator from Dark Court said without beating around the bush. Work together, how? Yi Futian asked. Ren Huangyi is a descendant of Emperor Yi Qing, whose long-standing grievances with Divine Prefecture needs no more description. And now, all the forces in Divine Prefecture regard Ren Huangyi as a thorn in their sides, and some have even declared Ren Huangyi as a public enemy of Divine Prefecture. As we speak, conspiracy abound in Divine Prefecture, aiming to bring down Ziwei and kill Ren Huangyi. I'm sure Ren Huangyi knew all of this already, the man continued bluntly. More important, he said that Yi Futian was a descendant of Emperor Yi Qing, not his heir. Yi Futian nodded. With such a background, the forces in Divine Prefecture would definitely not let up on Ren Huangyi. And then there is Donghuang the Great. Although he agreed not to take action against you personally, it does not mean that the other cultivators in the Imperial Palace won't either. Ziwei Imperial Palace is in a place of isolation. Its eradication is just a matter of time. The man now employed a more threatening tone without the slightest pretense. So? Yi Futian asked with a smile. So, will Ren Huangyi consider joining forces with us to form an alliance and expel these powers of the Divine Prefecture from the original realm, slaughter them all, and carve up the original realm? The cultivator from the empty divine realm said in a low voice, with a palpable sense of serious aggression and ambition. They intended to start a war of extermination in the original realm, expel Divine Prefecture, and become the new rulers of the original realm. Ziwei Imperial Palace is not as powerful as the Dark Court and the empty divine realms in size or influence. The slightest carelessness will cause a disaster of extinction for us. This is a major decision that should not be made lightly. Yi Futian spoke nonchalantly, but inside, he laughed coldly at the suggestion. If the Divine Prefecture was expelled and destroyed, then Ziwei Segmentum was probably the next on the list. At that time, if they were to ask Ziwei Segmentum to submit, was he to agree or not? If he were to refuse, they would be destroyed outright. Right now, Divine Prefecture is already in discussion about the destruction of Ziwei Segmentum. Is Ren Huangyi aware of it? The man pressed. I heard of something like that, but the Ziwei Segmentum is still able to contend with some forces in the Divine Prefecture. If they really want to destroy Ziwei Segmentum, we will make them pay for it. Yi Futian's voice was cold, and he did that deliberately. He figured these two principalities would at least be willing to sit on the sideline and watch such a fight taking place. Very well, Since Ren Huangyi is so confident, we won't say much more. In the future, if Ren Huangyi needs any help, just let us know, and we will be here as reinforcements. The other man said with a smile, as for some of our previous grievances. No need to mention it, Yi Futian interrupted. That's the best, the other man nodded with a smile. It seemed as if both parties had forgotten their previous grievances. As to what they were really thinking of inside, it was anyone's guess. Perhaps, each couldn't wait to swallow the other. In this banquet, the two parties interacted with pretense and diplomacy, but each was secretly hatching its own plan. Yi Futian personally sent them off when they parted ways, waving goodbyes to the cultivators from the two major forces as if they had been allies for ages. Only they knew exactly what they were thinking inside their hearts. Outside the Ziwei segmentum, the cultivators of the Dark Court and the empty Divine Realm wore an icy look on their faces as they traveled in the air, saying, I didn't expect that Yi Futian would be able to let go of the grievances of the past. It seems that these years had changed him greatly. Everyone has to grow up, and Yi Futian is no different. This time he was cooperating with our visit, and it was a show for all of Divine Prefecture and Donghuang Imperial Palace. This way, Donghuang Imperial Palace shouldn't be interfering anymore and will probably just let him fight it out with the other forces in the Divine Prefecture to see who's the last man standing. We will show our hands when a winner eventually emerges, the cultivator from the Dark Court said coldly. If Yi Futian were really willing to surrender, perhaps they would let Yi Futian live. But they knew very well that Yi Futian was born with an arrogant nature, and even when he tried to pretend, it was not convincing, so how could he really be willing to surrender? Sooner or later, he would be theirs. When Yi Futian and the others returned to Ziwei Imperial Palace, Zhuge Mingyu asked, how was it? They were all tricksters, Yi Futian said indifferently. Not a word out of them was true. It's all an act, using each other. Zhuge Mingyu said, too bad we are trying to survive in the cracks, and you had to endure all this. Senior sister, what are you talking about? It is what I should have done, and there was no suffering to speak of. Yi Futian continued, they all wanted to destroy Ziwei, but they don't think now is the right time. I feel the same way, and it's just that my strength is not up to par yet. Thank you, Zhuge Mingyu said with a smile while looking at that handsome face. There was a softness in her beautiful eyes. She had always treated this little junior brother as one of her own. When Yi Futian first entered the cottage, he was only 18 years old, just like her little brother. However, there was too much on his shoulders at the moment. In the 10,100th years of the Divine Prefecture calendar, Tianyang City held the Div Prefecture Sri's Armorer competition and invited all the forces in Divine Prefecture to observe the ceremony. This Armorer competition was held once a century and was a grand event in Tianyang City. It was an extremely important occasion every time it was held. Tianyang City had convened the cultivators from all sides to attend. For a time, responders from Divine Prefecture gathered here. Many giant-level principalities responded to Tianyang City and directly dispatched cultivators to set off for Tianyang City to watch the Armorer competition. Among them, there were several major domain chiefs' manors. In the past, these domain chiefs' manors had never participated, but this time, they had embarked on the journey to attend. The meaning behind this phenomenon was intriguing. Was it really the Armorer competition they wished to participate, or was it a pretext for them to all meet in Tianyang City together? Chapter 2547, Tianyang City. Tianyang City was organizing the Armorer competition. Just as the news that the various cultivators of the Divine Prefecture were coming to Tianyang City got out, Yi Futian received this news from Shi Kaiyao. Shi Kaiyao told Yi Futian through the mirror, the Armorer competition is a long-standing tradition of Tianyang City. However, this time it is somewhat different. A few domain chiefs' manor will be in attendance. On the surface, it will appear to be a grand occasion for armorers. Yet, they might be meeting in secret to discuss how to deal with the Ziwei segmentum. This is the best opportunity to convince Tianyang City to use imperial arms for the various forces. Responded Yi Futian as he nodded. He also realized this. However, the various forces were all participating in the Armorer competition. This was the tradition of Tianyang City. Some forces who bore no ill will towards the Ziwei Segmentum would also send members to participate in the event. He couldn't just attack all the forces who participated in the event. I heard that the cultivators of the Dark Court and the Empty Divine Realm have already paid a visit to the Ziwei Segmentum? Shi Kaiyao asked. Goddess Kaiyao, you are certainly well informed, said Yi Futian. Shi Kaiyao smiled and replied, it is not that I am well informed. The two major forces did not try to keep it a secret at all. The various forces of the Divine Prefecture, including Donghuang Imperial Palace, all know about this. They clearly did so deliberately. I am sure you understand their motives for doing so. You should still be wary of these two major forces. I know, said Yi Futian as he nodded his head. He naturally knew this. These two major forces certainly hoped to force him to be at absolute odds with Donghuang Imperial Palace and the forces of the Divine Prefecture. That way, he would join or even rely on them and be under their control. The last time they visited him, both forces bore their own sinister agendas. How do you plan to handle the matters in Tianyang City? Shi Kaiyao asked. If the forces in Tianyang City agree to use imperial arms, it will pose a certain level of threat towards the Ziwei Segmentum. This is not something I can control, replied Yi Futian. However, I should at least make my stand clear to them. It seems like the eradication of the Holy Land of Taichu was not a strong enough deterrent to stop everyone in the Divine Prefecture from targeting me. In that case, I'll play by ear. I'll cross that bridge when I come to it. Shi Kaiyao said, West Imperial Palace will also head towards Tianyang City. If there's any news, I'll share it with you at once. All right. Yi Futian nodded and said, I might make a trip there too. You want to come to Tianyang City? Shi Kaiyao revealed a worried expression as she said, even though you're proficient in celerity, it's still quite risky since Tianyang City will be filled with cultivators then. It will be dangerous, especially because there are imperial arms in the city. If Yi Futian were captured by the others, everything they had achieved so far would be in vain. My arrival will not threaten the safety of Tianyang City. They can't use imperial arms on a small fry like me, Yi Futian said. If I go, I'll act cautiously. All right, Shi Kaiyao nodded and said. If you need anything, just let me know. Yi Futian nodded, and the two of them ended their conversation. Under the starry sky, Yi Futian had a cold look in his eyes. The Ziwei Segmentum was an independent body. It was indeed the weakest among all the major forces in the world. If he compared the Ziwei Segmentum with the various forces of the Divine Prefecture alone, he had nothing to fear. However, Donghuang Imperial Palace was backing the Divine Prefecture. The Dark World and the Empty Divine Realm were also all major worlds. Only the Ziwei Segmentum was a small world that had been sealed away from the outside world for many years. If Great Emperor Ziwei was alive, then the Ziwei Segmentum could also stand on the same level as the other worlds. Unfortunately, Great Emperor Ziwei was no longer around, and Master had reached an understanding with Donghuang the Great. Now, the Ziwei Segmentum could only rely on him to grow. In Tianyang City of the Divine Prefecture, Tianyang City was the largest city in the Tianyang domain. There was no dispute there. Tianyang domain was a domain of Armorous. Back when Tianyang the Great was still alive, Tianyang City was glorious. Although it had been many years, the current Tianyang City was still the undisputed #1 Armorer Holy Land in the Divine Prefecture. It had always been a place where cultivators flocked to, even top-level cultivators. It was already a place where cultivators gathered on a normal day, let alone during the armorer competition held once a century. This entire year of the Divine Prefecture calendar was unique to the Divine Prefecture. The year 10100 of the Divine Prefecture calendar coincided with the Tianyang City Armorer Fest. For a time, it attracted the attention of the world. The entire Divine Prefecture had its sights on Tianyang City. Many taverns in Tianyang City were fully booked. The main streets were also crowded with people. The trade areas for divine arms and ritual implements were even more overcrowded. Some people jokingly said that one could easily hit a high-level Renhuang if they cast a stone into the crowd. There were countless continents in the Divine Prefecture and numerous cultivators. Aside from the superpowers at the top, there were many more top-level forces beneath them. This time, many of these forces had come. During the Armor Fest every century, Tianyang City would not just organize the armor competition. They would also bring out many top-level ritual implements and even some sub-divine arms for trading. Hence, each time the Armor Fest came around, it would stir up the divine prefecture. Cultivators would gather from far and wide, and even giant-level figures would personally come here. Rumor has it that cultivators from other worlds will make their way into Tianyang City, someone commented on the streets as they discussed this grand occasion. Cultivators from other worlds, someone asked. Responded the person who had spoken first. The cultivators of the dark world, the empty divine realm, and the human realm might all appear. However, the conflict between the dark world and the empty divine realm with the divine prefecture has always run deep. If they came, they should have done so in secret. They would not reveal their identities. Would they be so daring? If they were exposed, wouldn't they be slaughtered by the forces of the divine prefecture? It wouldn't be that easy. The forces of the divine prefecture wouldn't dare to simply attack the cultivators from the dark court and empty mountain. They might have come to obtain some incredible sub-divine arms. Of course, I still wish for members of Donghuang Imperial Palace to be here the most. Would Donghuang the Great also send people over? He will, replied the other party as he nodded his head. 100 years ago, in the year 10,000 of the divine prefecture calendar, he sent a divine general over to congratulate Tianyang City for organizing the Armor Fest. There shouldn't be an exception this time. Rumor also has it that Princess Donghuang has already grown up and is a peerless beauty. I wonder whether we will have the chance to meet her. I am looking forward to that happening. Princess Donghuang, exclaimed the person beside him as he was similarly fascinated. Princess Donghuang was a proud daughter of heaven and the only daughter of Donghuang the Great. What status she had! Donghuang the Great ruled over the divine prefecture and had only one offspring. Princess Donghuang was showered with his affections. However, rumor has it that Princess Donghuang was very independent. Aside from her peerless beauty, she also had extraordinary talent and was one of the top cultivators. In Tianyang City, such conversation was everywhere. Everyone was looking forward to this grand occasion. Countless prominent figures, monstrous existences, as well as giant-level figures who were renowned far and wide had arrived. Of course, they were also looking forward to the divine arms that Tianyang City would present. Tianyang City had always been generous during the Armor Fest that happened once a century. It would naturally not be an exception this time. The City Lord Office was the ruling force of Tianyang City. It was also an inheritance of the Wang family, one of the ancient god clans. Wang clan was renowned for their blacksmith skills. They had trained and produced many blacksmith masters. These blacksmith masters had families of their own and became the rulers of various clans in Tianyang City. Gradually, the influences of the Wang family spanned the entire city. They became the rulers of Tianyang City. The manor of the Wang family also became the City Lord Office. At the moment, cultivators gradually arrived at the City Lord Office. The cultivators from the Wang family came out to greet the guests personally. However, Lord of Tianyang City did not come out personally. Only a few people in the entire divine prefecture were worthy of him greeting them personally at the door. In the hall of the City Lord Office, Lord of Tianyang City sat at a raised seat while listening to the reports of cultivators below. They were updating him on the identities of the cultivators who had come. Is there any news from the Imperial Palace? Lord of Tianyang City asked. His biggest concern was clearly still Donghuang Imperial Palace. A century ago, the Imperial Palace sent a divine general over to join the fest. It should be the same this time around. There will most likely be news soon, someone replied. Lord of Tianyang City nodded in agreement. The Armor Fest took place once every century. The Wang family placed great importance on it. It was both a major event in Tianyang City and an ancient ritual. Right at the moment, someone walked in from outside. The person said, "Clan leader, the Imperial Palace has sent their reply." What did they say? Lord of Tianyang City inquired. After receiving the invitation, The imperial palace said they will send a representative over to join the fest and congratulate us, the person replied. Do you know who will come as the representative? The gaze of Lord of Qianyang City was piercing. He seemed to be rather excited. The person said, I don't know the details. However, according to my speculation, it will most likely be Spear Emperor Duyu, one of the divine generals. Another person commented, Spear Emperor Duyu is a direct disciple of the great emperor. He survived the divine tribulation 10 years ago. Currently, his ability is ranked among the top of the 9 divine generals. He is quite a prestigious guest to have for our fest. I heard that Spear Emperor Duyu has always been by Princess Donghuang's side. Lord of Qianyang City asked. He is the direct disciple of the great emperor. It's normal for him to have some thoughts about her, someone answered. Princess Donghuang has been cultivating for nearly a century and has become a top figure. She is also the only daughter of the great emperor. Countless people in the divine prefecture have their eyes on her. If she can come to our fest this time, the Lord of Qianyang City mumbled. His tone carried a hint of excitement. The people who stood below all nodded. Their gazes shifted to look at the person who stood beside Lord of Qianyang City. This person had an extraordinary temperament, yet he stood quietly on a side and had not commented. As mentioned by the underlings, currently, countless great men in the divine prefecture had their eyes on Princess Donghuang. Regardless of how extraordinary Princess Donghuang was, she was a woman after all. Everyone in the divine prefecture desired to become the son-in-law of Donghuang the Great. If they could win her heart, they might even be able to join Donghuang Imperial Palace. Unfortunately, Princess Donghuang seemed only to be interested in cultivation. Chapter 2548, 13th Flight. Many cultivators entered Qianyang City every day over the past few days. Right now, among the vast crowd, there was a tall, slender figure who wore a silver mask. His eyes were shining bright like stars, yet no aura radiated from him. He appeared to be an ordinary person. However, true cultivators understood that for a person to retract their aura to the point that it couldn't even be detected, they were undoubtedly top-level cultivators who had cultivated special techniques. Their abilities were definitely super powerful. The more a person like this could not be seen through, the more frightening they actually were. This person was Futian, who had come from the Ziwei segmentum. Qianyang City was having such a grand occasion. He wouldn't miss out on the fun. However, he naturally couldn't just waltz into Qianyang City as Futian. He would immediately be targeted if he did so. Right now, his silver hair was gone and was jet black. He wore a silver mask and silver robes. The robes were smooth like a mirror. It was apparent at a glance that these robes were no ordinary robes. His attire could be said to be very overt. A silver mask and silver robes, in addition to no aura being emitted, would instead draw the attention of others more easily. Others would guess that he was no ordinary figure. This was also the effect that Futian desired. The more overt he was on the surface, the more he would not draw attention. The more one intentionally tried to hide something, the more likely it would cause suspicion. This was what Daoist monk Mu taught him. Before Daoist monk Mu stole the deity map, he had openly set up a stall right next to the Breeze Pavilion to trade elixirs and other treasures. He even had dealings with the Breeze Pavilion leader Li Qingfeng, and they got to know each other. He was anything but low profile. When the deity map was stolen, the Breeze Pavilion sealed off Jiui City to search for hidden cultivators. However, they never suspected that it was Daoist monk Mu who had been doing business right under their noses. This was a proper use of human psychology. Moreover, so many people had come to Qianyang City now, including monstrous figures, mysterious cultivators, and even hermits. There were countless people like these, and Futian was but one among them. Even if he were overt, he would not draw too much attention. Rumor has it that even the direct disciple of Donghuang the Great, Spear Emperor Duyu, had come to offer congratulations and observe the ceremonies. Futian was insignificant compared to him. As Futian entered Qianyang City, he sensed a sharp, lively aura sweep over him. There was an air of prosperity around him. Qianyang City was like a divine arm erected in the middle of the continent. It gave off an ethereal, sharp vibe. The entire city seemed to be alive with color. It was a golden city of divine arms. This was the #1 holy land for armorists in the divine prefecture. Now, Futian was setting up alchemy in the Ziwei segmentum. He wanted Ziwei Imperial Palace to become the world's most powerful holy land for alchemy. However, from the looks of it now, the difference between Ziwei Imperial Palace's alchemy faculties and Tianyang City's armories was like the difference between heaven and earth. They could not even be compared. Futian quietly walked around in Tianyang City, feeling the current atmosphere in the city. In the streets, most people were discussing the Armia Fest. Rumor has it that cultivators from many top forces had already arrived and established themselves in Tianyang City. Among these forces was the ancient god clan. Futian came to a stall and traded a map of Tianyang City. Although Tianyang City was just a city, it was the main city of the Tianyang domain. It was vast, had a huge population with many top forces. Of course, the most prestigious were still the various armories. This being Futian's first time here, he naturally needed to explore the city first. After Futian obtained his map, he first checked out the main armorer forces of Tianyang City. He then found a place known as Silver Spear Flight, also called 13th Flight. Silver Spear Flight was one of the armor forces of Tianyang City. It had a long history. Rumor has it that the founder was a figure who followed Tianyang the Great. The silver spear of the founder was renowned. Silver Spear Flight would later become the name of this force. They specialized in forging silver spears and were the holy land for spears. Of course, Silver Spear Flight was under the jurisdiction of Wang Clan, the city lord office. For the occasion of the armorer competition, the various armorer forces of Tianyang City brought out their treasures to be exchanged. Silver Spear Flight was naturally no exception. Right now, in Silver Spear Flight, many cultivators were gathered. Within Silver Spear Flight, there was a gigantic open space. Many cultivators were gathered there. Before the open space was 13th Flight. All the figures who were seated in it were members of Silver Spear Flight as well as cultivators from the top forces of Tianyang City. Right now, the tiered tower was filled with people. They sat at the edge of the tower while chatting and sipping tea. Their gazes were focused on the empty space before the tower. Cultivators from all around were gathered at the center of the empty space. There were cultivators from 13th Flight. In their midst, there was a row of long silver spears. Each silver spear was an imperial rank ritual implement. Futian was also among the crowd. He had come here for a long spear. Coincidentally, his attire matched a silver spear very well. If he had a silver spear, he would look extremely heroic, as though he was reborn and was a completely different person from before. He would immediately become a powerful spear emperor. Hence, Futian had come here to the holy land of spears. Futian looked towards the row of long spears ahead. Their number just happened to coincide with 13th Flight. There were a total of 13 long spears. They were smooth, and each spear was silver. They appeared to all be the same, yet if one sensed carefully, they could detect that each of the 13 spears emanated different auras. Of the 13 spears, 12 of them served as foils, Futian thought himself. He stared at the long spear in the center. A sub-divine arm. Tianyang City was the holy land of Armius. As a mere subsidiary force of the City Lord Office, 13th Flight could already bring out ritual implements such as sub-divine arms to trade. One could imagine how much armament they had stashed away. However, this sub-divine arm should correspond to the first stage divine tribulation of the Great Path in terms of cultivation. It was considered a one tribulation sub-divine arm. Tianyang City should be able to forge 2 tribulation sub-divine arms. However, this sub-divine arm was not Futian's target. Obtaining a sub-divine arm would require a ludicrously high price. He might need to offer up a treasure of equal worth. If he did so, he might expose his identity. He merely needed an imperial-level divine arm. Right then, Futian revealed a strange expression. He saw a person standing to the side of the empty space before 13th Flight. Just then, another person came forward and actually challenged the other party. A loud discussion erupted around them. When Futian overheard the discussions, he revealed a look of surprise. From the looks of it, winning a battle was the way one could obtain the subdivine arm. Before this, he was worried that this subdivine arm would be traded. In that case, he would need to use subdivine elixirs or top-level martial arts techniques to trade for it. However, his guess was wrong. The cultivators of 13th Flight had taken out a subdivine arm just because they wanted to contend spear techniques with other forces. It was not just for this subdivine arm, it was the same for other ritual implements. Whoever wanted any of the ritual implements could claim it out loud. They would face different cultivators from Silver Spear Flight. All those who emerged as winners would have another battle 3 days before the armorer competition to determine the final victors. The final winners could claim the divine arms. The cultivators who participated in the battles were all Renhuangs. This caused Futian to be somewhat emotional. As expected of the Holy Land of Armorous, they were generous with their rewards. They were actually using a subdivine arm to liven up the atmosphere of the fest. No wonder many cultivators had gathered in front of 13th Flight. Moreover, similar situations took place in different parts of Chenyang City, spicing up the mood of the fest. Was 13th Flight organizing these battles just for the sake of witnessing spear techniques? Futian thought of another possibility. In order to obtain the ritual implements, the challengers needed to defeat the cultivators of 13th Flight. It meant that the latter had to face round after round of battles, with their opponents being the monstrous figures from various parts of the world. From the looks of it, 13th Flight organized this event not just to liven up the mood but also to train the spear techniques of their own members. There were very few chances for various cultivators to gather together. It only occurred once every century. Furthermore, there were many cultivators with top-level spear techniques. Futian did not participate in the event. Instead, he silently observed the battles to the side. The challengers gradually emerged. Futian noticed that for different spears that the challengers targeted, different cultivators of 13th Flight would come out from different levels of the tiered tower to accept their challenges. When a challenger aimed for the subdivine arm, their opponent would be someone from the highest level of the tiered tower. He was most likely the strongest cultivator in 13th Flight. The challengers were very powerful too, they were all cultivators from the top forces. However, few of them emerged victorious. After all, they had to defeat their opponents using purely spear techniques. They couldn't even rely on the domain of the Great Path. It was because 13th Flight wanted to experience only their spear techniques. Of course, it was acceptable if a challenger had great power of the Great Path, and they infused it into their spear techniques during battle. Right at this moment, yet another top figure failed in their challenge. This spurred the audience into discussion. Someone said, in terms of spear techniques, the cultivators of 13th Flight have reached the highest level. There are few cultivators who can defeat 13th Flight spear techniques. Another person commented, the cultivator who has the best spear techniques is most likely Spear Emperor Duyu, the direct disciple of Donghuang the Great. Rumor has it that he will come this time. Unfortunately, he has undergone the divine tribulation of the Great Path. Otherwise, if he were here, this subdivine arm would surely be his. Will the direct disciple of Donghuang the Great appreciate this subdivine arm? Mocked someone to the side. His words caused the other party to nod in agreement. Indeed, the direct disciple of Donghuang the Great would not lack good divine arms. Spear Emperor Duyu? Futian revealed a surprised expression when he overheard the conversation. He had seen him before. In the past, Spear Emperor Duyu followed Princess Donghuang and appeared in the original realm. He even fought with the king of the Dark Court. So many years later, Spear Emperor Duyu had already undergone the divine tribulation of the Great Path. However, this progress was normal. It was impossible for the direct disciple of Donghuang the Great to be anything less than talented. He would certainly be a super powerful cultivator. Now, Futian had a better understanding of the cultivation world. He knew that the 9 divine generals of the Divine Prefecture Imperial Palace and the King of the Dark Court were not the strongest existences. Before the chaos of the original realm began, The devil world had sent over old demon Tunchen and demon sage. There was also Fang Ayu from Donghuang Imperial Palace. He was not one of the 9 divine generals. Yi Futian speculated that the 9 divine generals ranked among the top in Donghuang Imperial Palace. At the very least, the best general would be someone who had undergone the second divine tribulation of the Great Path. Above them were some other top figures. These top figures were the actual strongest existences in the Imperial Palace. They were under the direct command of the Great Emperor and were the bona fide core figures. When Yi Futian thought of this, he strode forward and walked toward the battle ring. He would first acquire this silver spear sub-divine arm. Chapter 2549, Gossips. Yi Futian walked forward as the cultivator from the 13th flight looked at him and nodded with a smile. With his finger, Yi Futian pointed to the silver spear sub-divine arms in the middle and suddenly attracted the attention of many people. Those who dared to challenge the sub-divine arms were all notable figures themselves. Who is this? People were whispering in the crowd. Silver garments with silver mask, with exceptional bearing. Who is this incredible figure, and where is he from? How shall we address you? A cultivator from the 13th flight inquired. Silver spear, Changkong. Yi Futian used an alias so that no one would have heard of him. On the 13th flight in front, from the 13th floor, a figure drifted down and landed on the open battlefield. Yi Futian walked toward the battlefield until he came opposite the man. Around him, silver light screens appeared, directly sealing up the space they were in. The battlefield was extensive, but for people at their level, it was pretty small. However, the exchange with the 13th flight was to learn about spear techniques, using attack against attack. Therefore, the contest of spear techniques alone would not require too much space. From the 13th flight, Silver Spear, Wenyang is my name. Pleased to meet you. The cultivator who stood opposite of Yi Futian was a middle-aged man, holding a long silver spear. He exuded a sharp and unstoppable aura, as if he was himself, a spear, standing there without fear. Both of them call themselves silver spears. So whose spear was stronger? Yi Futian stretched out a hand, and suddenly the power of the Great Path gathered in his hand and formed into a long silver spear. He held the spear as he looked at Wenyang and said, "Pleased to meet you as well." As soon his voice faded away, Yi Futian's body seemed to become extremely sharp. It merged into one with the silver spear so that the spear was the man, and the man was the spear. The silver garments he wore fluttered in the wind as if he was a transcendental being, not of this world. In just an instant, Wenyang seemed to realize that he had encountered a powerful opponent. His expression became extremely grave. Waves of terrifying fluctuations came from the spear held in his hand. He walked forward and unleashed a strike into the void, which caused the void to oscillate, and a powerful shockwave was felt. However, Wenyang did not attack directly. Instead, he unleashed another strike, one after the other, in endless successions. With each strike, the shock wave increased in strength, as its power seemed to multiply exponentially, becoming stronger as one layer piled onto the previous one continuously. 13th Flight Spear Techniques. When everyone saw what Wenyang had unleashed was the ultimate technique, they were astounded. Moreover, Wenyang seemed to be exercising extreme caution, as he was not dishing out any tentative attacks. One strike after another, he was continuously increasing the power of his spear techniques. The true prowess of the 13th Flight Spear Techniques lay in the later strikes. The more strikes that were unleashed, the more terrifying the power. It was said that even the creator of this spear technique had ever only reached the level of the 12th strike. In his lifetime, he had only used the 13th strike once, and once that strike was launched, heaven and earth wailed as gods and demons wept. He perished after using that ultimate 13th strike, a shocking blow before his death. Yi Futian stood there quietly, feeling those powerful shock waves that were blasting at him, one after another. A massive wave of destruction was oppressing this closed-up space, suffocating it and destroying the Great Path. In this enclosed space, this kind of spear technique was indeed powerful. More importantly, the power of the spear techniques was still multiplying and increasing in strength. It was a pity that the opponent Wenyang encountered was him. In cultivation of offensive technique, Superpowers were helpful, but in the face of absolute brute strength, it was completely meaningless. Yi Futian raised his hand and unleashed his spear. The man and the spear were as one, as if they were one body, like a light and lightning. It was gone in a flash. Bang, bang, bang. Some dull thuds were heard, and those shock waves were directly expelled by that ray of light, front and center. In an instant, a long silver spear pointed right at Wen Yang's brow chakra. Just one strike. In the face of absolute comprehension and absolute power, superpowers of any kind had no real meaning at all. The great paths and all methods were interconnected. Yi Futian's simple spear strike was the great path in its most simple and purest. The man and the spear were one with the great path. Even if the power that hid within the spear was not used, it was not something that Wen Yang could contend with under his own power. The gap between the two was just too great. Behind Yi Futian, the waves formed by the blasting of the shock waves continued, even impacting the surrounding seals, causing those seals to vibrate violently. It only dissipated after a few moments, but the ceiling light screens also disappeared with it. Wen Yang's gaze froze, fixed on that silvery mask right in front of him. One move. As the top Renhuang cultivator of the 13th flight, he could not even withstand a strike unleashed by this spear technique. In this strike, he felt an absolute gap in power and that his comprehension of cultivation was not on the same level as his opponent. Many cultivators at the 13th flight stood up and looked down. Their eyes sharpened as those eyes were filled with a sense of shock. Those who came to challenge more often than not ended in defeats and not victories. Very few people could beat the 13th flight spear techniques, and certainly not with just a single blow. The spear strike may be simple, but it seemed to contain the simplicity of the great path, a move that was based on the return to the basics. What a stunning strike, an elder praised. Thank you for your indulgence. The silver spear in Yi Futian's hand turned back to the great path and dissipated. Your spear techniques are impressive. My compliments. Wen Yang put away his spear and bowed slightly to Yi Futian. Indeed, amazing individuals from all sides had gathered at such a grand occasion in Tianyang City. He had never heard of the person in front of him, but he was so incredible. For the first time, Wen Yang felt that his 13th flight spear techniques was flamboyant and flashy without substance. Of course, it was not a matter of weakness with the 13th flight spear techniques, but that it had met someone much stronger. Mr. Changkong, would you like to come upstairs for a discussion? Wen Yang invited politely. He was not angry because he was defeated by a single strike. Why else would the 13th flight use a subdivine arms as a prize to attract the opportunities of experiencing as many spear techniques as possible from all sides? It was none other than to see those top-level spear techniques, so as to improve their own spear techniques, to learn and to perceive. For this purpose, they were more than willing to see these many kinds of great spear techniques. However, Yi Futian's spear techniques had far surpassed all that he knew, and the realm of his comprehension fell short of its greatness. No, thank you. I'm accustomed to moving about on my own. When the time comes, I will come to fetch the silver spear, Yi Futian said, speaking as if that divine arms already had his name on it. Everyone around him could feel his confidence behind that arrogance. May I ask, where does Mr. Changkong cultivate? An elder from the 13th flight asked curiously while looking at Yi Futian. This spear technique was comprehended on my own, responded Yi Futian. Comprehend it on your own, the old man marveled in a low voice. My compliments. Your spear techniques are rare and unique. I heard that the spear of the Spear Emperor, the direct disciple of the great emperor himself, was also a peerless spear technique. However, I have not had the good fortune to see it. It's a pity now that the divine General Du Yu had survived the divine tribulation of the Great Path. I would not have the good fortune of ever seeing his techniques. The Spear Emperor, Du Yu. Yi Futian muttered, is he very strong? The old man was stunned for a second, then smiled and continued, Emperor Donghuang's personal disciple is undoubtedly very strong. With the spear techniques alone, there were not many in the divine prefecture who could be his equal. It was said that when Du Yu the Spear Emperor unleashes his spear, no spears in the world could be considered spears. Very well. Yi Futian nodded. I would like to see it myself if ever I have the opportunity. So long. After that, he turned around and left. Aloof and indifferent. Watching his departing figure, many felt shockingly surprised. Not only did this man have outstanding spear techniques, but he was also unapproachable and full of himself, proclaiming that he wanted to experience the spears of the Spear Emperor himself if given the opportunity. Everyone could see that he was very powerful from the blow he just dealt, but who was the Spear Emperor? The Spear Emperor, as the direct disciple of Emperor Donghuang himself, would probably not take him seriously at all. What are the odds that this man could take away the subdivine arms? Someone asked the old man from the 13th flight. Although there are a lot of enchanting geniuses who are in attendance, and there are many top-notch figures among them, the strike we just saw was truly amazing. In my estimation, I think he has a 50% chance to take away the subdivine arms. The old man continued, Silver Spear Changkong, take note of this name. In this grand event, many will become famous, and he will be one of them. Yi Futian didn't really care about what others thought of him. If they wanted to talk about fame, how many had a more well-known name than Yi Futian in the Divine Prefecture today? The reason why he wanted to obtain the spear was because it was a subdivine arms that could be gotten without paying a price, so why not do it? And second, he could better camouflage himself with the identity of Silver Spear Changkong, who was a spear purist and an arrogant spear emperor. Naturally, this spear strike caused some chatter in the 13th flight, and it was not a big deal in today's Qianyang city. Right now, countless unparalleled figures had arrived in Qianyang city. After Yi Futian left the 13th flight, he came to a tavern in Qianyang city to drink. In the tavern, one could often hear gossips of all kinds. He settled in the corner of the tavern, leaning against the window, so he could see the people coming and going. On the street, as in the tavern, people next to him were talking about this grand event taking place in Qianyang city, as if it was the only topic worth talking about in Qianyang city right now. I heard that Princess Donghuang will be coming in person this time. Some people in the tavern were chatting. This tavern was not large in size as those larger taverns were already at capacity. Therefore, the cultivation level of the cultivators who had gathered here was not that great, and the news that spread here was more gossipy. 100 years ago, a divine general came to observe the ceremony. Will the princess come this time in person? Well, Princess Donghuang has long been of age, and her cultivation had been successful as well. She has been busy cultivating all this time, and it was time for her to choose a path companion. It is said that Qianyang city has a great opportunity in that regard. Why Qianyang city? Think about this. Even though Donghuang the Great ruled the divine prefecture, many ancient god clan were not directly under his command, and he lacked top-notch principality that focuses on armor. If Qianyang city can be recruited, it will undoubtedly beef up the imperial palace even more and make it stronger. Therefore, Qianyang city is a likely candidate. Is it Wang Mian in Qianyang city? Someone asked. Wang Mian? The speaker looked sarcastic and said, as soon as you said that, we know you are totally out of the loop. When Wang Mian went to the land of the original realm in the lower worlds, he was met with defeats. An extraordinary figure like Princess Donghuang would not be considering him. He lost in the battle with Yi Futian? That's right. At the time, several top figures from the ancient god clan teamed up and were defeated soundly by Yi Futian, and his wife Wang Mian was also a participant in that battle. The man speaking before continued, many people thought that Wang Mian might be the future city lord of Qianyang city, but in fact, Wang Mian has always been the number 2. The true heir to Qianyang city focused solely on cultivation and maintained a really low profile, and even outsiders had no real idea just how strong he is. According to my sources, he has already survived the divine tribulation of the Great Path, and he can produce subdivine arms. In this armorer competition, Qianyang city invited all the principalities of divine prefecture here was aimed for him to make a name for himself, so he may be known throughout the world by winning the first place in the armorer competition. The Wangs of the City Lord's office in Qianyang city have always been pretty conspicuous, and they had been secretly grooming such a character, someone asked curiously. This is the true genius of Qianyang city. Those from the ancient god clan, who doesn't have a secret ace or 2 up their sleeves. Wang Mian is just someone for the outside world to see. The one behind the scene represents the true core of Qianyang city, who will announce his presence with incredible notoriety. The target in his sight may be Princess Donghuang, the man said mysteriously. Yi Futian listened quietly as he picked up the wine cup to drink, but he was actually a little contemptuous inside. Princess Donghuang needed to be married off in an alliance. For someone at his level, hearing these kinds of juvenile talks was like hearing a joke. Beneath the great emperor, everyone was akin to insects unless Qianyang the Great himself could be reborn. Chapter 2550, Fight for the Subdivine Arms. Yi Futian stayed quietly in Qianyang City for a few days. Over the past few days, he had acquired a lot of information. The cultivators from all sides had also arrived in Qianyang City one after the other, making this ancient city of armorers even more lively. In a blink of an eye, there were only 3 days left before the start of the armourer competition. This was also the day agreed upon by the 13th flight. Yi Futian came to the 13th flight to fetch the subdivine arms. At this time, in front of the 13th flight, many powerful cultivators had gathered. In this increasingly boisterous Qianyang city, forces from all sides had arrived. This time, the 13th flight used the subdivine arms as a point of attraction. How could anyone not be attracted by that? Even many top forces had come for precisely just that. Even for these top forces, the subdivine arms was quite a piece of precious implement, each of which was highly valued. It was a pity that most of these principalities were no expert at spear techniques, or else they would have been directly involved in the competition. Upon the 13th flight in front, there were many cultivators already standing on each floor. On the highest floor, the 13th, in addition to their own cultivators, the Wangs from Qianyang City's City Lord's office had also sent in their own cultivators. The cultivators from the Wangs at the City Lord's office were led by a middle-aged man. Just by simply standing there, he made everyone feel tense. This man's name was Wang Teng, an elder of the Wang family. He held a high status within the family and had survived the divine tribulation of the Great Path. The man in silver beside him was Wen Donglai, the master of the 13th flight. Wang Teng from the City Lord's office personally came because he heard that there were several powerful figures who had made their appearances at the 13th flight. All of their spear techniques were shockingly powerful, and it might be an exhilarating battle. Silver Spear Changkong is here. Wen Donglai pointed to Yi Futian, who was in the crowd below, and introduced him to Wang Teng. Wang Teng nodded slightly to acknowledge him. Silver Spear Changkong was one of the powerful figures mentioned to him by the 13th flight. He defeated Wen Yang with a single strike. Many people in the 13th flight thought that he had a 50% chance of taking the subdivine arms. But now, this possibility was reduced by 20%. Because after Silver Spear Changkong, several other extremely powerful characters had emerged. One of them was a cultivator from the ancient god clan, who also came to join in on the fun at the event. Yi Futian seemed to notice that someone was paying attention to him. He raised his head and looked up at the top of the 13th flight. He saw Wen Donglai nodding slightly at him as if saying hello. Wang Teng was also looking at him. Obviously, these people remembered him. Yi Futian didn't mind and didn't respond. Those eyes under the silver mask were as calm as still water. He looked down at the open battlefield ahead. The battle had already begun, but now it was the battle for the other 12 divine arms. The subdivine arms would naturally be the finale. At the same time, he was listening to the people talking around him. It seemed that after him, some other powerful individuals had come to compete for the subdivine arms, which he didn't pay much attention to before. After all, this was not a difficult task for him. If he wanted to take the subdivine arms, who in Renhuang realm could stop him? A subdivine arm, to him, was as easy as reaching out and taking it. There was no need to pay attention to what was happening here. What a proud man, Wang Ting said in a low voice when he saw Yi Futian's expression on the 13th flight. Wen Donglai was a cultivator in the Tribulation Plane, the master of the 13th flight. He took the initiative to greet Yi Futian and was ignored. This was a blatant demonstration of Yi Futian's arrogance. Extraordinary people sometimes have unusual characters. Wen Donglai didn't take offense and dismissed it with a smile. At this time, he looked up in the distance and said, "He's here." Many people raised their heads to look over there, only to see a group of cultivators coming at them. Everyone in this group possessed an extraordinary temperament. Ancient god clan from Yuansha domain cultivated in Yuansha Palace and inherited from Yuansha the Great. This time, an stunning cultivator from Yuansha Palace, Pei Yarrow, would be fighting for the subdivine arms. Pei Yarrow's cultivation was in the 9th realm, the peak of Renhuang, with extraordinary combat effectiveness. In the previous battle, he had defeated someone from the 13th flight with a single strike. The master of the 13th flight, Wen Donglai, put his hands together to greet the visitors personally and said, "Please come up, friends." The cultivators from Yuansha Palace did not hesitate as they landed on the 13th flight. "Has it started yet?" the cultivators from Yuansha Palace asked. "Soon. After the battle for the other divine arms is over, it will be the battle for the subdivine arms." Wen Donglai acted with great geniality and a smile. Pei Yarrow's god-punishing spear has a great chance to take away the subdivine arms. Yuansha Palace, as part of the ancient god clan, should not have competed with the others for the subdivine arms. However, to add to the excitement of the event here at Tianyang City, we will be joining in on the fun. Pei Yarrow happens to be an expert at spear techniques. "We beg your pardon in advance if he manages to take away the prize," an elder from Yuansha Palace said. Listening to his tone, it was as if the subdivine arms was already theirs for the taking, and the whole thing couldn't be any easier. In fact, the genius talents from the ancient god clan were indeed the most likely winner when it came to the competition for the subdivine arms. Under normal circumstances, they would probably not encounter any opponents stronger than them, so their confidence was to be expected. Moreover, Pei Yarrow's god-punishing spear possessed astonishing destructive power. It's something meant to add to the excitement of the spear techniques exhibited by all sides. "There is no pardon to speak of, that's too serious," Wen Donglai said with a smile. Yuansha Palace was full of confidence, but in his opinion, it was not so easy for Pei Yarrow to take away the subdivine arms as he still had to face two opponents. Just as they were speaking, another powerful aura descended in the distant sky, followed by several figures who walked through the void and came to this side. The man in the middle wore a black robe and exuded dangerous energy. As soon as they appeared, they had the attention of Wen Donglai and the others. The identities of these men were mysterious, and that strike did not give away much. Wen Donglai even suspected that these people might not be cultivators from the divine prefecture, but cultivators from the dark court. However, they didn't have any solid evidence to prove their suspicion. These people went about the competition according to the rules, so there was nothing much to which they could object. After all, everyone in the city was watching. The man in black who was here to compete for the subdivine arms was Naiju. He was using a long black spear with an astounding power of demolition. In Wen Donglai's view, its prowess was no less than that of Pei Yarrow's god-punishing spear. Therefore, these two men were the most likely candidates who may take away the subdivine arms. Compared to the two of them, Silver Spear Changkong's power paled a little in comparison. These two men, one was from ancient god clan, but the other was very likely from the dark world. There were still several other people who were in the running to compete for the subdivine arms, but Wen Donglai thought that it was basically a battle among these three men to fight for the prize. Although the others were very powerful as well, there was still a gap between them and these three. Pei Yarrow and Naiju each had about a 40% chance, and Silver Spear Changkong had about 20%. After they arrived, they stood there quietly, without saying a word, just waiting quietly. Their eyes focused on the battlefield ahead, they were in no hurry. Pei Yarrow seemed to perceive a slight sense of threat, as he looked at Naiju across the sky. When their eyes met, invisible turbulence fluctuated and collided in the void. Both of them had perceived the other's existence. Only Yi Futian was the exception. The aura on his body was retracted so much that his existence almost could not be detected. Finally, as time crawled, 12 of the 13 spears had been taken away, leaving only the spear in the middle that was standing alone by itself. Wen Donglai took a step forward and waved his hand. Someone else stepped forward to move the subdivine arms aside. He looked at the cultivators and said, "No need for more talk. You are all here, so please, Whoever this spear belongs to is up to you all to decide. As he finished speaking, people gradually walked forward. Pei Yarrow and Naiju stepped onto that huge open space. Yi Futian, too, moved and walked forward. 12 men. Of all those who came to compete for the subdivine arms, only 12 had defeated the top cultivators from the 13th flight. In terms of spear techniques, the 13th flight spear techniques dominated the battlefield. No one's life shall be harmed. The last man standing with the winning spear technique will walk away with the subdivine arms. As soon as when Donglai made the announcement, a light screen exploded from the surrounding matrix, sequestering the huge open space in the middle. All 12 cultivators were inside. A silver long spear appeared in Yi Futian's hand, as the power of the great path converged upon it. Then, he closed his eyes, and under the silver mask, his eyes closed just like that. He stood there motionlessly as if he didn't even want to participate in this melee. In addition, Pei Yarrow was also standing alone in one direction, extremely cold and unapproachable. A black spear appeared in Naiju's hand, puffing out a terrifying aura of destruction. You guys decide the outcome yourselves. Pei Yarrow spoke as if he wouldn't even bother to participate. There was no lack of top figures among the rest of the cultivators. The aura of the great path permeated and seeped into the long spears in their hands. Then, they made their moves one after another. For an instant, shadows of spears flew about, as fast as lightning. Many of them unleashed their most lethal strike right off the bat. Yi Futian stood there quietly with his eyes closed, as a flash of silver shot at him with incredible speed, just like lightning. Bang! A sound was heard as the spear of the other was being blocked. Somehow, the silver spear in Yi Futian's hand was raised. It was almost undetectable. It collided with the other's spear. Then, the assailant's long spear broke into little pieces as he felt a chill in his throat, right where Yi Futian's spear was pointing. Not bad. Wang Ting let out a compliment when he saw Yi Futian's counterattack. It was so fast, and its technique was so flawlessly fierce. One strike was enough to kill the man. Yi Futian put away his spear as his opponent bowed and withdrew, sweat dripping down his forehead. Amazing. The people on the outside also saw this incredible display. In other areas, the winners quickly emerged. In such a narrow space, victory or defeat was only a matter of seconds. After someone won, all anyone saw was Naiju's spear, like a black shadow, pierce his opponent's arm. He then threw the other out. On the battlefield, only 3 people remained in just an instant, which was exactly what everyone had anticipated before the battle. These 3 people ought to be the strongest 3 out of the lot. You two, see which of you can contend with me, Pei Yarrow of Yuancha Palace said as he looked at Yi Futian and Naiju. Naiju glanced at him, then smiled contemptuously. He then looked down at Yi Futian and said, forfeit. He wanted to see how powerful the god-punishing spear from Yuancha Palace was. Yi Futian raised his head and glanced at the 2 men in the sky above. He raised the silver spear in his hand, and then he moved. In an instant, he had turned into a silver shadow. Suddenly, Naiju felt a strong sense of danger, and his black long spear was on the move. In an instant, countless destructive spear shadows appeared in the void, and every spear shadow contained an astonishing aura of destruction, burying this void. They stabbed straight at Yi Futian. It was as if he couldn't care so much about restraining the attack at this moment, ready to slay his opponent. However, he wasn't able to do that, after all. The silver light flashed and was gone, but the long black spear in his hand exploded and shattered as the silver light directly pierced his arm. Although it was only a prick, bright red blood began to seep from his arm. Naiju was stunned. He then saw Yi Futian's spear shake as it slapped him out of the battlefield. He turned around and looked at the last man remaining, Pei Yarrow of Yuancha Palace. Pei Yarrow looked at Yi Futian with shock and surprise. Clearly, he hadn't realized what happened just now with that spear strike. But he wasn't the only one. Wen Donglai, Wang Teng, and the others did not have time to react before Yi Futian's silver spear was on the move again. That stunning strike carried a gleam of silver light with it and headed toward Pei Yarrow like silver lightning. Boom! An astonishing aura descended as if the seal would be shattered. A phantom appeared, like a divine soldier. It dealt a blow of divine retribution and carried that world-destroying might to slay that silver light. The stream of light flashed and disappeared, and the light of divine retribution was penetrated completely. It was as the silver spear fell at Pei Yarrow's throat. There was still no hesitation when Pei Yarrow's spear was destroyed. The battle ended in an instant. Before any of the spectators had a chance to react, and while all the cultivators out there were still so stunned they were speechless, the battle was over. On those faces, there was surprise and shock. All of their eyes were fixed on the battlefield. When Donglai, Wang Teng, and the cultivator from Yuansha Palace looked at everything that happened in front of them, full of amazement. They wondered, was that it? Was it over already? What had happened? Yi Futian ignored the expressions on everyone's face as he put the silver spear away. He walked next to that divine arms and stretched out his hand out to hold it. He looked up in the direction of Wen Donglai and asked, "Can I take it now?" Chapter 2551, Invitation. Once when Donglai came to his senses, he looked at Yi Futian with a keen look in his eyes. Each of those men had been defeated by just one blow. No matter which one it was, whether Pei Yarrow of the ancient god clan or Nai Ju, who may have come from the dark world, each submitted after just one strike. What spear techniques could do that? Or rather, Yi Futian's spear techniques were no longer just purely as spear techniques, but an absolute suppression based on the comprehension of the Great Path. The result would be the same, whether he replaced the weapon with a sword, a blade, or a halberd. Of course, when Donglai responded, Yi Futian vanquished each enemy with a single strike, achieving final victory in the shortest amount of time. The divine arms would belong to him this time. "Thank you." Yi Futian took hold of the long spear and proceeded to leave. Many bystanders were very surprised by his behavior. They thought that he was cold and standoffish. They had no idea who he was or where he came from, but his strength was indisputable. "One moment, if you please." A voice called out to Yi Futian, and he stopped as he turned around to look. Those eyes under the silver mask were haughty and frosty. The man who called out to him was Wang Teng of the Wang clan from the City Lord's office. Yi Futian stood there quietly, waiting for the other man to speak. "Silver Spear Chang Kong." Wang Teng said with a smile, "I am Wang Teng of the City Lord's office. I have never heard of your name before, but you shouldn't be such an unknown character, judging from your cultivation. May I ask where you are from?" Wang Teng of the City Lord's office, a cultivator in the Tribulation Plain. Yi Futian maintained a look of calm on the outside, but his mind was beginning to turn. The significance of the once-a-century Tianyang City Armorer competition had long surpassed the competition itself. In the name of this event, the City Lord's office was able to call on all the enchanting figures from everywhere, whether it was those who participated in the top armorer competition or other competitions. They were all powerful cultivators beyond description. Furthermore, the City Lord's office in Tianyang City had been able to absorb powerful individuals based on their reputation as the number one power in the armory. Of course, it was far from enough for an ancient god clan to simply rely solely on their name in armor making. Strength was the only and true foundation. Because of this, the principalities within Tianyang City had been striving for growth for many years. In addition to their direct line of descendants, there were many other visiting elders and guests. Among all the ancient god clans in Divine Prefecture, the Wangs of Tianyang City was definitely one of the topmost powers. Yi Futian was quite clear about all of this while he was making inquiries in Tianyang City. Wang Teng belonged to the main line of the Wang family, who ruled the City Lord's office. He absolutely had the authority to recruit anyone he saw fit to join the City Lord's office. In Tianyang City, as in the ancient god clan of the West Imperial Palace, the various factions within the City Lord's office had a competitive relationship. "A casual cultivator, that's all. The whole world is my home," Yi Futian replied. His voice sounded low and hoarse. "A casual cultivator?" Wang Teng was stunned. To defeat the cultivator from the ancient god clan with one strike is definitely not something that can be accomplished by anyone who cultivates on his own. Yi Futian's eyes were cold, and he frowned beneath the mask. He said, "If Elder has nothing else, I'll bid my goodbye." With that, he turned to leave. Wang Ting knew that everyone has his own secrets, which he would not be so nosy as to probe, especially with such a powerful character as the one in front of him. He continued, "Your combat effectiveness is extraordinary, and this silver spear was made by Master Wen himself. Its strength needs no further description. It is now suitable only for you. However, as your cultivation becomes stronger, you may need a stronger divine arm in the future after you survive the divine tribulation of the Great Path." Yi Futian stopped his forward footsteps. "What exactly do Elder want to say?" "Nothing, just want to invite you to be a guest at the City Lord's office to watch the armor competition there." Wang Teng did not state his purpose out in the open, but it was pretty obvious, and Yi Futian would have guessed it right away. The people around him understood everything very well. It seemed that Wang Ting wanted to recruit Yi Futian into the City Lord's office. A man with such extraordinary combat effectiveness was indeed someone worth recruiting. The invitation to participate in the ceremony as a guest was a tried and true pretext. "Don't worry. Rest assured, if you ever want to leave, you can leave any time. The rules of the City Lord's office are known to everyone in Tianyang City," Wang Teng continued. After all, Yi Futian was not the only person to be invited. If the City Lord's office in Tianyang City had ever detained the others without their consent, their reputation would have been tarnished a long time ago. Furthermore, during an important occasion, such as the armorer competition, that took place only once every 100 years. Yi Futian pondered for a moment. He believed what Wang Ting said and that the City Lord's office would not force such things on others. The problem was that there was a certain risk linked to him going to the City Lord's office. If his true identity were to be found out, it would be very dangerous for him. The advantage was that if he could get into the City Lord's office, it might be possible for him to gather more information from the inside, such as which forces wanted to ally with Tianyang City against Ziwei Segmentum. This way, he could form a more specific strategy for the future. Therefore, he was a little hesitant. However, from Wang Ting's perspective, it seemed like Yi Futian was hesitating about whether to be part of the City Lord's office or not. He had no idea what Yi Futian was really thinking of was entirely something else. "Fine." Yi Futian nodded. After hesitating, he agreed. He believed that the chances were extremely slim for him to be exposed. Right now, countless many genius talents had come to Tianyang City for this major event, and he was but one of many. He did not deliberately befriend the City Lord's office, so no one could link him with Yi Futian. Then, the only thing that could expose him was if there was a flaw in his disguise. As long as he was careful, there shouldn't be anything that could give him away. Furthermore, if Wang Ting wanted to recruit him, he would have to trust him. Wang Ting couldn't do anything to him before the recruitment was successful. He was pretty certain they would treat him very well instead. Therefore, Yi Futian decided to go to the City Lord's office. The City Lord's office indeed cherishes talents and recruits talents from all over the world. Some cultivators from Yuansha Palace next to him spoke, and their tone was not so friendly. After all, among the cultivators who were beaten by Yi Futian just now, there was that one extraordinary figure from Yuansha Palace, Pei Yao. Then, Yi Futian was recruited by Wang Teng in return. Of course, Yuansha Palace was not too happy about that. At this grand event, Tianyang City Lord's office invites people from all over the world to the office complex to observe the competition. Silver Spear Changkong has outstanding spear techniques, with incredible strength, and he definitely qualifies to be there at the competition. Wang Teng smiled and said, "Don't be a stranger. Let's go together to the City Lord's office and sit down for some drinks." "No need. We haven't had a chance to look around in Tianyang City, so we will not be bothering you for the time being. We will wait until it is the time of the event," the cultivators from Yuansha Palace replied. "Might as well." Wang Teng nodded. There are still 3 more days, and Tianyang City is quite vibrant at the moment. It's worth taking a look around. "So long," the other man replied, and many people gave Yi Futian a look before leaving. In this case, even though they were defeated by Yi Futian with a single strike, it was not appropriate for Yuansha Palace to take it out on Yi Futian. As the ancient god clan, Yuansha Palace could not afford to shame themselves with any unbefitting behaviors. Watching them leave, Wang Ting said to Wen Donglai, "Brother Wen, I will be leaving now." "Very well." Wen Donglai nodded. "Please." Wang Ting gestured to Yi Futian, and Yi Futian levitated into the air and said, "Elder, you first, please." Seeing the change in Yi Futian's attitude, Wang Ting smiled now and said, "Let's go together." After that, the group of them left together. Wen Donglai, watching them depart, thought that Wang Ting had successfully recruited someone marvelous. Tianyang City, City Lord's office, was like a city of gold, extremely magnificent. There were so many golden halls erected that the entire complex appeared to be golden at first glance. Yi Futian didn't invade anywhere inside with his divine consciousness, so as not to offend some people. But even just observing with his eyes, he could see many places of armor making. In the inner hall of the armory, there was an open courtyard. When they first entered the City Lord's office via air, they saw many people busy making armor and weaponry, and they could hear the sound of metal clashing intermittently. In the City Lord's office, normally the disciples in the complex do not have their own independent armoring palace. They can either make their armors in a public armoring palace, or they can do so out in the open. More important disciples have better places to making armors. Those who are at the core have their own palace that is equipped with an armoring palace, Wang Ting explained when he saw that Yi Futian was very interested in everything inside the City Lord's office. Yi Futian nodded. This was to be expected. Every principality had its hierarchy. The elder said that the City Lord's office has even stronger divine arms. The silver spear I obtained is already a divine arm of the first tribulation. How many people in the City Lord's office can make divine arms of the second tribulation? Yi Futian asked in a straightforward manner without beating around the bush, quite in line with the personality he demonstrated. It's not so easy to make divine arms of the second tribulation. There is only a handful of those in the entire City Lord's office who could make divine arms in the second tribulation. Wang Ting smiled and did not respond to Yi Futian's question directly. He continued, "But, the City Lord's office has been collecting divine arms made by generations of top cultivators. In the City Lord's office, there is no shortage of divine arms of the second tribulation. The Wang family of Tianyang City has been here for countless generations. It's not difficult for the City Lord's office to take out a divine arm of the second tribulation." When he was saying that, he looked at Yi Futian as if he was suggesting something. "Understood." Yi Futian nodded. This time, many top principalities in the Divine Prefecture will probably come to the armorer competition. Naturally, Wang Ting said with a proud voice, "This is a fest for our Tianyang City that happens only once in every century. It is one of the biggest events in the Divine Prefecture, and few other feasts can surpass it unless it was something hosted by Donghuang Imperial Palace. Otherwise, all over the land of the Divine Prefecture, not many forces influence Tianyang City." Although his tone was proud, he was also speaking the truth. The status of Tianyang City in Divine Prefecture was without a doubt. It was, after all, the first holy land for the armory in the Divine Prefecture. Yi Futian nodded and did not continue to pursue an answer. He was now inside the City Lord's office. In time, he would know what principalities came to the City Lord's office in the next few days. This time, Princess Donghuang will come in person as well, Wang Ting said. "Will the princess come here in person?" Yi Futian asked. "I heard some rumors from the outside before, but it was only that Donghuang the Great's personal disciple, Spear Emperor Duyu, will be here." "Aha!" Wang Ting nodded. "The princess is confirmed to come to Tianyang City in person. The City Lord's office wants to gift divine arms to the princess, and the Imperial Palace accepted it. So, that's it." Yi Futian finally understood. Tianyang City wanted to invite the princess to attend this great event but had no way of asking her directly, so they made a present of invaluable divine arms as the price for the princess to attend. They made a gift of divine arms to the princess, but it was as if the princess had done Tianyang City a favor by coming, which spoke volumes of their respect for her. Chapter 2552, Probing. Wang Ting placed Yi Futian in a standalone side hall next to the palace where he resided. With Wang Teng's status, he was already at the top of the City Lord's office. He was the master of an entire branch. He had his own complex of palaces that were under his direct jurisdiction. Yi Futian was invited by him to come to the city lord's office. If Yi Futian later agreed to enter the city lord's office and become a visiting cultivator, he would be considered part of his team. The place assigned to Yi Futian to stay was very spacious, with its independent cultivation court and maids waiting on him every day as long to help him with daily tasks. This was considered a very generous treatment. Yi Futian was definitely the topmost renhuang here. Aside from those cultivators in the Tribulation Plain, he had defeated Pei Yarrow with just a single strike. Such an enchanting genius talent ought to be recruited at all cost. If Yi Futian could be used by him, thought Wang Teng, it would be most excellent. After making all the arrangements for Yi Futian, Wang Teng left and told Yi Futian to ask him if he needed anything. This massive palace seemed quite deserted, as there was only Yi Futian and the two maids. The cultivation of these two maids was not weak either, and they were good-looking with attractive figures. As a top power of the ancient god clan, even their servants were of a superior level to most. Yi Futian looked at the two and saw the two maids bowed as they asked him, "Sir, do you need anything?" "No, I will cultivate for a while, and you can go about your own business for now. Just don't disturb me while I cultivate," Yi Futian said. "Yes," the two maids bowed again, then made themselves scarce without saying anything more. They were clearly aware that Wang Teng's guests would be no ordinary folks, and all they needed to do was wait for his orders. After the two left, Yi Futian came to the cultivation court in the main hall. He checked his surroundings with divine consciousness first before he set up a seal to ensure his privacy. He then took out a mirror in which Shi Kaiyaro appeared. "Have you arrived in Tianyang City?" In the mirror, Shi Kaiyaro looked at Yi Futian and asked. He mentioned before that he would be coming to Tianyang City. "Yes, I'm here now." Yi Futian nodded. "I'm also in Tianyang City, and I haven't heard anything about you. It's because you used an alias, didn't you?" Shi Kaiyaro asked. Yi Futian was a sensitive subject. If he came in person, it would no doubt cause a great sensation, and everyone in Tianyang City would definitely know. "I'm at the city lord's office," Yi Futian replied. When Shi Kaiyaro heard Yi Futian's reply, curiosity appeared in her beautiful eyes. "City lord's office? You are too daring." Shi Kaiyaro looked at Yi Futian with a smile. She asked curiously, "How did you manage to get in?" 13th flight, Yi Futian said. "You are Silver Spear Changkong?" Shi Qiao's beautiful eyes were full of surprise. She laughed and said, "I was just amazed how such a powerful character popped up in Tianyang City from nowhere and defeated Pei Yarrow of Yuansha Palace with a single blow. But it was you." Obviously, Shi Kaiyaro had heard about the happenings at the 13th flight, but she didn't make the connection with Yi Futian. After all, not every powerful person that emerged would have something to do with Yi Futian. "It was me." Yi Futian nodded. "Do you have any news?" "Nothing useful. However, more principalities are coming this time than I thought. The Princess and Spear Emperor Du Yu ought to be here to represent Donghuang Imperial Palace. Perhaps this is also one of the reasons," Shi Kaiyaro said. Yi Futian nodded. "Any suggestions?" Although Shi Kaiyaro was a woman, she was incredibly bright. Yi Futian knew that from all his interactions with her, so he wanted Shi Qiao's opinion for reference. Hearing Yi Futian's words, Shi Kaiyaro appeared thoughtful. "Ask Wang Ting to let you observe the process of armor making and see who arrived at the city lord's office. At the same time, see if you have a chance to figure out the stance of the city lord's office and whether or not they are inclined to attack the Ziwei segmentum. If the Wang family has no such intentions, you can remain silent and stay in the shadows, watching quietly. If you think the Wang family might agree to attack Ziwei segmentum, then it means a battle was all but certain. If it is the latter, with an inevitable battle looming, then you must be the first one to make a move. Find out who will be involved and strike first to destroy them. Then, if you have the opportunity, derail the armorer competition in Tianyang City. If they have already decided to form an alliance, then the armorer competition this time is some kind of an announcement and must be suppressed. However, it is not easy, and it will expose your true identity, which is extremely dangerous for you." Yi Futian nodded. It was indeed very crucial to find out where Tianyang City stood on the matter. If the City Lord's office had no intention to invade Ziwei Segmentum for the time being, he could afford to wait and deal with Tianyang City later. On the other hand, if the other was harboring thoughts of malice, then war was unavoidable. If he could suppress them and lower their morale, it would be ideal, but he would need to take action to achieve that goal personally. Shi Kaiyaro understood this, which was why she said it would run the risk of him being exposed and bring danger upon him. Understood, Yi Futian said. Well, be careful. If there is any news, I will let you know, Shi Kaiyaro said. Thank you, Yi Futian replied, then put away the mirror and lifted the seal. Yi Futian sat there with his eyes closed, deep in thought. How powerful would Imperial arms be? Could it shake up the entire Ziwei Segmentum? In the City Lord's office, there were complete Imperial arms. Complete Imperial arms meant that Imperial-level divine arms were infused with the will of the Great Emperor. So, what could something like that be described? The Guqin yearning that he possessed had just a wisp of the Great Emperor's soul, but the Guqin itself was not Imperial level, it was just something that had been used by the Great Emperor. Only the physical body of the Shunjia the Great Emperor could be regarded as a divine object comparable to Imperial arms. However, the physical body of Shunjia the Great Emperor lacks the will of Shunjia the Great Emperor. A complete Imperial arm was the equivalent of the existence of Shunjia the Great Emperor's will kept within the physical body of Shunjia the Great Emperor. How powerful would the eruption of such destructive force be? Yi Futian didn't even dare to think about it. Many years ago, he was able to use the body of Shunjia the Great Emperor to slay cultivators in the Tribulation Plain. If he could now urge the body of Shunjia the Great Emperor, not many who had survived the second divine tribulation of the Great Path would be able to fight him. Therefore, Yi Futian was still very cautious. Yi Futian didn't think much on the matter and settled down to cultivate. In the morning of the next day, Wang Teng came to the side hall on his own to seek out Yi Futian. "Changkong, are you finding everything to your liking here?" Wang Teng asked with a smile. His bearing was extraordinary. "Very suitable for cultivation," Yi Futian responded. "The armorer competition is about to begin, so it has been quite busy these days as I have to receive cultivators from all over the world. That's why I did not have the time to come see you yesterday. I have some time today, so how about I take you for a tour around the City Lord's office?" Wang Teng said. "Very good," Yi Futian nodded. He was going to propose that when Wang Teng suggested it, which saved him some trouble in asking. "Please," Wang Teng said. Then a group of them walked outside. Many cultivators on the side were looking at Yi Futian. With someone of Wang Teng's position, status, and cultivation, to treat Yi Futian in this manner, he obviously attached great importance to Yi Futian. This was Wang Teng himself displaying his stance. To value Yi Futian so much was probably because of the two impressive strikes he dealt at the 13th flight. The Wangs of City Lord's office in Tianyang City was the first dynastic family of armory in Divine Prefecture. City Lord's office in Tianyang City was the most powerful place of armor making in Divine Prefecture. If Wang Teng were giving Yi Futian a tour of the City Lord's office, it would naturally be visiting the areas of armor making. They came to an armoring palace in the City Lord's office. It was scorching hot and full of flaming ori, like a furnace in the ground, and the entire palace was blazing red. The temperature alone is terrifying. Yi Futian stood inside and thought that if any Renhuang with weaker cultivation were here, he would be incinerated. Many people were busily working, some were casting while some were tempering, and some were carving matrices. The sound of metal clashing was heard continuously. Many cultivators bared their upper bodies and were covered in sweat. Don't think that they are just making weapons. For the armorers, it is actually cultivation of sorts. Wang Teng said, "This is the largest armoring palace in the City Lord's office. It can hold 108 armorers making armors at the same time every day." The Great Path Flames underground was arranged by the City Lord himself. When they came to the second floor, they could see the entire process of the armor making below. Besides them, there were other cultivators. Wang Teng greeted many people. Some looked at Yi Futian, smiled, and asked, "Silver Spear Changkong?" "Yes," Yi Futian nodded. We have heard of the battle at the 13th flight, but unfortunately, we didn't witness those amazing spear techniques, one person said with a smile. They were also a member of the Wang family. Defeated Pei Yarrow with one strike, another person asked, their eyes focused on Yi Futian. Yi Futian realized that this man was someone he actually knew, Jiang Qingfeng, the cultivator from the ancient god clan of Jiang, who had fought him once. At this moment, his eyes seemed to fill with intent to battle. Yi Futian was not interested, but he stood there, locking eyes with the other man, as traces of fighting will permeated from him as if to answer his challenge. Wang Teng watched quietly as this was taking place. He gave a smile and said, "Let's go and visit some other places." Only then did Yi Futian retract his aura and leave with Wang Teng. When they walked out of the armoring palace, Yi Futian asked, "Who was that man?" "Jiang Qingfeng of the ancient god clan of Jiang from the Taishang domain, really strong. My guess is that he wanted to try it out with you." Wang Teng smiled and said, "I saw that you have a pretty strong fighting will yourself. Could Jiang Qingfeng be a threat?" "He couldn't," Yi Futian said with cold arrogance. Wang Teng laughed and said, "You are bold enough. Which top forces in the Divine Prefecture have arrived in the City Lord's office?" Yi Futian asked opportunistically. He exhibited his fighting will to pave the way to ask this question so it would not appear out of place. "Many have come." Wang Teng said, "You have seen the Haotian clan from Nantian Domain, Infinite Mountains from Boundless Domain, Celestial Worthy Mountain, and the ancient god clan of Jiang from Taishang Domain. There are also some other principalities, such as the Shun clan and the Sun God Mountain. Even the domain chief's manors from Western Sea Domain and Donghua Domain have arrived." Yi Futian listened quietly but laughed coldly inside. Among these principalities, many had grievances with him in the past, such as the Shun clan, Celestial Worthy Mountain, Sun God Mountain, domain chief's manors from West Sea Domain, and Donghua Domain. These forces must be the ones that most wanted to see him dead, which accounted for their proactive stance. What about other forces? Why are these the only forces that are here? Yi Futian asked. Many forces have settled in Tianyang City outside the City Lord's office. These forces came directly to the City Lord's office to discuss some other matters, Wang Teng replied. Discussing the armorer competition? Yi Futian asked deliberately. No. Wang Teng smiled and shook his head. You will know in a couple more days. Chapter 2553, The Armorer Competition. Yi Futian followed Wang Ting touring inside the City Lord's office for a few hours before returning to the hall where he was staying. During this time, Wang Ting had been showing off the cultivational resources of the City Lord's office, enticing him to join him as his subordinate. Wang Ting had no idea that the man in front of him had a lot of history with the Wang family and would never agree to enter the City Lord's office to cultivate. In these few hours, although Yi Futian did not get a definite answer, he had acquired a lot of information and had a vague idea of the stance employed by the City Lord's office. Taking advantage of the feast, the Wang family was very likely to use it as an opportunity to attack the Ziwei segmentum to enhance the reputation of Tianyang City in the land of the Divine Prefecture. This probability was so high that he was forced to prepare for the worst-case scenario in advance. Yi Futian took out the mirror, and suddenly a figure appeared on the other side of it. This time it was not Shi Kaiyao, but Lord Chen. Palace Lord, Lord Chen called out. Lord Chen, go to the Divine Prefecture, the land of the Shun clan, and wait for further instructions. In addition, dispatch the lords of the 3 places of Ziwei, Heavenly Mandate, and Wangshan to Fusang Domain, where Sun God Mountain is located. Tell them to await instructions. Then, they are to destroy the Shun clan and the Sun God Mountain and bring their most core and key commanders back to the Ziwei Segimentum. They have to be alive, and this must be done quickly once it's underway. Yi Futian said, before any of you receive my instructions, do nothing, and you must be careful. Very well, Lord Chen nodded. He did not ask any more questions but simply took the orders. Let's get them going then, Yi Futian said. He then put away the mirror. He knew from Wang Teng that the people in charge of these 2 top powers were now inside the City Lord's office, and these 2 principalities had a long history with him. Their deep-seated dislike of each other was from a long time ago. According to Wang Teng, these two major principalities clearly wanted to form some kind of alliance. If so, once the city lord's office announced its intent to move against the Ziwei Segimentum, he would order his people on the two fronts to make their moves, taking advantage of the absence of their commanders. As for the other principalities, Yi Futian had no way of dealing with them for the time being. Ziwei Segmentum did not have such pervasive strength yet, and could only handle two forces at the same time. After making arrangements for everything here, Yi Futian continued to cultivate quietly and did not leave again. On the outside, as the armor competition was about to begin, Qianyang City was becoming busier and livelier as people continued to pour in from everywhere. There was an unknown number of cultivators that had populated this ancient city. All of this seems to have nothing to do with Yi Futian. He stayed in the city lord's office, cultivating quietly, and Wang Teng did not disturb him either. He had much preparation to make and many guests to receive now that powerful cultivators had begun to arrive inside the walls of the city lord's office. 2 days passed in a blink of an eye. In the year 10,100 of the Divine Prefecture calendar, Qianyang City ushered in their centennial feast by holding the armorer competition at Qianyang City. On this day, the entire Qianyang City was near the boiling point. Tens of thousands of people gathered not on the streets in the town but at the 9 locations of armor making as designated by the city lord's office. And inside the city lord's office, friends and guests gathered for the feast. Many of them were notable figures of the world, top cultivators within the divine prefectures, giant-level existence were all here in one place. The armorer competition at Qianyang City was indeed one of the grandest feasts in the divine prefecture. Unless it was Donghuang the Great personally hosting a feast to gather the powers of the divine prefecture, there was not much that could surpass the grand scale of the armorer competition in Qianyang City. More than half of the giant principalities in the divine prefecture have arrived. All the powers in the divine prefecture were willing to give Qianyang City this honor. There were no buildings here in the giant martial arts field inside the city lord's office but a vast open space. At this moment, around this vast open space, there was also a sea of people, with throngs of cultivators. To the north, with its back against a high platform, there were many stairs. At the top of the stairs, many top figures from Qianyang City were sitting upon it. This was the highest seat. On both the east and the west side, there were long stretches of stands for cultivators who came from all sides. Of course, only the top forces were invited to observe the ceremony inside the city lord's office. In addition, there were the direct forces under the command of the city lord's office and some other guests they had invited. And the place in the middle, as surrounded by the 3 sides, was another huge open space. Inside, there were 9 high platforms erected, and they were all prepared for armor making. To the south, there was a straight road leading out of the city lord's office. In the surrounding areas, there were many cultivators from the city lord's office to work as crowd control and maintain orders. The sight in front of everyone was a grand and sumptuous occasion, a grand feast that was even more spectacular and impressive than any feast in ordinary palaces. Almost all of the top cultivators in the divine prefecture had gathered here. At this time, from a palace above the stairs on the north side, a group of people came towards this side. The person in the lead was clad in a golden robe, very authoritative. Those that were around him were also top cultivators. Greetings to the city lord. On the left and right, many cultivators bowed to salute the man, and they were all cultivators from the city lord's office. The man who was making the appearance was the city lord of Qianyang. His eyes seemed to be golden, and his entire body seemed full of endless energy, with vigorous spirits. As he walked forward, everyone made way for him until he came to the main high seat, and he surveyed all those who were around. Many people stood up and said, "Greetings to the city lord." The city lord of Qianyang City put his hands together to the crowd and said, "Everyone has come from afar to participate in the festivities here at our Qianyang City. The Wang family is very grateful for your presence. Please, take a seat." The cultivators from various forces sat down as commanded. Suddenly, 9 mirrors appeared in the sky above the city lord's office, placed in different directions. Each of the 9 mirrors aimed directly below, right on top of the 9 platforms. Instantly, Images appeared in those mirrors that reflected what was happening from those 9 high platforms. That was the mirror image of the 9 major armor-making areas in Tianyang City. Each was full of people, and everyone was extremely excited, and it was all reflected here by the mirrors. At the same time, there seemed to be a strange aura that appeared in the sky above Tianyang City. Above the firmament, a mirror screen appeared as if hanging from the sky, in the middle of the void. This mirror was suspended in the sky above Tianyang City. Anyone standing below it could immediately see everything that was happening inside the City Lord's office when they looked in that mirror. In that magnificent projection, they could see all the giant figures who were in attendance. Whether it was in the City Lord's office of Tianyang City or outside on the 9 major armor competition platforms in the city, both inside and outside the City Lord's office could be seen clearly, so all could witness this grand event together. In Tianyang City, the crowds were extremely ebullient as countless people talked and discussed those sitting on the high platform inside the City Lord's office, who they were, where they came from, how many giants had arrived, and who was who in the cultivation world. The cultivators from the West Imperial Palace also arrived and were sitting inside the City Lord's office because they were invited. The Palace Lord of the West Imperial Palace and Shi Kaiyaro were present. Looking at the grand scene in front of them, Shi Qiao's beautiful eyes looked towards the main high seats as if she was searching for something. Or someone. Yi Futian, who was invited by Wang Ting into the City Lord's office, would he be here? Sure enough, she found a man among the mighty throngs of cultivators within the City Lord's office. There were not many cultivators from the main branch of the City Lord's office who were sitting at the main seats. Obviously, Wang Ting had a place. He took a group of people to sit in one direction while Yi Futian was sitting behind Wang Ting, extremely inconspicuous. If no one looked carefully, they would not be able to find him at all. At this moment, he was wearing a silver mask, with his aura retracted. There was no sense of his existence that could be detected. But Shi Kaiyaro had already inquired about Silver Spear Changkong before, so she recognized him immediately. However, Shi Kaiyaro only took a quick look before redirecting her attention so as not to make others notice what she was looking at and cause unnecessary trouble to Yi Futian. Congratulations to Tianyang City for holding the armor competition. Outside, there were other top forces still coming, and the mirror screen above the sky was projected high above the sky. Who are these people? Someone asked. The domain chief's manor from Taichu Domain. They have just arrived, someone replied. There are quite a few domain chiefs' manors that have come to attend. Many were astounded by the sheer number of people they saw. I beg your pardon. We are a little late. Another voice was heard as groups of cultivators poured into the City Lord's office, and those from the main branch of the Wang family in the City Lord's office of Tianyang greeted him personally. Chief Taishang is here as well. Hurry up and usher him in, Tianyang City Lord said loudly, surprising many people. Even the chief of Taishang Domain Chief's manor had come in person. This chief was known to be a mighty man. None of them had ever attended the armor competition. It seemed that it was all because representatives from the Imperial Palace might also be attending the feast. Distinguished guests continued to descend, and all of them were well-known figures. Tianyang City was boiling over because of the sheer excitement of it all. At this moment, divine light descended from the firmament, blinding everyone's eyes. Along with the descendants of the divine light, a group of people appeared above the City Lord's office, making countless people tremble. Who dared to appear above Tianyang City's City Lord's office like this? They could already guess it. Besides Donghuang Imperial Palace, who else dared to make such a bold entrance? Indeed, in the sky above the City Lord's office, a beautiful figure wearing a phoenix robe was there, surrounded by a dazzling light. Who else could it be other than Princess Donghuang? The man next to her had superb comportment. It was as if he was a heavenly divine spear himself. This was none other than the direct disciple of Donghuang the Great, the divine general of the Imperial Palace, Spear Emperor himself, Du Yu. At this moment, all the cultivators in the City Lord's office stood up and bowed slightly to the void. Greetings to your Royal Highness, they said. Tianyang City is incredibly honored by Her Royal Highness' presence here, Tianyang City Lord said with a smile. Princess Donghuang looked down below and nodded slightly to everyone. Today is the Tianyang City Armor competition, We are here at the City Lord's invitation to take a look. Everyone, please, as you were. Princess, please take a seat, Qianyang City Lord said as he pointed next to him. There was a row of seats on equal setting with him, specially prepared for the guests from the Imperial Palace. After all, today was the feast of Qianyang City. As part of the ancient god clan, the Qianyang City Lord was held in extremely high esteem in the divine prefecture in both status and position. He was not under the command of Donghuang the Great, so he didn't need to display the subservience as a subordinate. As long as he paid enough respect to the representatives from the Imperial Palace, it would suffice. Princess Donghuang nodded slightly, then her group of people moved towards the space below and settled on the seats prepared for them. Princess Donghuang sat in the middle, with Du Yu on one side and several other strong cultivators on the other side. All of them were surrounding her. Behind the crowds, Futian observed all this quietly. This kind of show of force was almost the same as the alliance that had gathered to encircle and suppress the heavenly mandate. Chapter 2554, The Ignoration from Du Yu. After the arrival of Princess Donghuang, the Lord of Qianyang City's smile became even bigger. This Armorer Fest was the grandest one in the past 1,000 years. Your Highness, you look even more noble now. Every time I see Your Highness, I can't help but be pleasantly surprised, said someone sitting on the side with a smile. The tone he used to speak to Princess Donghuang suggested he must be in an unusual position, too. It was the chief of the domain chief's manor of the Taishangi Domain, a senior who once followed Donghuang the Great. Donghuang the Great established domain chief's manors after unifying the world, and this chief from the Taishang Domain used to be an extraordinarily powerful cultivator under Donghuang the Great. Even the Lord of Qianyang City had to show respect to him if they met. This was his first time to take part in the Armorer Fest held in Qianyang City. Looking at Chief Taishang, Princess Donghuang said, "Master, now that we are acquainted, we don't have to stand on ceremony. You can just call me Diyuan. Your Highness, I'm flattered that you recognized me, but I won't allow myself to behave rudely to you," said Chief Taishang with a smile. Diyuan was Princess Donghuang's name. Her full name was Donghuang Diyuan. Diyuan. Futian was surprised. Donghuang Diyuan. He had been ignorant of the name of Princess Donghuang, which seemed a little strange to him when he heard it. He wondered why Donghuang the Great had named the Princess Diyuan. Xia Qingyuan also had the character Yuan in her name. Not only Futian, actually, few people knew Princess Donghuang's name. After all, people all over the land of the Divine Prefecture had to address her as Your Highness. As spacious as the land was, Donghuang the Great was the only person that could call her by her name. Therefore, except for some aged people and those in key positions in the Imperial Palace, Donghuang Diyuan's name was almost unknown. Your Highness, almost everyone is here. Shall we start now? The Lord of Qianyang City asked Princess Donghuang. I am just an onlooker. The Armorer Fest is the fest of Qianyang City. I wouldn't meddle. Lord, you are the only person who gets to make decisions here. Please pretend I am not here, said Princess Donghuang in a plain tone. Okay. The Lord of Qianyang City nodded. Then, looking at the crowd, he said in a loud voice, Her Highness came here in person for the Armorer Fest. And so many friends came from all over the land of the Divine Prefecture to offer congratulations and watch the competition. This is the grandest fest ever held in Qianyang City. Therefore, everyone, hopefully, you will satisfy my expectation in the upcoming armor competition. There will be 10 rounds in this armor competition. In the first 9, Ren Huang from level 1 to level 9 will be forging weapons in 9 courts. The best armorers on each level in each court will go to the City Lord office for the 10th round, which is the final of the armorer competition. You will get a prize as long as you get to the City Lord office. Or you can choose to join the City Lord office and cultivate and forge weapons there. In that case, you will have the best cultivation experience and enjoy the best weapon forging environment. In the 10th round, everyone that goes to the City Lord office will forge weapons at the same time. Only the best performers on each level will be chosen for the final competition. Of course, besides the 9 levels, we also have cultivators on the Tribulation Plane. They have a free pass to the final in the City Lord office. The crowd was quite thrilled by the speech of the Lord of Tianyang City. The notable armorer competition, which was held only once every 100 years, would take place soon. As to the rules, they already knew them well. Only a few people, including Futian, had not been very clear about the rules. That being said, thanks to the City Lord's explanation, he already learned that 9 competition courts had been set up in Tianyang City, and the best armorers from each court would gather in the City Lord office. Then they would compete against each other in the City Lord office despite their different levels. Those on lower levels certainly would not defeat those on higher levels, but even so, their great skills would be seen. "Now, I declare the start of the first round," said the Lord of Tianyang City. Sound waves were transmitted across the air and vibrating on the mirror screen in the sky. Then they carried across the whole city. Numerous practitioners were immediately motivated and excited. They looked up at the mirror screen in the sky while those in the 9 competition courts were gazing at the vast central open space in each court. There was staff from the City Lord office managing the 9 courts, too. They would judge whose newly forged weapons were the most powerful and decide who was the winner to go to the City Lord office. At this moment, many master armorers walked out of the crowd to the center of the 9 courts. The first round was for armorers on the level 1 Renhuang plane. All of the 9 courts were wide enough to hold many practitioners, so they could forge weapons at the same time. Besides, armorers who had the nerve to take part in the armorer competition were extraordinary because average ones would not want to show their incompetence in public. And there were not many gorgeous armorers in the first place. As a result, those 9 courts were more than enough to hold all practitioners interested in the armorer competition. Due to the mirror screen in the air, the interior and exterior of the City Lord office seemed to have merged into one, and even the entire Tianyang City seemed to be one. People in the city could see not only the situation of the 9 courts but also that of the City Lord office. In the City Lord office, many top-level people were looking at the 9 platforms that corresponded respectively to the 9 courts. They did not need to lift their heads. The images on the 9 platforms were even clearer. They could see everyone forging weapons sitting in the City Lord office. Of course, those overlords could cover the 9 courts with their divine consciousnesses. It's starting. The armorers that had gone to the center of the courts had already started. They were preparing their own armory zones, in which things necessary for the forging had shown up, including all kinds of devices, treasures such as the black iron of the Great Path and meteorites, and all sorts of powerful flames of the way. Those things could all be seen on the screen. Even laypeople would be thrilled at the sight of the grand occasion. Futian, standing behind the powerful cultivators in the City Lord office and watching the competition quietly, was also stirred. His ambition was to turn the Ziwei segmentum into the number 1 alchemy force, but what he saw made him realize he had a long way to go to achieve that. And the alchemy palace of the Ziwei segmentum had a long way to go. Such a goal would not be fulfilled overnight unless he refined some top elixirs to enhance the influence of alchemy. However, given the weapon forging strength of Tianyang City, they were not a rival at all. They would need a lot of time to catch up. However, the Ziwei Imperial Palace was governing countless practitioners, among whom there must be some talented alchemists with the potential to be a master. He figured he should really tell Daoist monk Mu to find as many of them as possible. When the occasion arose, he could also hold a fest like this to recruit talented people into the alchemy palace of the Ziwei Imperial Palace so that no talent would be wasted. It was a question of environment, and Tianyang City had the best environment for armorers. He would make the Ziwei segmentum the best environment for alchemists. As the first step, he would tell Daoist monk Mu to go in that direction after this event was over. That Daoist monk schemed against him, so he had to make the man work harder than others. The Lord of Tianyang City glanced at the 9 courts with a smile. In his eyes, the 10th round, which would occur in the City Lord office, was the most noteworthy. The other rounds were just a start. I heard Du, the Spear Emperor, had proved his path and gone through his tribulation. It's really my pleasure to see the direct disciple of the great emperor here today, said the Lord of Tianyang City to Du, the Spear Emperor. He was just chit-chatting. It's my pleasure, too, City Lord. Du Yu looked very calm. He seemed a little aloof. Although the person he was speaking to was the Lord of Qianyang City, a top overlord in the Divine Prefecture, Du Yu, as the direct disciple of Donghuang the Great, did not have to feel inferior. Besides, he had met all sorts of people. Have you found any suitable weapon for yourself after the breakthrough? You know, the 13th flight of Qianyang City makes really good spears. The Lord of Qianyang City looked at the rear of the crowd while speaking. When Donglai from the 13th flight was here, too. He reported to the City Lord office, so it was natural that he watched the competition in the crowd there. When Donglai, do you have any divine weapon that the Spear Emperor deserves? Asked the Lord of Qianyang City. Yes, I do. If the Spear Emperor wants, I can also make a new one based on his needs, said Wen Donglai. It's okay. I am not short of divine arms. But thank you all the same, City Lord, responded Du Yu in a plain voice. As the direct disciple of Donghuang the Great, he was not short of divine arms indeed. However, Donghuang the Great had never allowed him to use divine arms in a battle. Instead, he kept telling Du Yu not to use any of them because that was the only way to master the purest powerful spear methods. Well, of course. The Lord of Qianyang City said with a smile, the Imperial Palace is surely not short of divine arms. Wang Teng, it's said there was a gorgeous spearman in the competition hosted by Donglai a few days ago. Did you invite him here? Asked Wang Teng, the Lord of Qianyang City. Yes, Father. Wang Teng nodded. Looking back at Yi Futian, he said, Chang Kong uses a silver spear. His spear skill is so fantastic that he defeated all opponents with one blow. He won the divine weapon with ease. Nice to meet you, City Lord. Seeing the Lord of Qianyang City look at him, Yi Futian nodded to salute him. Well. The Lord of Qianyang City also saluted him with a slight nod. Mr. Du is the direct disciple of the great emperor. His spear skill is outstanding. I don't think he has any rival in the Divine Prefecture. It's a rare opportunity that he is in Qianyang City. You can ask for Mr. Du's instruction when the occasion arises so that you can improve your skill. Practicing spear? Du Yu looked back at Yi Futian. He saw a silver mask and the penetrating look behind the mask. However, without taking Yi Futian seriously, he retracted his look after a quick glance. He certainly did not need to take Yi Futian seriously. That was just a man with a good combat force who wanted to join the City Lord office. Fighting him would be against the way of spear. Yi Futian noticed the ignoration in Du Yu's look. As a disciple of Donghuang the Great, Du Yu certainly would not care about a practitioner from the outer realms. Chapter 2555, Behind the Competition. The Lord of Qianyang City seemed to have courted a rebuff. He darted Du Yu a glance, thinking the direct disciple of Donghuang the Great was really proud, but with a good reason. After all, Du Yu did not need to curry favor with anyone across the land of the Divine Prefecture. The practitioners of Qianyang City were more or less pissed off, but they did not show it. Nowadays, young heroes keep coming forth in large numbers. We have found several great talents in the first round of the armorer competition. Seeing Du Yu not responding to him, the Lord of Qianyang City looked at the 9 platforms, where the 9 competition courts were displayed. Yeah, it's much better than 100 years ago, replied someone from the City Lord office. The Divine Prefecture was still a chaotic world 400 years ago. The great emperor united the world and imparted the way to the Divine Prefecture. After hundreds of years of recovery and the impartation of the way, and the cultivation of various top forces, the young generation has benefited a lot, and outstanding people keep showing up. They will certainly surpass the old generation, said the Lord of Qianyang City, subtly complimenting Donghuang the Great. But he also told the truth. The Divine Prefecture was left in chaos after those turbulent days. Too many powerful people died in the war. However, after the recovery in the past hundreds of years, another period of great prosperity was coming. Some great geniuses got killed in those turbulent days before they could reach their heyday. Many extraordinary people were destined to be unable to reach their peak. At this point, the Divine Prefecture was growing and becoming more and more powerful. I agree, City Lord. I bet there are many great talents in the City Lord office of Qianyang City, said a man with a smile. Yeah, quite a few excellent young people have shown up in the past few years. You will see them in the armor competition. Please don't hesitate to instruct them if you have anything to say about their performance, said the Lord of Qianyang City with a smile. The City Lord office is so skilled in making weapons. You really can be our master in this regard. I'm afraid we don't get to comment on anything. Shaking his head, a man said, but I'm quite glad to see how grand this event is. With so much enthusiasm about weapon making in Qianyang City, the Divine Prefecture will never be short of good armorers. That's certainly not a concern for you. Qianyang City has contributed substantially to the weapon making in the Divine Prefecture. I'm flattered. The Lord of Qianyang City said, besides me, everyone here is responsible for imparting the way on behalf of the Divine Prefecture, too, and many outstanding people have been cultivated this way. They are the future of the Divine Prefecture. We family forces might think more for ourselves, but the Holy Lands aiming to impart the way in the Divine Prefecture are doubtless selfless. However, some people are trying to harm and destroy such forces now, said a man out of the blue, charging some subtle tension into the air. That sounded a casual comment, but he was obviously implying something. Yi Futian looked at that man in the crowd. He was from the Haotian clan living in the Nantian domain. It was a force of the ancient god clan. With a long history, the ancient god clan was not afraid of Yi Futian. Thus, the man had made that comment in the armorer competition. So, Shi Kayara was right. He was afraid those forces were using the armor fest to deal with the Ziwei segmentum. However, on the other hand, should he feel honored that various forces from the Divine Prefecture were taking the Ziwei segmentum so seriously? I feel sorry for the Holy Land of Taichu, too. The Lord of Qianyang City said, Your Highness, the Holy Land of Taichu was eliminated. And the Taichu Saint Emperor died. It's a big loss for the Divine Prefecture. Donghuang Diyuan remained very calm. Some forces went to the Imperial Palace to ask for their help when the Holy Land of Taichu had just been eliminated. They wanted the Imperial Palace to eliminate the Ziwei segmentum. My father has a history with Four Corner Village, and he also has a promise to keep. Since he promised the original realm in the old days, it was inappropriate for him to meddle in. Besides, the Holy Land of Taichu and some forces of the Divine Prefecture discussed eliminating the Ziwei segmentum before, plus the old grievances. It's kind of a problem between the forces of the Divine Prefecture and Yi Futian. It's also an ordeal for the forces of the Divine Prefecture, said Donghuang Diyuan in a plain tone. The forces of the Divine Prefecture wanted to subdue Yi Futian, but they got threatened by him instead. Therefore, they wanted help from the Imperial Palace. It was not out of good intention that those people wanted to kill Yi Futian. They simply wanted to loot. As to those extensive talks, they should not be taken seriously at all. Yi Futian's identity had not got exposed yet when forces like the Dark World and the Empty Divine Realm were fighting him, and he was regarded as a member of the original realm, which also belonged to the Divine Prefecture. However, what did those forces of the Divine Prefecture do? They intended to destroy the Heavenly Realm and rob the treasures of the 9 regions, and they wanted to eliminate the Lost Clan, too. Did they do those things to impart the way? Of course not. Those were just out of some selfish motives. The same happened when they wanted to eliminate the Ziwei segmentum. Since it was out of selfish motives, they were in no position to drag the Imperial Palace into the fight with the Justice Talk. Princess Donghuang's speech was quite thought-provoking. The word of Donghuang the Great was his bond. Since he promised he would never attack Yi Futian, he would not mind seeing the latter grow stronger, unless Yi Futian violated the rules of the Divine Prefecture, such as killing a lot of people, fighting the domain chief's manners of the Divine Prefecture, and declaring war on the Divine Prefecture. Enlightened Master said he would not meddle in the grudge between Yi Futian and the forces of the Divine Prefecture. It's your problem, so don't expect the Imperial Palace to solve it for you. Of course, if Yi Futian violates any rule of the Divine Prefecture, the Imperial Palace will certainly do something about it, and I will take his life away, too, said Duyu in a cold voice. He seemed to be the odd man out there. The forces of the Divine Prefecture obviously all had their own plans. They were not affiliated with the imperial palace. Neither were they governed by the imperial palace directly. Therefore, they were all making their own calculations. Du Yu's speech was not as friendly as Donghuang Diyuan's. He even sounded a little harsh without giving face to any of the forces. Obviously, he was quite pissed off because those forces seemed to be asking for the imperial palace's help, but it was actually a threat. Although he disliked Yi Futian, too, it did not mean he would be nice to those forces. That's right, Your Highness. Yi Futian went too far by eliminating the Holy Land of Taichu. Crime doesn't pay. He will be punished. The Lord of Qianyang City said in a plain voice, "Let's forget about this for now. It's such a buzzkill. We will go back to it after the armor competition." Exactly. "Let's enjoy the fest now," echoed someone, looking back at the 9 weapon-making courts on the platforms. Yi Futian heard everything. He was very quiet. It was as if all that had nothing to do with him. But his guess was kind of proved. It was exactly as Shi Kaiyaro thought. They would take advantage of the occasion of the armor competition to talk about how to deal with the Ziwei segmentum. So, Lord Chen and Ji Yu should get prepared. That being said, everyone's attention was still on the armor competition. This fest aroused unbelievable enthusiasm in them. The first round of competition ended very soon. A winner was selected in each of the 9 courts. Although it was impossible to be 100% fair, it was quite fair already. Indeed, the second best armor from some court who got eliminated could be better than the best one from a different court. Such unfairness was inevitable. But in the end, the 9 best armorists would go to the City Lord office to have another round of competition. Not until then would there be a champion. Certainly, if any of those who had got eliminated were a really great armorer, the City Lord office would notice and recruit him into it as well. The armor competition went on. The winners of the 9 courts were called into the City Lord office and received by the City Lord. Some whose cultivation level was relatively lower were quite excited to see so many big shots in the City Lord office. Those were the strongest ones in the Divine Prefecture. Chapter 2556, Something Unusual. As the armorer competition continued, the cultivation of the participating armorers stepping onto the high platform was getting stronger, as well as the level of the divine arms and implements they produced. The mood of the entire Qianyang city continued to elevate. Even the top figures within the City Lord's office were becoming somewhat interested. One round of armoring took considerable time. Some were slow in forging and took a longer time. However, except for the 10th and the last round, the first 9 rounds of forging were time-limited. Since they were in a competition, it was impossible to allow them unlimited time to forge endlessly. Qianyang City itself was the most powerful place for armor making. Naturally, they would know how best to set the time limit. At night, in Qianyang City Lord's office, some implements had ascended into the sky, like the sun that illuminated the entire Qianyang City as if it was daytime. So bright it was that it was impossible to distinguish day from night. No one was surprised by this situation, however. For forces like Qianyang City, those top cultivators were more than capable of controlling the rotation of the sun and the moon, and there was nothing strange about any of that. What does the City Lord think about these Master Armoress abilities compared to the Master Armoress from the City Lord's office? In the 10th and final round of the competition, will the City Lord's office be able to win them all? Someone below asked casually. Naturally, it's not possible. The City Lord of Qianyang said, the armorer competition attracts top armorers from all parts of the Divine Prefecture every time, and many of the armorers from the outside are also extremely powerful. Although all of the armorers in the City Lord's office are top level, there has never been a complete victory in the past. What they meant by total victory was referring to the competitions in various realms and to defeat everyone who was from outside of Qianyang City. Total victory was not so easy to achieve, however. Look, this person's level of armoring is truly extraordinary, the City Lord of Qianyang said as he pointed his finger to a platform somewhere and landed on an image. Suddenly many people looked yonder and saw that in one of the 9 major armoring arenas, there was an armorer who was different from all the others, and his level seemed to be superior to those around him. This person's level is no less than the armoress from within our City Lord's office. This is the 5th round of armor, and 4 more rounds are remaining. There should be some more powerful people making themselves known later, City Lord of Qianyang continued. Everyone nodded as someone asked, "Does the City Lord's office of Qianyang know of these powerful armorers?" "I know quite a lot of them," Wang Tang replied. "However, it is impossible for me to know all of the master armorers out there." "That's true." The person who asked the question acquiesced and continued to watch the armor competition. Round after round, the armor competition continued. By the 7th round, figures in the realm of Upper Renhuang had begun joining in. The divine arms forged by them were implements of the Upper Renhuang level, and it was not something anyone would want to miss. In this round of competition, there were some powerful characters that the City Lord's office had been paying attention to already. After all, they were within the category of top armorers and watched closely by the City Lord's office as potential recruits. If everything went well, the City Lord's office would pay a large sum to attract them to become their armorers, as this was the primary purpose of the armor competition. The people from the City Lord's office were paying attention to several arenas at once, of which there were several people they focused on. However, as the forging continued, they noticed that in addition to the people they were watching, some other notable figures had emerged at this time. Their forging capabilities were operated on a very high level, and they stood out in each of their respective arenas. More importantly, they didn't seem to know any of these people. Many people from Qianyang City Lord's office whispered. They found that they had no knowledge of these new talents. The City Lord of Qianyang did not pay much attention to things like these normally, as they were tended to by some others in the City Lord's office. But he was astute enough that when he heard their whispers, he knew what happened immediately, that several strange and powerful armorers had made their presence known. It seemed that they were not fully prepared for such a surprise. People from all forces in the Divine Prefecture were scrutinizing those 9 platforms and talking incessantly about what they saw. Although they did not know much about armoring, they understood the general gist just by observing. The few men unknown to the City Lord's office were also the ones followed closely by people from the Divine Prefecture. They had even made inquiries to the cultivators from the City Lord's office, who could only say that there were many talents in the Divine Prefecture and that they had never heard of these top armorers before. This kind of answer took many people by surprise. Unsurprisingly, those that they thought would perform well had forged very powerful divine arms, and they each became the champion in their own respective arena of competition. They would be invited into the City Lord's office. After the 7th round of competition, Qianyang City was totally on fire. The eagerness in the atmosphere reached a new height. Under the attention of all eyes from the public, the 8th round of the armor competition continued, and countless people were waiting intently. At this moment, in the vastness of Qianyang City, with countless cultivators, it suddenly became a little quieter. Without the noise from before, the entire Qianyang City began to quiet down. Even those who were chatting lowered their voices as they dared not disturb the others. Everyone, whether they were in the 9 major armoring arenas or looking up at the sky, was appreciating the excitement of this 8th round equally. The stronger the armorer, the more abundant the time was given. This was because they needed longer preparation time and for the actual forging. In return, the implements that they produced were way more powerful. As soon as the 8th round of the armorer competition began, the people in the City Lord's office zoomed in on the few people they were interested in. Those few, as expected, displayed incredible talents in their respective armoring arenas and did not disappoint. It was expected that they would be recruited into the City Lord's office and did not waste the efforts of arranging these people in different areas of competition. However, as the competition continued, their expressions became quite interesting. As the 7th round, several seemingly powerful figures emerged, and still, they were not previously known by anyone from the City Lord's office. But as the process of armoring continued, they became more and more aware that the level of armoring by these people was incredibly high, and they were extremely steady when they forged. Although they were not wowing anyone in decidedly astounding fashion, every step of forging was done perfectly without any signs of mishap. Naturally, everyone could tell just at what level these armorers were operating. This time, are there really so many powerful master armorers coming to Qianyang City to participate in this armor competition? An old man asked. He appeared a little surprised. Previously, in the 7th round of the competition, there were already a few powerful figures whom they did not recognize. At this moment, they had appeared again in this 8th round, so how could they not be surprised? Moreover, their forging ability was definitely no less than the few people they were paying attention to. Their level was comparable to the top master armorers in Tianyang City Lord's office. More importantly, they had a feeling that this may not be their peak performance. At this moment, they were seeking to perform without fault, so they could make it to the next round and hopefully entering the City Lord's office to forge armors. If they exerted their full strength, they might perform even better than expected in the 10th round of the competition. There are not many top master armorers. Even in the entire Divine Prefecture, there are not many of them. Especially those top master armorers who also possessed an extremely high level of forging are even rarer. City Lord Tianyang said as if it had a meaning other than what he said, which cast a pall of mystery on everyone who heard him. However, was this just a coincidence? Or rather, there were many hidden master armorers in the Divine Prefecture. The Divine Prefecture was massive, and there were many powerful cultivators within. However, armorers at this level would not be completely unknown. In the City Lord's office, many people felt a subtle change in the atmosphere. Shikayaro looked at the images displayed on the 9 high platforms, and a smile appeared at one corner of her mouth. In this case, things were going to be much more enjoyable. By the 8th round, the number of people participating in the armor competition was far less than before. The number of participants in each round was steadily decreasing, but the time for each round of competition was constantly increasing. As time went by, finally, an extraordinary Renhuang implement came into being. It roared in the sky above the arena, brilliantly dazzling. Finally, some people began to produce implements successfully. Gradually, more people succeeded in making their implements. As expected, in addition to the few people that the City Lord's office was keeping tabs on, a few other unknown figures had also come to the fore. They became the champions in their arena, which meant that they would be coming to the City Lord's office as armorers. After this round of competition had ended, the atmosphere inside the City Lord's office finally began to change. From the joy at the beginning to the doubts that dogged them now, there was a shadow lurking somewhere, unclear and confusing. However, the City Lord of Tianyang appeared calm and nonchalant, as if he did not care much about it. He said with a smile, "Excellent. If the 8th round is already this exciting, I don't know what kind of performance to expect from these masters in the 9th round. Surely, it won't be disappointing," Shikayaro whispered with a smile, her eyes focused on the platform. Her words seemed to be full of suggestions. Futian sat quietly in the crowd without saying a word. Those eyes under the silver mask were looking at the 9 raised platforms. Obviously, he felt something unusual as well. However, no one could say exactly what was happening. Next was the 9th round of armor forging, which was also the last round before the final battle in the armorer competition. No one knew if similar circumstances would repeat themselves then. Futian could see that the armorer competition this time had slightly exceeded the City Lord's expectations. In their minds, they had a general idea about how the armorer competition would proceed, which should not have veered too far off course. But the current situation as it stood was clearly not within their expectation. In other words, things were far from how they had expected them to go. Deviation of this sort should not be underestimated. Deviations beyond their expectations often meant that something might happen which was outside of their control. This was a once-in-a-hundred-year grand occasion in Tianyang City, in which cultivators in the Divine Prefecture were invited, even those from Donghuang Imperial Palace. Her Royal Highness, Princess Donghuang, had attended in person. Obviously, the City Lord's office did not want anything unexpected to happen. Of course, they weren't too worried. After all, with the strength of the Tianyang City Lord's office, they still believed that the situation was under their control. Even if there were some unforeseen surprises, it was nothing they couldn't handle. The 9th round, "Let it begin," the City Lord of Tianyang proclaimed. Even he was a little curious. What would happen in the 9th round of the armor competition that was coming up next? They could only wait and see. Chapter 2557, Unexpected Outcome. Meng Yang was a well-known master armorer whose cultivation was in the 9 realm of Renhuang. He was capable of forging top-level Renhuang implements. It had been many years since he made his name in the Tianyang realm. The City Lord's office of Tianyang had been trying to recruit him and extended their invitations many times before to no avail. What he had always wanted to prove was that even without the resources of the City Lord's office, he could still become a master-level armorer, even to the point of defeating armorers at the same level from the City Lord's office. Armorers were proud sorts by nature, and Meng Yang was more so than the others. It was not that he was unwilling to enter the City Lord's office, but he wanted first to prove to himself that his armor-making was not done relying on the resources of the City Lord's office. He wanted to prove that he could defeat the masters from the City Lord's office by himself. He had been waiting for this opportunity, and now, this day was finally here. He would only go to the City Lord's office with the glory of having beaten their top armorers. Then, he would use the resources of the City Lord's office to continue improving himself, break through the shackles, and impact higher realms. At this time, Meng Yang stood in one of the 9 major armoring arenas and began forging. To him, this had great significance. This was the 9th round of the competition. After this round, he would enter the City Lord's office and compete with top master armorers. Meng Yang looked to be about 40 years or so, with a chiseled face. His expression was calm and steady as he began arranging the area of forging. In his area, the temperature was extremely high, as blazing flames of the great path flowed within this space. Soon after, Meng Yang took out the materials he had prepared and began to get the fire ready to purify these materials. These materials were carefully chosen by him, and they were no common goods. Even so, impurities still had to be removed so the purification process would yield the most valuable parts of the materials. A burning red hammer appeared in his hand, and a scorching divine fire was flowing on the hammer as he began to pound on the materials to make his implement. Next to him, everyone else had started their forging as well. For a time, the sounds of metal pounding were the only sound to be heard. Armor forging was a process that was all about returning to the basics. No matter how strong a person's cultivation might be or how powerful the implement would be, the initial steps were all about repeated pounding, which was the simplest and the most important. Not many participated in the 9th round of the competition, but they were a master-level figure, an elite master armorer. Tianyang City was holding its breath, watching intently at the last round of competition before the finale. Time passed little by little. In the quiet of Tianyang City, only the sounds of iron pounding seemed to be heard. The top figures in the City Lord's office stopped chatting mindlessly at this time. Instead, they focused upon the 9 major arenas. The cultivators from the City Lord's office paid more attention to Meng Yang. Of course, they knew Meng Yang's strength and his extraordinary ability in armor making. If he could be further fostered in the City Lord's office, he would definitely forge sub-divine arms in the future. Ultimately, these were the kind of people they needed to recruit and someone who would definitely be a part of the City Lord's office. Therefore, they were looking forward to Meng Yang's performance. Futian was also paying attention. He had seen blind Tai struck iron before, who was operating on a very high level, not necessarily any less than any of the participants here. However, ever since following him, Blind Tai had set aside armor making. Futian was thinking that once Uncle Tai had survived the divine tribulation of the Great Path, he might pick up armor making again and forge sub-divine arms. Every step that Meng Yang took so far was a sure bet. The intensity of purification, the timing, and the heat control are all perfect. He should be able to create top-notch implement, and no idea what kind of surprise he may give us, some top-level characters whispered, who seemed to favor Meng Yang above the others. In the 9th round of the competition, Meng Yang will probably seek predictability above everything else. As long as he doesn't make mistakes, there will be no problem, so it was unlikely that he will be making implement that is too challenging, someone else commented, and everyone nodded in agreement. Since he had been advancing steadily, it was natural for him to wait until he could enter the City Lord's office first, then challenge the more difficult implement in the final showdown. Look at that man. Someone pointed to the armoring arena where Meng Yang was and said, the man behind Meng Yang seems to be pretty awesome. Quite a few people noticed that behind Meng Yang, in an inconspicuous corner, there was an armorer in black. His technique of armor making was noticeably extraordinary and superb. He is formidable. Many people in the city lord's office were good at armor making. After they saw the man's technique, they knew he was exceptional. However, as for his specific level, in reality, that still needed time to be observed and determined. Following purification, it was melding of the materials and shaping. All the purified materials were combined in a certain proportion, then forged into the shape of the desired implement. This process was equally important as the other steps. The material ratio, temperature, and requirements needed to be extremely precise. The more powerful the implement, the higher the requirements. The slight neglect may lead to a considerable discrepancy in the strength of the implement, so mistakes had to be avoided at all costs. Otherwise, all the efforts expanded might have been for naught, which may directly cause the failure of the forging so that the end product was nothing more than a piece of useless junk. Time went on by little by little. Along with the process of fusion and shaping, everyone could see the kind of implements that these armorers wanted to forge. Meng Yang is forging a sword. As expected, he is playing safe, the man in the city lord's office said. Who is the person behind Meng Yang? Many people in the city lord's office shook their heads. Obviously, it was yet another powerful master armorer they didn't know. His level may not be below Meng Yang's, someone said. Judging from current circumstances, he was not at all outshined by Meng Yang. No matter which step of the armor making, he had completed them equally perfectly. The key is still hinged on the vessel patterns and the process of fusion, someone continued. However, the implement he is making seems to be a cauldron, a black cauldron. Even that flames of the great path seemed to be pitch black in color as if it were a dark flame. That cauldron had an extraordinary feel to it. Once it was completed, it might be exceptional in every way. Meng Yang may not know, someone said. The armorer needed to devote himself to the process of forging without being distracted so as not to make any mistakes. With Meng Yang's experience, he was unlikely to make such mistakes. He was completely immersed in his world with the forging, without being affected by the interference from the outside world. He had great confidence in his armor-making ability. As long as he could complete every step without issue, the implement he created would undoubtedly be the strongest in this arena. His goal was actually to be the strongest in all 9 arenas. He intended to beat out the top master armorer from the city lord's office among all the masters in the 10th round. This kind of intense self-confidence prevented Meng Yang from paying any attention to other people's progress. He focused solely on completing his project step by step. And each step was perfect. But even as impeccable as this, some people were still concerned for him because a competitor was performing equally perfectly. Some of the top figures in the city lord's office were paying special attention to the progress of these two at this moment. Some even felt an unexplainable sense of nervousness. Slowly, some began to make engravings on the implements, incorporating the great path and imbuing the spirit. As time went on, some had finished their implements. However, the first to finish was not necessarily the most powerful. After all, the point of armor making was on the quality of the implement itself. Gradually, these implements were completed one after another. At this time, Meng Yang exhaled a breath, long and deep. Then with a wave of his palm, a brilliant divine light suddenly rushed into the sky, as if it had pierced through the firmament. A divine sword flew up and chimed in the void. The divine glory that bloomed from it awed the world and made countless others sigh with wonder. All the people in the entire Tianyang city seemed to be attracted by this sword light. What a powerful sword, someone exclaimed. The rank of this item must be incredibly high. No wonder Meng Yang is who he is. In the realm of Renhuang, he may be the strongest armorer in forging, no less superior than any of the master armorers from the city lord's office, someone else said. When Meng Yang saw the sword he forged, a rare smile appeared on his face as well. He seemed to have strong confidence in the implement he had made. He looked in other directions and found that after he finished forging, the other armorers had basically finished their implements as well. Sure enough, no one else's implements had a higher rank than the divine sword he forged. There was only one person who was not done yet. Meng Yang didn't realize that in the city lord's office and Tianyang City, some people who were experts at armoring, as well as those with great cultivation, had a rather solemn expression on their faces. Meng Yang, too, seemed to feel that something was not quite right. The next moment, a horrific aura permeated. Then, a black cauldron rose into the sky. Numerous black and terrifying dragons seemed to be carved upon this cauldron, their mouth opened wide to show their fangs, swallowing everything. The space suddenly dimmed as those black dragons seemed to come alive, swallowing the aura between heavens and earth and absorbing the essence of the sun and the moon. In an instant, the arena darkened, and the eyes of many sharpened as they stared at that cauldron. The hearts of many cultivators palpitated, not understanding what was going on or why this implement would release such a terrifying aura. In the same arena, the brilliance released by many implements was suppressed and became obscured, except for the divine light released by the divine sword. It illuminated an area and seemed to be competing with the cauldron. It was clear to the people in Tianyang City that everyone else was now out of the game. Only these two implements were qualified to compete for the first place. The eyes of the cultivators in City Lord's office who presided over this arena also sharpened slightly. They stepped into the void, staring at these two implements, and their hearts were extremely uneasy. Of course, they knew Meng Yang and knew that Meng Yang was the master armor coveted by City Lord's office. Everyone was anticipating that he would eventually become part of the City Lord's office. But now, that was not necessarily the case anymore. Judge, the armorer clad in black, who had made the cauldron, said lightly. As soon as his voice fell, the light from the cauldron became more brazen, swallowing all other light. The light of the divine sword seemed on the verge of being suppressed as its chiming continued. Horrific divine light was puffed out from it, but it was still being overpowered. It seemed to have encountered a trace of suppression. Meng Yang's expression changed. He sought to perform consistently, but others had forged implements that could restrain other divine arms. Master Meng Yang, the host said to Meng Yang as he raised his head and looked at the speaker. The man continued, "This divine sword is extraordinary. Master Meng Yang's standard is the same as always. On behalf of the City Lord's office, I welcome Master Meng Yang. However, in this armor-making showdown, Master Meng Yang's divine sword is just a little lesser than the competitors." As soon as this was said, the surrounding areas became extraordinarily quiet. Meng Yang had unexpectedly lost. Even Meng Yang himself was stunned. He looked at the two imperial arms in the void. Indeed, he had lost. It was not that he could not bear to lose, but it all felt a little surreal. He lost even before getting into the City Lord's office, so that he was disqualified to participate in the final round inside the City Lord's office. This may be normal for the others, but it seemed to be a great irony for him. He had a strong desire for survival, which accounted for his reluctance to enter the City Lord's office to cultivate before. He wanted to prove himself first before becoming the most dazzling person in the armorer competition. But at this moment, he was reduced to being a side note to the others. What a joke. "I lost," Meng Yang murmured. Although he couldn't accept the reality of being defeat in his heart, the fact was right before his eyes, and he had to accept it. After saying this, he turned around and left, appear a little lost. His departing figure was full of bleakness. When the cultivators in the City Lord's office witnessed this scene, they felt equally complicated in their hearts. They thought that they might have missed a great master armorer. It was possible that Meng Yang might not enter the City Lord's office after all. No one could have anticipated such an event, but this surreal reality was in front of them. Except, who exactly was the winner? Chapter 2558, Gathering at the City Lord's office. The City Lord's office was very quiet at the moment, and many top cultivators were focusing at the arena on that side. If what happened in the previous two rounds were coincidences, with so many unknown master armorers exhibiting their strengths, could a powerful master, a total unknown, defeating Meng Yang in this round be just another coincidence? Such a person would definitely be very well known. All forces would be vying for a top master armorer in the peak Renhuang level. Even if he continued to cultivate on his own, he would be highly coveted by every principality. But it was precisely such a person known to no one from the city lord's office of Qianyang City. They had never seen him nor heard of him. Was that even possible? Such probability was very unlikely. It all started from Upper Renhuang. Someone spoke up, and everyone nodded. This anomaly really started from the 7th round of the competition, which was also the realm of Upper Renhuang. Then, the same thing happened again in the 8th and the 9th rounds. Meng Yang's armor-making ability is not necessarily weaker than him, but he was overly confident. But he has reasons to be confident, except he did not expect a similarly powerful person would appear, someone from the city lord's office said. Besides Meng Yang, none of them had expected this. After all, Meng Yang's level in armoring was truly at the peak level of the Renhuang realm. Who would have thought that someone else would appear to compete with him? Someone who was equally strong as him? Meng Yang sought the safe route and didn't expect his opponent to forge a powerful implement of divine arms. In turn, Meng Yang's divine arms were suppressed, so he lost. Many nodded, agreeing with this observation. Indeed, Meng Yang's forging ability was not necessarily lesser than that of the other, but still, it was truly a pity. Such an awesome master armorer was eliminated thusly. Go and see where Master Meng Yang has gone, and invite him to come to the City Lord's office as a guest, a top figure inside the City Lord's office said. Immediately, someone took his order, along with several powerful people. They were all dispatched to look for Meng Yang. Meng Yang was proud by nature. This failure meant that he didn't even have the right to enter the City Lord's office to make armors. Then, he might leave straight away, never showing himself in Qianyang City again, which meant never entering the City Lord's office to cultivate armoring. Judging from Meng Yang's character, it was most likely that he would work privately on his cultivation in armor making. It would not be until the day he could produce subdivine arms that he might emerge again. Those master armorers who had already arrived at the City Lord's office gathered together. They had seen that amazing showdown just now, and they were a little sorry for Meng Yang. If he came to the City Lord's office, he would have the same excellent performance in the City Lord's office. But now, he left with a sense of loss, a reputation of failure. 9 rounds of armorer competition are officially over. Next, we will wait for the competitors to enter the City Lord's office for the 10th and final round of the competition. At this time, the City Lord of Qianyang said, the decisive battle of the 10th round will see all the master armorers forging their weapons together. At the same time, from each realm, the City Lord's office will select a powerful armorer to participate in the competition. In addition, those of the Tribulation Plane who can produce subdivine arms are not required to have participated in previous competitions. They can go right ahead and participate in the 10th round of the armorer competition. There are not many master armorers who were in the Tribulation Plane and capable of making subdivine arms. There were not many such existences in the entire Divine Prefecture. The kind of existences that could produce subdivine arms certainly did not need to go through the pre-qualifying competitions. They were the topmost master armorers in the Divine Prefecture. Finally, they are coming. Many people were somewhat expectant. The 10th round of the competition would be held in the City Lord's office, and it was also the final showdown. All the most powerful masters armorers in different realms were gathering together and forging at the same time. Moreover, if they could emerge victoriously this time, gaining entrance into the City Lord's office aside, there would also be many rewards. Even if they did not choose to go with the City Lord's office, they had the option to enter other top forces and received support in their future cultivation by these major forces. No matter which realm it was, no one would want to miss a master armorer with superb potential. Therefore, the armor making this time was even more important for people in the lower realms because it had a bearing on their future. As for the high-level armorers, they had already achieved fame and were respected by everyone, everywhere. No matter where they went, they were the center of attention. Of course, they also needed those giant-level forces to provide them with better resources to help them in their cultivation. Only when their realm of cultivation had been elevated could their ability be upgraded. Whether it was armor-making or alchemy, just with the talent for both was far from enough. The realm of cultivation was the foundation. Without cultivation, even the endowment of natural talent in armor-making and alchemy was meaningless because there was no way it could be realized. Yi Futian was watching everything happening in the crowd. The city lord of Tianyang and other cultivators from the city lord's office were calm and at ease. They did not exhibit the slightest alarm. However, they must have guessed it already, that there was probably a mysterious hidden force that was participating in the competition this time. The master armoress this time had shattered all of their expectations, with high probabilities that things may go in a direction they could not predict. In other words, they were no longer in control of the direction in which the competition might proceed. Even though they were the host of this competition, they could not change the rules now and bar them from participating in this round of the competition. In that case, Tianyang City would be discredited, and this centennial feast would become the butt of all jokes, to be ridiculed by everyone. Of course, as far as Yi Futian was concerned, he didn't mind for the situation to evolve in this direction. Behind this feast at the armorer competition, there were plans targeting the Ziwei segmentum. But now, with someone here to disrupt everything, he was happy enough to watch it all unveil. He even hoped that the situation would get a little more chaotic. Now, perhaps everyone was speculating who the actual principalities in the dark were. Yi Futian was also guessing. Who had such an incredible connection to mobilize a group of top master armorers to participate in the armorer competition? In the land of the Divine Prefecture, there was only one principality that may have this ability, and that was the City Lord's Office of Tianyang. But the City Lord's Office of Tianyang was the host of the feast. Therefore, the mysterious power in the dark may not be a power from the Divine Prefecture. So, who else could it be? The answer was right in front of them. Dark Court, empty Divine Mountain. Only these two forces could mobilize top masters to come here to participate in the armorer competition. This also meant that the cultivators of the Dark World and the empty Divine Realm had arrived on the land of the Divine Prefecture. Princess Donghuang and the cultivators from the Imperial Palace guessed as much. At this moment, the divine aurora in their eyes retracted inward. Who had come from these two major worlds? In other words, they were all here. Now, would they be so bold as to come directly onto the territory of the Divine Prefecture? That would be truly arrogant. However, without a ruse, one could not arrest and depose any of the powerful master armorers out there. Perhaps there were really some amazing unknown figures among them. This armorer competition seemed to be getting more and more exciting by the minute. All of Tianyang City was extremely looking forward to the 10th round of the competition. Many top figures in the City Lord's office were chatting while they waited. It didn't take long before they saw people coming over in the direction from the south. They were the winners who emerged from the 9th round of the armorer competition. The land to the south was empty before, but gradually it was filled with more people who arrived later, and they were all people from the armorer competition, now reconvened there. When the winner from the 9th round of the armorer competition arrived, the inside and outside of the City Lord's office began to quiet down. The attention of many drifted toward the man in black, who was also the master armorer who defeated Meng Yang. Where exactly did he come from? But the other man's expression was calm as he looked straight ahead, without showing the slightest sign of concern. The others were the same, standing quietly among the crowd. They were just cultivators who came to participate in the armorer competition. You guys get out there too. The City Lord of Tianyang said, and immediately, 9 figures walked out behind him at the same time. Each of the 9 persons corresponded to a realm, representing the highest level of armorers within the City Lord's office. They came to the opposite side of these people, separated by the 9 raised platforms. This armorer competition was also a point of contact between the master armorers of the City Lord's office and the masters from the outside. At this grand event every 100 years, generally half of the winners were from the City Lord's office. Next, master armorers in the tribulation plane, both inside and outside the City Lord's office, may come directly into the City Lord's office by air. The City Lord of Tianyang announced loudly, and his voice could be heard throughout Tianyang City. He gave the greatest respect to Masters Armorers at this level by allowing them to enter the City Lord's office from the sky. Soon after, 3 figures walked out from both sides. All 3 were masters at the level of Tribulation Plane. Such figures were extremely rare, but because it was the largest armoring event in all of Divine Prefecture, they were here as well. Outside, high above the sky, 2 figures appeared there, then landed on the ground. They came over and bowed slightly to the city lord of Qianyang, saying, "Greetings to City Lord Wang. The Grandmasters had come from afar, and it has been a long journey." The city lord of Qianyang continued, "If there is anyone else, please come forward." A while after his voice faded, another person appeared in the sky above the city lord's office. The temperament of this man was also incredibly transcendent. When he appeared, the cultivators from the city lord's office inquired about his identity, but no one recognized the man. They knew the 5 people who appeared, but no one knew this master armorer. There was a degree of seriousness now in the city lord of Qianyang's eyes as he looked at the man, only to see him landed and saluted in the direction of the city lord of Qianyang. Armorer Mu Yang greets the city lord. Mu Yang. No one had heard of this name before. "Where does the Grandmaster come from?" the city lord of Qianyang asked. "I came to participate in the armorer competition. It doesn't matter where I'm from." Mu Yang responded. The city lord of Qianyang looked at him, but it was impossible to question him further. He turned to look at a young man in the back and said, "You too, go out." "Yes." The man nodded, then stepped forward. At this moment, in Qianyang City, countless people's eyes looked at him through the mirror image in the sky. This, then, was that extremely enchanting figure, long hidden by the city lord's office. It was not until recently that Qianyang City became aware of his existence. Chapter 2559, the 10th round. Wang Xiao. His name only became known recently. People who were already familiar with the Qianyang City Lord's manner might have heard of him. However, there were way too many outstanding and bright individuals in Qianyang City, so Wang Xiao's presence wasn't very noteworthy. But some time ago, a piece of news came out of nowhere. Apparently, Wang Xiao was the heir of the Qianyang City and inheritor of Qianyang the Great. He was the #1 prodigy of the City Lord's manor. Without people even noticing, he had already entered the tribulation plane and was able to forge extraordinary sub-divine arms. He was far more outstanding than Wang Mian, the previously rumored heir of the Qianyang City. Wang Mian could only possibly be his aide. There was no sign of arrogance in Wang Xiao's temperament. On the contrary, he appeared very amiable. He seemed to be just over 30 and wore a golden robe. He exuded an aura of wisdom and elegance, which made people feel that he was the heir of Qianyang City. Wang Xiao, the most outstanding armorer of the younger generation of Qianyang City and the most outstanding cultivator. He perfectly received the inheritance of Qianyang the Great. When I retire, he will be the next lord of Qianyang City. I hope everyone here will help him out a bit, Qianyang City Lord announced. Not only did his voice land in the ears of the people inside the City Lord's manor, but it also echoed through the entire Qianyang City. The Qianyang City Lord had formally announced Wang Xiao's status to the world and unveiled his existence. Moreover, he had directly appointed him the head of Qianyang City and claimed that he had perfectly received the inheritance of Qianyang the Great. Clearly, Qianyang City intentionally chose this day to reveal this news to the world on this grand occasion to create momentum for Wang Xiao. With that, everyone throughout the land of the Divine Prefecture learned Wang Xiao's name. This was also a sign of his complete faith in Wang Xiao. He had formally appointed him the city heir before the 10th and final round of the armorer competition. This meant that the lord of the Qianyang City thought that he would surely forge the most powerful weapon or ritual implement in the competition. There would be no accidents, regardless of who his opponents were. All of the cultivators of the Divine Prefecture looked firmly at Wang Xiao. They understood that this person would become extremely important in the Divine Prefecture. He was already a tribulation phase cultivator now. If it weren't for the deliberate concealment before this, he would have long made a name for himself. Being able to reach such a level of cultivation at such a young age and cultivate sub-divine arms, the old city lord has really hidden him well, a cultivator said with a smile. Wang Xiao focused all of his attention on being an armorer, and he spent most of his time inside the city lord's office, rarely contacting outsiders. That's why he was unknown until now. But today, everyone would know him. Wang Xiao's gifts in armoring are far greater than mine back then, and he will surely surpass me in the future, the Qianyang City Lord said with a smile. If so, we're all getting quite excited, that person smiled as he replied. This 10th round of ultimate armoring would surely be magnificent. Go, the Tianyang city lord said. Immediately, Wang Xiao also walked forward. The old city lord looked at them and said, all 9th level cultivators will take the tall platforms. Tribulation plane cultivators will execute the armoring in the air. There were a total of 7 tribulation phase cultivators, and they would be executing the armoring in the air, while the other 9th level cultivators each occupied one platform. As his voice sounded, various cultivators immediately walked to the platforms corresponding to their cultivation level. At the same time, the 7 tribulation phase cultivators levitated in the air and stood at 7 different positions. One would have to raise his head to see them, but that made the competition even grander. Armoring in mid-air, only the tribulation plane cultivators received such treatment. On the 9 tall platforms, there were 10 cultivators. In the air, there were 7 people. That made a total of 97 people. Announce the prize for the armorer competition this time, the Tianyang city lord said. Immediately, an elder stood up from beside him and walked forward. He announced loudly, for this armorer competition, regardless of cultivation level, if a contender can clinch top 3, he can choose to enter the city lord's office and receive powerful resources. Even if he is unwilling to do so, he can still go to the city lord's office to choose a batch of materials for armoring. Furthermore, they will also receive a powerful armoring method. Lastly, the ritual implements forged by the top armorer of each cultivation level will be bought by the Tianyang city lord's office at 3 times the usual price. In other words, whichever grade ritual implement you forge, you can exchange it for 3 ritual implements of the same level. On top of that, we will be giving out a divine weapon that is 1 grade higher. Everyone started to feel a little excited. This was certainly a grand prize, to say the least. The higher the cultivation level of the armorer, the greater his rewards when he obtained first place. For example, if a 9th level Renhuang plan cultivator got first place, he would receive 3 Peakrenhuang level ritual implements and a 1 tribulation subdivine arm. While a tribulation level cultivator would already forge a subdivine weapon, that meant that he would receive 3 1 tribulation subdivine arms and 1 2 tribulation subdivine arms. And that's just the weaponry rewards, and there were still the armoring resources and methods. These were all extremely precious to armorers. Furthermore, they could also choose to enter the Tianyang city lord's office. Even if they didn't do that, they could enter any other top powers as they wished. As long as one could demonstrate his worth in this round of the armorer competition, their future paths would be bright and smooth. But that wasn't easy, especially if they were aiming for first place. It would be even more difficult. There is no time limit for armoring this time. Everyone will have 2 chances for failure. If you fail 2 times consecutively, you're out, the elder continued. No time limit, and giving the competitors freedom to forge what they want. Even if they failed, they got a second chance. Such lax rules allowed them to unleash their full potential and competencies in armory. Of course, these rules are mainly set for the tribulation plane cultivators. Individuals who had overcome the divine tribulation of the Great Path could require a very long time to forge subdivine arms. It might not even be just 1 or 2 days, which was why this round of armory had no time limit. Seal the armory zone. Let's begin, the elder said. Instantly, magnificent lights shone and isolated the armory zone from outside of the city lord's office. This was to prevent disturbances from the outside when the competitors were forging their weapons. This would ensure the best armoring conditions, as well as intentional jeopardy to those with malicious intent, although the chances of that happening were very slim. When the ceiling ring of light lit up and gleamed, all of the cultivators up at the 9 tall platforms and the 7 positions in the air started to move their hands instantly in preparation. At this moment, the entire Tianyang city became very quiet. Countless people raised their heads to look toward the sky mirror screen in the void. There, the armoring in the city lord's office was being projected. The best armorers have gathered together for this final showdown. The armorers that attracted the most attention were, of course, the 7 cultivators forging their arms in the air, especially Wang Xiao, who had been the focus of the entire city since he was announced as the future heir of Qianyang City. Just how strong was this armorer who was capable of forging a sub-divine arm? Some people were also paying attention to the 9th level Master Armorer who had defeated Master Meng Yang. Could he clinch first place among the 9th level Renhuangs, defeat the extraordinary genius armorer from the City Lord's office, and obtain the sub-divine arm as his prize? Everyone held their breaths in suspense and anticipation over this grand showdown. Chapter 2560. The unique thing about Wang Xiao? Inside Qianyang City, where all was quiet, countless people looked up toward the sky. There, various powerful cultivators had already formed their armory zones and started to strike the armoring materials. Inside the City Lord's office was a notable armoring palace, where the Pathfire resided. If there were ready-made materials like the molded rough shapes of arms, they could be used to complete the armoring. However, a qualified armorer must be able to complete armoring on his own. And to do so, he must forge the armory zone and have a pathfire. These were the foundations, which was why armoring could not be separated from cultivation. Cultivation level was the foundation of everything else. If the armorer's level wasn't high enough, and his pathfire wasn't strong enough, he wouldn't even be able to smelt the higher-tier armoring materials, let alone execute the armoring. Wang Xiao of the City Lord's office. He'd been sharpening his sword for 100 years, and this sword has to be extremely sharp, right? Many people in Qianyang City thought. It had been 100 years since the previous armor competition. Wang Xiao was probably old enough to remember things back then and could have witnessed the previous armor competition. 100 years later, he appeared in the eyes of the world directly as the heir of Qianyang City and the inheritor of Qianyang the Great. One could imagine that he would demonstrate incredible strength and capabilities in the competition this time. Look, a bizarre phenomenon is happening inside all of the armory zones. Someone looked in Wang Xiao's direction. His armory zone looked like an armoring palace, where the pathfire burned, and there was an enormous armoring furnace. Phantasms appeared behind him. These were fire phantasms that looked like his battle form. The actions of the phantasm fused into one with him and started to strike at the armoring material inside the flames. Within that space, a bizarre phenomenon arose, as though there was a divine palace of fire standing atop the celestial skies. That is the bizarre phenomenon that will only occur when a Qianyang City Wang clan individual reaches the top in terms of armoring abilities. I didn't think that Wang Xiao would already be able to do it, someone exclaimed. Everyone was waiting in anticipation to see what kind of divine weapon Wang Xiao would be able to forge. The city lord claimed that Wang Xiao had perfectly received the inheritance of Qianyang the Great. Legend had it that when Qianyang the Great executed armoring in the ancient era, a divine armoring palace would appear in the skies. And when the god himself tempered the divine arm, the people of an entire land could hear and see it until the divine arm emerged. Someone mumbled softly as waves of astonishment swept through them. Wang Xiao had the potential to stand atop the world. He had already shown potential akin to that of the ancient great emperor. No wonder the Qianyang City Lord created momentum for him like that, directly announcing that he would be taking over his position in the future. That was absolute faith in Wang Xiao's ability. Mu Yang is really strong as well. Someone looked in another direction. In the 7 armoring areas in the air, there were 7 tribulation plane cultivators, respectively. They pretty much attracted the attention of the vast majority of the people in Qianyang City. Mu Yang's armory zone was similarly extraordinary. It looked like an armoring altar, giving people an uncanny feeling. But at that same time, it felt really powerful. At one glance, his armoring technique looked extremely frightening. Besides him, the other 5 tribulation plane cultivators all had a remarkable performance. There were the top armoring masters from various areas of the divine prefecture. All of them could forge sub-divine arms. They were all household names in their regions. The reason why they even entered this competition was because of the armor competition of Qianyang City was the most influential armoring fest in the entire land of the divine prefecture. On top of this, they had the opportunity to obtain a 2 tribulation sub-divine arm. Most of the cultivators inside City Lord's office also raised their heads to look toward the 7 armory zones in the ski. Shikayaro had her gaze fixed on Wang Xiao. There was a very serious expression in her eyes, and she could sense that Wang Xiao was really powerful. None of the descendants of the ancient god clans were mediocre, not to mention how the lord of the Tianyang city was being so solemn and serious. Furthermore, one particular statement of the lord of the Tianyang city made her a little worried. He said that Wang Xiao had perfectly received the inheritance of Tianyang the Great. That would mean that he was above the lord of Tianyang city. Shikayaro was also an heir of an ancient god clan, so naturally, she knew a bit more about ancient god clans. If Wang Xiao was already able to hopefully, things haven't reached that stage yet, Shikayaro thought to herself. But based on the Tianyang city lord's attitude and how he had introduced Wang Xiao at this juncture, as well as invited various powers to the divine prefecture and even the princess here, Shikayaro had a bad feeling. The possibility of that happening wasn't small. If that were the case, Ziwei Segmentum would be in a bit of danger. It seemed that Wang Xiao had already locked in first place for the armorer competition this time, one of the divine prefecture cultivators said. The bizarre phenomenon appearing in his armory zone indicates that Wang Xiao's armoring had already reached an incredibly high level. I'm afraid it won't be easy for the outsiders to get those 4 subdivine arms. The greatest armorer would, of course, emerge from the tribulation plane cultivators. The first place would bring away 4 subdivine arms. But based on the look of the situation now, Wang Xiao would be doing it himself. It feels like I'm looking at the performance of the ancient armorer Great Emperor, a cultivator from an organization affiliated to the City Lord's office said. There was a bit of fawning in that comment, but it worked on the City Lord's office cultivators. The Lord of the Tianyang city said, hopefully, he'll be able to reach that step. Quite a few powers from the divine prefecture came this time. I know full well that you all have some objectives. After the competition has concluded, everyone can talk about it. Perhaps, Wang Xiao would be able to solve the problem for you. The cultivators were all startled for a moment. Wang Xiao? He could do it. Shi Qiao's heart quivered. Did she, unfortunately, guess it right? Based on the hints shown inside Tianyang City, it was probably pretty close to the truth. Her guess was probably correct. In that case, she was starting to get a little worried for Yi Futian. She didn't think that the Tianyang City Lord also had such intentions in introducing Wang Xiao this time. In such turbulent times, Tianyang City was planning to let Wang Xiao stabilize the current situation through shock and awe, to become the star of this chaotic period. No wonder there were rumors out there saying that Tianyang City was even eyeing the Donghuang Imperial Palace since the princess didn't have a path companion for cultivation yet. If Wang Xiao was this outstanding, he indeed qualified to contend for the position. Of course, he had only just qualified for it. If Donghuang the Great wanted to pick a son-in-law, throughout the entire land of the divine prefecture, who could be compatible? No wonder the city lord was so confident, someone said with a smile. If that's the case, then we shall watch on in anticipation. Previously, Master Meng Yang was defeated by a mysterious armorer in black robes, while mysterious yet powerful armorers appeared for 3 consecutive rounds since the 7th round. However, the lord of the Tianyang city was a little surprised. It seemed like the situation was getting out of hand. But contrary to expectations, he had absolute confidence because of Wang Xiao's existence. As long as Wang Xiao was the brightest armorer of this competition, everyone else wasn't that important. Even if they lost in the 9th level Renhuang division, they could make up for it. Wang Xiao's brilliance would cover everything else and make people overlook the failure of others. Naturally, Yi Futian also heard what the lord of the Tianyang city said. This statement seemed to be hinting at the trouble that he had brought to the powers of the divine prefecture. As he had expected, he and Shikayaro had guessed correctly. Tianyang city was still going to intervene in the end. He looked toward where Wang Xiao was. Could he solve it? As time passed, some of the divine arms were forged. The first to complete was an armorer from the lower-ranking Renhuang division. Then, cultivators started to complete forging their divine arms one after another. Of course, some of them failed. Every armorer was given 2 chances this time, with no time limit. If they failed, they could try again. All of them wanted to forge a perfect ritual implement to win the armor competition. The forging duration this time was longer for every single armor. The first to finish was the first-level Renhuangs. The staff from the City Lord's office showed the divine arm to everyone, and unleashed the power of the divine arm. Afterward, they announced the results. The winner was an armorer from the City Lord's office. The first victory was claimed by the City Lord's office. While the results of the first showdown were being revealed, the 7 great armorists in the air had just completed the smelting of the armoring materials, which was indicative of the difference in their levels. Indubitably, the 7 most powerful armorists in the air would be the slowest. There was no telling how long they would take to complete the forging. But the audience cultivators weren't in a hurry. This was already the final round, and the armorer competition was only held once every 100 years. It was such a grand fest that the people of Tianyang City were even unwilling for it to end so quickly. Every step taken by the top master armorers was like art to the audience, especially those interested in armoring. It was greatly attractive to them. There was no more day or night in the city. Everyone's attention was fixed on armoring. They forgot the time. One after another, the cultivators completed forging their weapons. All 8 arenas concluded the competition and the winner had emerged. Of which, about half of the first-place winners were armorers from the City Lord's office. But there was also a strange phenomenon. The first place of the 7th, 8th and 9th level Renhuang divisions wasn't won by the armorer from the City Lord's office. Instead, it was won by the mysterious cultivators from before. Furthermore, the 9th level Renhuang division was also hazardous. The armorer who defeated Men Yang was also threatening the position of the armorer from the City Lord's office. Where did these people come from? Why are they so strong? But even then, through the ultimate showdown this time, one could see the dominating advantage that the City Lord's office has over the world of armory. If the mysterious cultivator didn't appear, they could probably clinch even more number ones. The number 1 holy land of armory in the Divine Prefecture. They had the best armoring methods and the best armoring resources, so naturally, the armorers that they groomed were also the best. At the 9th level Renhuang division, the armorer in black robes was still forging his weapon. This time, he was also more serious. Compared to the clash with Meng Yang, he was even more serious. He had spent nearly 3 times the time, yet he still wasn't done. Finally, the ritual implementation emerged. It was once again a precious cauldron. This seemed to be the thing he was best at forging. The quality of it this time was even better than before. His suppressing his opponent. When the audience saw this ritual implement emerge, they knew that he was going to win. The 9th level Renhuang from the City Lord's office was named Wang Yu. He had also reached a high level of mastery in armory. But this time, he was going to lose. After all, previously, Meng Yang was already said to have the ability to win champion among the Renhuang clan armorers. Black Robe Armorer had defeated him to reach here, so it wouldn't be a surprise if he won. As expected, the Black Robe Armorer defeated Wang Yu and clinched a significant victory. This was the first place of the 9th level Renhuang division, and he would be receiving 3 Peakrenhuang divine arms, as well as a 1 Tribulation subdivine arm. Unexpectedly, the City Lord's office lost in all of the key competitions in the 7th, 8th, and 9th level upper rank Renhuang divisions and couldn't defend the championship title. This made cultivators from the City Lord's office lose quite a bit of face, but all they could do was swallow this defeat. This was the armor competition. In front of the people of the Divine Prefecture, both victory and defeat were clear-cut without contention. What could they do? Not only that, they had to announce the results joyfully, and then give out the precious prizes. Now, all that was left was the most important showdown between the 7 powerful Tribulation Plane armorers. Even those who had already completed forging their weapons raised their heads to look toward the 7 armory zones in the air, appreciating the sight of this ultimate armoring showdown. These 7 Tribulation Plane armorers had only just completed half of the steps in forging their weapons. Yet all of the 7 armory zones had already turned into dominions of fire. Even their forging processes were pleasing to the eye of the audience. Chapter 2561, Becoming Famous in a Day. Tianyang City was quiet. The final battle of forging armor had been going on in the City Lord office for many days. At this moment, a terrifying aura descended from the sky. Clouds of catastrophe actually appeared. It was an arms tribulation. The cultivators in Tianyang City felt their hearts tremble violently. Even though they had long expected this moment, they were still excited to personally witness the arms tribulation. One of the 7 tribulation-level cultivators had successfully forged a sub-divine arm. The final product was a thunder blade. It caused the clouds of catastrophe to contain terrifying lightning. As loud thunder rang, the light of catastrophe struck down and blasted frenziedly on the thunder blade. The armorer stood quietly as he watched his thunder blade get struck by lightning. After the tribulation was over, the might of the catastrophe lingered on the thunder blade. It gave off a bone-chilling vibe. "He did it," exclaimed the cultivators in Tianyang City. A sub-divine arm had been successfully forged after undergoing the tribulation. However, there was no joy on the face of the armor. He wielded the thunder blade, and an overbearing might emanated from his weapon, but he still shook his head as he glanced in another direction. Clearly, he was still unsatisfied with his product. Divine arms at the same level were categorized differently based on their qualities. Otherwise, there was no way to tell who was better at forging. Even though he had succeeded in forging a powerful sub-divine arm, he still felt that he had not surpassed himself. He was not strong enough. It was definitely impossible for him to claim the first prize. He might not even be one of the top 3 armorers. There were only 7 tribulation-level cultivators. There was almost a 50% chance of being ranked in the top 3. Not getting into the top 3 meant failure for them. Half a day passed. Clouds of catastrophe once again gathered in the sky. Another armorer had forged a divine arm. Over the next few days, more and more sub-divine arms were forged. The arms tribulation appeared in Tianyang City 5 times consecutively. Their appearances caused the crowd to forget about the passing of time. They were in awe of the abilities of the top armors. The divine arms that they forged experienced the arms tribulation without fail. Only 2 armorers were left contending. The crowd looked at the sky. In the armory zone, only 2 spots were left occupied. One of them was Mu Yang, the mysterious cultivator, while the other cultivator was Wang Xiao, the cultivator of the City Lord office. The 2 of them were recognized as the strongest participants, yet their efficiency in forging was the lowest. They spent the longest time. Prior to this, 2 armorers failed once. They had to forge 2 times before they succeeded in getting their weapons. Nevertheless, the time they used was still shorter than that of Mu Yang and Wang Xiao. One could imagine how long Mu Yang and Wang Xiao had taken in forging their weapons. However, they should be nearing the end soon. The crowd could already see the rough shape of Mu Yang's divine arm. He was forging a spear. The spear shone brilliantly, radiating golden light. Besides that, this spear was longer and thicker than ordinary spears. It looked like a divine spear that would be used by a deity. The product had yet to be completed, but the crowd could already sense the power contained within it. Spears were not a type of weapon renowned for their strength. However, the crowd could feel the powerful impact exerted by this spear. From the looks of it, it might be even stronger in other aspects. When completed, it would certainly be a powerful ritual implement with astonishing attack power. The divine arm that Wang Xiao was forging was a hammer. Similarly, it shone brilliantly with golden light. However, it also sparkled with flame. It was eye-catching. In the City Lord office, a cultivator from the Divine Prefecture commented, "This hammer that Wang Xiao is forging uses 10 times the materials required to forge an ordinary hammer. But its size is the same as that of other hammers. After he refined it, he beat it repeatedly until it reached the size of an ordinary hammer. Moreover, the raw materials he used are extraordinary, to begin with. All of them are quite weighty. I can't imagine how heavy this hammer will be after it is completed." Up until this point, the crowd could already figure out what the 2 armorers were trying to accomplish. This Mu Yang is also extraordinary. He also used a few times more materials than ordinary to forge his spear. The spear is longer, seemingly suitable for a giant to use. It is full of power. Could it be that both of them intend to win the competition with strength? Someone else said. The crowd continued to enjoy the process of the two of them forging their weapons. They would know who was stronger sooner or later. Right now, they just needed to wait quietly. Both divine arms were not rare weapons. Hammers and spears were both rather ordinary weapons among divine arms. Clearly, both of them intended to win the competition through other aspects. And it could only be through the might of the weapon. Sometimes, it was not necessarily a good thing to go after complicated designs. It was equally impressive for experts to go back to the basics and aim for perfection in simple designs. Time continued to trickle past. Tianyang City became even quieter. Everyone could sense that the final two divine arms would soon be completed. All of them held their breaths as they stared at the sky. Finally, an unparalleled divine light shone down, blinding everyone present. The golden spear soared into the sky. The color of the sky changed as terrifying clouds of catastrophe churned and roared. The might it brought forth was far stronger than that of all the previous tribulations. After the clouds of catastrophe dissipated, the spear radiated with dazzling divine light. The other 5 armorists knew that they had been defeated. The might emanated by the spear was obviously far stronger than that of their divine arms. They could clearly sense the difference. It meant that there was a huge difference between the quality of the spear and that of their divine arms. This Mu Yang is good, someone said. He merged strength, space, killing intent, and ways of different attributes into the spear. This spear is bestowed with extremely strong destructive power, someone analyzed. The space around the spear seemed to be on the verge of being torn apart. This spear had yet to be used by anyone. It could make others feel threatened with its divine light halo alone. Even the tribulation-level cultivators felt threatened by it. Is he a cultivator from the empty divine realm? Some top figures from the divine prefecture speculated. Was Mu Yang an armorer from the empty divine realm? Nobody from the divine prefecture had ever heard of his name. Armorists differed from cultivators who focused purely on cultivation. It was hard for the former to be completely detached from the world. Hence, the possibility of Mu Yang being a cultivator who trained in seclusion was very low. It was more likely that he was from other worlds. He intended to dominate Tianyang City and acquire the divine arms through his performance in this armorer fest. However, would he be able to accomplish his goal? What kind of hammer did Wang Xiao have to make to defeat Mu Yang? Countless gazes landed on Wang Xiao. He was the only one remaining in this final battle of forging. Besides that, Wang Xiao's product was close to completion. Right at this moment, the hammer floated in the armory zone. Wang Xiao had a serious expression as his entire body was covered in flame. A beam of light actually appeared from his glabella. Then, he pointed a finger at the hammer. An illusory figure of a deity immediately took shape behind him. The illusory figure actually charged towards the hammer and merged with it. Instantly, a 10,000 Zhong divine halo radiated from the hammer. Frightening might swept past the surroundings as thunderous sounds rang. The armory zone shook and disintegrated under the divine light. In the sky, the menacing light of catastrophe descended as the arm's tribulation started. Everyone in Tianyang City felt their hearts quiver violently. Even top figures from the divine prefecture revealed surprised expressions as they looked at the figure in the sky. He was bestowing a spirit into the weapon. The audience could see that a beam of divine light surged continually into the hammer from Wang Xiao. Many phantasms of deities appeared in the surroundings and seeped into the hammer. When the light of catastrophe struck the hammer, it glowed even brighter and was not at all affected by the light. Wang Xiao can actually directly bestow a spirit into a ritual implement. From the looks of it, there's no suspense in the result of this competition, a top cultivator from the divine prefecture said. Many people nodded in agreement. Wang Xiao was certain to claim the title of this armor competition. Other top armorists also revealed bizarre expressions. Wang Xiao could directly bestow a spirit into a weapon. They couldn't help but admit defeat. Mu Yang's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw this scene. His gaze was fixed on what was happening. Even though his facial expression did not change, his emotions were perturbed. He took a glance at his divine arm. He felt that he was not any weaker than Wang Xiao, but he had a feeling he might lose. Finally, the arm's tribulation was over, and the divine arm was successfully completed. The hammer floated high in the sky, emitting a dazzling halo. It seemed sentient as it unleashed pressure to suppress other divine arms. It seemed to be provoking other weapons. The golden spear responded to the hammer. Both weapons emanated terrifying divine lights. However, the hammer appeared smarter. It suppressed its opponent directly. The golden spear emanated menacing destructive light, causing the surrounding space to warp. Unfortunately, when faced with the hammer, the warped great path of space was shattered. This caused the spear to retreat. This scene made it clear to everyone that the competition for number 1 was over. The winner of the armor competition this time around had emerged. The winner was Wang Xiao from the City Lord office. All the cultivators of Tianyang City revealed big smiles as they heaved a sigh of relief. Before this, during the competition among the high-level Renhuangs, they were completely suppressed by the outsiders. Therefore, they were determined to win this round. Otherwise, they would lose all face. "Let's announce the result," declared the Lord of Tianyang City. Immediately, cultivators from the City Lord office emerged with the divine arms made. There was no need for a demonstration of the divine arms. All the cultivators could sense the difference in the strength of the divine arms. The names of the winners were announced one by one. It started with level 1 Renhuangs up until the tribulation level cultivators. The final winner of the armorer competition this time around is Wang Xiao. When this announcement was made, everyone in the entire Tianyang City could hear it. The city burst into cheers. The handsome figure of Wang Xiao stood quietly in the sky. He remained indifferent as he was showered by applause. It was as though he didn't care about this outcome at all. Or perhaps, in his opinion, him becoming the final winner was a certainty. Hence, nothing was surprising about the result. Wang Xiao was undoubtedly the best armor. He had forged the strongest divine arm in this armor competition. At this moment, Wang Xiao became the center of attention of everyone in Tianyang City. Many people adored him. He had won over the hearts of countless people in a day. In the future, Wang Xiao's name would become even more renowned in the divine prefecture. Congratulations. City Lord, congratulations. The City Lord office has produced such an outstanding figure. Congratulations and praises could be heard everywhere. They were all from top figures of the divine prefecture. The Lord of Tianyang City laughed heartily, which was hard to come by. He announced, "As I have mentioned before, everyone who is ranked in the armor competition will receive a reward. After this, someone will guide all the winners to choose their prizes in the City Lord office." City Lord, many thanks. Many people thanked him while bowing slightly. "Thank you too for gracing the competition. The armorer competition was lively because of your presence," said the Lord of Tianyang City. During this armorer competition, the City Lord office also prepared a divine arm for the princess. Wang Xiao was the head armor. Many people revealed strange expressions when they heard his words. Wang Xiao was in charge of manufacturing a divine arm for Princess Donghuang? Even though Wang Xiao's ability was verified through the competition, shouldn't the City Lord be in charge of manufacturing a weapon for the princess since it was a project of the City Lord office? If the City Lord and Wang Xiao collaborated in forging the divine arm, had the former purposely mentioned Wang Xiao and willingly assumed the supporting role? However, what the Lord of Tianyang City said next dispelled the doubts of the crowd. His words also caused everyone to be shocked. He said, "Wang Xiao has perfectly inherited the teachings of Tianyang the Great. Currently, he is the only one in the City Lord office who can communicate with the imperial arms. He can bestow imperial spirits into the divine arms." Chapter 2562, Wang Xiao, the top figure of the divine prefecture. Wang Xiao inherited the teachings of Tianyang the Great. Besides that, he could communicate with imperial arms and bestow imperial spirits into divine arms. The City Lord's words caused even the cultivators from the divine prefecture to feel their hearts tremble. Even though the giant-level figures had speculated about this, They were still slightly shocked when they heard the verification from the city lord. Their gazes were all fixed on Wang Xiao. He was the only one who could communicate with imperial arms in Qianyang City. Even the lord of Qianyang City did not have this ability. This meant that Wang Xiao had received recognition from Qianyang the Great himself. From today on, Wang Xiao officially joined the stage of the divine prefecture. With his ability to summon imperial arms, he would become the next leading figure in the divine prefecture. Even now, he was considered unrivaled. Once he summoned imperial arms, nobody beneath the great emperor level stood a chance against him. The crowd had a better understanding of his exceptional performance during the armor competition. Countless people in Qianyang City cheered excitedly. Prior to this, many people snorted decisively when they heard the rumor of Wang Xiao intending to become the son-in-law of Donghuang the Great. They felt that it was unrealistic. However, right now, they had a vague feeling that the rumor might not be completely unfounded. Wang Xiao was actually really outstanding. He was the top figure in the divine prefecture who could communicate with imperial arms. Everyone, please follow me to pick your rewards. The lord of Qianyang City ordered someone to lead the winners to claim their prizes. The various cultivators would be led into the city lord office to pick their prizes. The city lord didn't say anything even though some cultivators had mysterious backgrounds among the winners. Regardless of where they came from, as long as the cultivators joined the armorer competition and were ranked, the city lord office had to recognize and reward their talents. Many thanks, city lord, the winners said while nodding. Then, they followed the guide and went into the office. Wang Xiao didn't follow them. He was the successor of the city lord office. In the future, he would own the entire office. There was no point in him picking any of his divine arms as a reward. After the cultivators left, someone from the divine prefecture looked at Wang Xiao and the lord of Qianyang City and said, "Not long ago, a few major incidents took place in the divine prefecture. Firstly, Futian committed a massacre in the West Sea domain. He killed many cultivators in Yingzhou City. Then, he eradicated a holy land of cultivation. He has been breeding enmity with various forces in the divine prefecture since long ago. If we wait and allow his forces to grow bigger, he might pose a threat to the various forces of the divine prefecture. Now that the various cultivators of the divine prefecture have gathered here for the Qianyang City Armorer Fest, shouldn't we discuss how to deal with this threat to the divine prefecture?" It had finally begun, thought Futian, who was among the crowd. As expected, they had come because of him. As the armorer competition came to a close, they were about to cause trouble for him. "That's right. We should use this opportunity to discuss how to conquer the Ziwei segmentum together," said Chief Shihai, who was also present. Futian's identity is special, and he is full of schemes. In the future, he might attempt to overthrow the divine prefecture. The great emperor was merciful and did not want to attack a junior for old time's sake. He allowed Futian to develop and forbid the imperial palace from interfering as well. However, we cannot allow Futian to develop any longer. The domain chief's manor of both the Donghua domain and the West Sea domain were massacred by Futian. A holy land of cultivation was also destroyed. Futian cannot be left alive. The forces of the divine prefecture have gathered here in Qianyang City. Today, with this opportunity, City Lord, please rally the forces of the divine prefecture to destroy the Ziwei segmentum, said Ning Yuan, the Donghua domain chief. His tone sounded somewhat humble. However, before the lord of Qianyang City, a domain chief like him did not amount to anything. As long as Futian remained alive, it was as though a sword was hanging over Ning Yuan's head. He naturally could not be at ease. He worried that Futian would destroy the Donghua domain chief's manor in the future. His son, Ning Hua, was also killed by Futian. How could he forget this grudge? However, right now, even Chief Shihai was no match for Futian. It was even less likely for Ning Yuan to be able to defeat him. Feeling hopeless, Ning Yuan could only shamelessly ask Qianyang City for help. "You speak too highly of us," said the lord of Qianyang City. "Many of you here are top figures from the divine prefecture. Qianyang City is not qualified to lead everyone." He continued, "However, I have also heard of what happened in the Divine Prefecture. The forces from the Ziwei segmentum hunger for the blood of the cultivators in the Divine Prefecture. They have lost their humanity, and their acts are considered despicable by all. A cultivator from Sun God Mountain said, "Exactly. Yi Futian is only a level 9 Renhuang, yet he has cultivated celerity and can go anywhere without leaving a trace. It is difficult to capture him. The Ziwei segmentum is protected by the remnant will of Great Emperor Ziwei. When Yi Futian utilizes this power, it's difficult for us to do anything to him. Therefore, we need cultivators from Tianyang City to summon the imperial arms to kill this treacherous person. Wang Xiao has shown great talent during this armor competition. Since he can communicate with the imperial arms, we plead that the young city lord will kill this person on behalf of everyone in the Divine Prefecture. Young city lord, please accept our plea," Ning Yuan seconded. Many other people looked at Wang Xiao. "Young city lord, you're a genius who can wield imperial arms. You should shoulder this important responsibility," another top figure added. Just now, the Lord of Tianyang City had mentioned that Wang Xiao could perhaps solve the problems faced by the Divine Prefecture. His words practically implied that Wang Xiao would accept their request. Right now, the top figures were merely complying with the City Lord's wish. Since the City Lord wanted to make Wang Xiao's name renowned far and wide, the top figures didn't mind showering Wang Xiao with plenty of praises and hyping up the situation before he finally agreed to their request. When the City Lord saw this scene, he had a faint smile on his face. Everything was progressing as he expected. Wang Xiao had gained his fame overnight. Next, he would become the leader of the cultivators of the Divine Prefecture. He would pave his way to success with Yi Futian's death and the conquest of the Ziwei segmentum. Finally, he would become the #1 cultivator among the next generation and rule over the Divine Prefecture. The city lord looked towards Wang Xiao, seemingly awaiting his response. At this moment, a cultivator from the city lord office came forth with a box in his hands. Inside the box was a glamorous robe, flaming red in color. The robe appeared to be sewn from phoenix feathers. It glowed with golden divine light and was dazzling to behold. The cultivator walked up to Wang Xiao. The latter took the box, turned around, and walked towards where Princess Donghuang was. Holding the box with both his hands, he offered it up to Donghuang Diyuan and said, "Princess, this is the gift that the City Lord office has prepared for you. May you kindly accept it?" "Thank you." Donghuang Diyuan didn't reject it. Instead, she accepted it right away. She didn't check it either. As the only daughter of Donghuang the Great, she did not lack in any divine arms. Wang Xiao asked, "Princess, Yi Futian, and the members of the Ziwei segmentum are causing trouble in the Divine Prefecture. Donghuang the Great is merciful, and the Imperial Palace doesn't plan to get involved in this. Can the Tianyang City Lord Office be in charge of hunting him down? I have said it before. All the forces in the Divine Prefecture are to settle your grudges with Yi Futian on your own. The Imperial Palace will not be involved," Donghuang Diyuan responded. "Understood." Wang Xiao nodded. He then turned around and walked towards the crowd. Everyone had their eyes on him. Wang Xiao's expression was calm. He scanned across the cultivators present and said, "I thank everyone who came to observe the fest in Tianyang City. Since everyone hopes to collaborate with the Tianyang City Lord Office in attacking Ziwei, I will oblige to your request. I'm willing to join forces with everyone present to attack the Ziwei segmentum." His voice reverberated across the sky above the City Lord Office. All the cultivators in Tianyang City could hear him. On this day, Wang Xiao pledged to rally the various cultivators of the Divine Prefecture and conquer the Ziwei segmentum. This was originally a job for the Lord of Tianyang City. However, Wang Xiao had taken over this great responsibility and now stood on the stage of the Divine Prefecture. It was his time to shine in glory. For the past few decades, the most eye-catching junior in the Divine Prefecture was undisputedly Yi Futian from the original realm. He was renowned all over and was peerless in the Divine Prefecture. He had many glorious deeds. However, today, Wang Xiao of Tianyang City was made known worldwide and became famous overnight in the Armia Fest. Next, He would make his name be known all across the divine prefecture through this glorious conquest. By stepping over the corpse of the previous most eye-catching monstrous figure, he would become the most outstanding figure in the divine prefecture. Could Wang Xiao pull it off? Yi Futian was among the crowd in the city lord office. Beneath his mask, his gaze was fixed on Wang Xiao. Right now, Wang Xiao appeared heroic and peerless. Wang Xiao wanted to lead the cultivators of the divine prefecture to conquer the Ziwei segmentum and kill him. Wang Xiao could communicate with imperial arms. As expected, it was the worst possible outcome. At that moment, the armoress who had headed into the city lord office returned. Wang Xiao glanced over the crowd and looked towards Mu Yang and the other armoress. He said, "Masters, your talents in forging are extraordinary. May I ask where you all are from? Does it matter?" Mu Yang asked. His tone was cold and indifferent. "It does not," Wang Xiao continued. "It is just that your talents in forging are extraordinary, and I did not know your names before this. Hence, I was curious. Aside from that, all of you seem to come from extraordinary backgrounds. You do not seem like cultivators from the divine prefecture." Mu Yang and the others frowned. Wang Xiao smiled and said, "Countless talented figures have gathered in Tianyang City, and we have become the center of everyone's attention. The Armorer Fest has come to an end now. Yet, I am still in high spirits. Everyone knows that the basis of forging is still cultivation. I want to use this opportunity to ask for a few pointers from you regarding cultivation. What do you think?" Right now, Wang Xiao seemed to have retracted his previous gentle demeanor. He now seemed sharp and overbearing. "Tianyang City feels as though it has lost face over forging techniques, so you now wish to deal with us," mocked Mu Yang. "Sir, aren't you belittling Tianyang City too much? We are merely asking to spar and will stop before getting serious. It is not just for those present here. All cultivators who are present in Tianyang City may participate," Wang Xiao declared loudly. "Who will act as a guarantor?" asked Mu Yang in a stern voice. "As Lord of Tianyang City, I guarantee that we will not trouble anyone," said the Lord of Tianyang City. "I do not believe you," replied Mu Yang directly. This caused the expression of the Lord of Tianyang City to turn cold and indifferent. Mu Yang actually dared to question him. "I will guarantee it," said Donghuang Diyuan, who was sitting to the side right then. "Regardless of who you are and where you are from, you may reveal your identities. I will not question it. No deaths will occur during this grand occasion in Tianyang City. What if I were a member of the Ziwei segmentum?" Mu Yang suddenly asked with a smile. Before this, these people had been planning to destroy the Ziwei segmentum. "Even if you were Yi Futian himself, my word still stands," said Donghuang Diyuan. "I keep my word. I believe it is the same for you, City Lord." "Of course," said the Lord of Tianyang City as he nodded his head. "Ha ha ha ha," loud laughter could be heard. It came from outside the City Lord office. In Tianyang City, a few terrifying auras descended. Mighty pressure came down and enveloped the city. Then, in the sky above the City Lord office, many powerful auras suddenly appeared. There were even quite a few terrifying auras at the second tribulation plane. "It is the members of the Dark Court and the Empty Divine Realm," said Donghuang Diyuan as she looked outside. From the looks of it, those two major worlds wanted to take part and had come to the Divine Prefecture. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,